Welcome to the piece. Oh no, I was joking around before the show and now I got it wrong. Welcome to the Grand Theft World podcast. We're broadcasting live from the Porcupine Freedom Festival in beautiful White Mountains of Lancaster, New Hampshire. We're outside. It's raining. We're undercover. And we're going to be here for the next several hours. We're going to be delivering you the week's news. We're going to be juxtaposing it into the history, the artifacts, the things that matter. We got a couple stories that are noteworthy this week. You guys all heard about the sub that went missing. And there's, reminded me of that scene in 5 Monkeys or 12 Monkeys, whatever that movie was, where Johnny hid in the well and then he was in the barn. Well, the Navy knew the whole time that the sub had imploded, and then they waited a couple days, make sure they milked that story in the public. So we're going to learn about why those things are going on and what they might be distracting you from in the bigger world. So the clip that I saw earlier today that came out from Jimmy Dore shows that Rochelle Walensky from the CDC, she's the lady that came out and said, we got the mandates and you got to stay home and you have to have the shots and all this sort of stuff. Turns out there was no evidence that they based that on. They just made a bunch of stuff up and they said, we will disrupt your lives because truth is what strong people say it is. So I think it's going to be a weak position intellectually for them to defend it any further with this evidence coming out. And speaking of evidence coming out, we have more on the Biden crime family saga. It's not just phone calls. It's not just Hunter cutting a plea deal. There's new evidence this week where there's text messages where clearly the big guy was cut in and Hunter is a proxy for foreign agencies to do business with the United States government in a way that it's illegal. So we're going to look into that. And then last but not least, is it a coup? Is it a civil war? Is it a false flag? What's going on in Russia? Are we headed toward World War III? I don't want to see World War III. I also didn't want to see NATO encroach over the past 30 years on Russia to cause this situation. So we need to look into who has had plans on these areas, what type of news might fit in, who's funding the sort of things that you're seeing out there, what interest is it of the government to pervade the stories that they're doing. And in the case of the Biden that we mentioned, the John Kirby from the State Department and the official press secretary for the White House, they're not even commenting. They're like, oh, it's a family matter. We can't comment on it. That tells you that if you're an investigative journalist, there's blood in the water. There's a story to be had there. Those people talk for a living. When they have nothing to say, that's pretty interesting. We're going to find out more. Hang on there. Somewhere around this park might be a Luke Rudowski from earlier today. He was hanging out. I got a nice Cuban cigar from him. We got to serve him. It was some food this week. We've had a great time up here. So let's go to Luke Rudowski from earlier today and his report from Airbnb down the street, it looks like. All right, now we got 15 minutes. If you want to see this clip, it's on Luke's page. If I can work that so it has a projector and audio so it doesn't feed back into this microphone, we'll be good.
Hot mic, hot mic.
Wow. Yeah. Who said New Yorkers aren't hard workers? And if there's a will, there's a way. Welcome back, beautiful and amazing human beings. My name is Luke Rudowski here of wearechange.org. And there's a lot of absolutely jacked, hyperbolic, insane news to get into today. As of course, we had a coup d'etat. No, wait, nope, that didn't happen, but a confusing situation did, which we're going to be doing our best to try to explain to you in this particular broadcast by giving you both sides of the story. If you like the shirt that I'm wearing right now, you could get it on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. And the clip that we played in the beginning of this video is from the wonderful, beautiful New York City, which is a draconian, technocratic police state hellscape that, of course, excuses petty crime while punishing you to the fullest extent of the law for horrible, wrong think. That video released on TikTok by @Mahmoud_KJ, and we thank them for sharing a daily dose of living in one of the most taxed jurisdictions on the face of the earth. All of this as open-air drug markets and slums are becoming the latest rage and are being exported from the United States internationally to places like Sao Paulo, one of the biggest cities in Brazil that has created their own version of the wonderful, ambiance of San Francisco with what they call their own Sao Paulo's crackland, where once a vibrant area of Brazil's largest city has absolutely descended into a ghetto slum. Something, of course, that we see all too common almost everywhere now, especially in major cities that have a lot of Democratic politicians in them that are implementing a lot of these policies that are resulting in all of this. As of course, the current political Democratic establishment is facing a major challenge from a jacked 70-year-old dude, Robert Kennedy Jr., a man that has seen his loved ones, his father and his uncle, taken out essentially by who he calls the deep state. All of this as there's a new video of Robert Kennedy Jr. making the rounds on the internet that a lot of people are talking about, which some people, even Mike Cernovich, believed to be inauthentic, saying specifically, if this video is authentic, then he definitely has my support, saying, quote, "No one lifting shirtless in sun with jeans turned up on TRT would ever betray this great country." And then automatically we got comparisons with the, quote, "scientific experts and junk food aholics," comparatively to, of course, RFK, asking the American people, who would you like to take medical advice from? All of this as Dr. Peter Hotez has been complaining to the point where Ryan Long has even come out and said that he is acting like a chick as he keeps whining and complaining on the internet about one of the most successful, biggest podcasters on the face of the earth, offering his platform and millions of dollars in charity that could help so many people if he's just able to come on the show and say whatever he wants to say. That right there to Mr. Peter Hotez's harassment, which is absolutely crazy, absolutely berserk, and something that should leave a lot of people bewildered and asking actual questions of what's really going on here, as of course the science should be questioned, it should be experimented on, it should be challenged and tested in every single way, because if we didn't, we would still be using asbestos and DDT, but because people questioned the science, we're still not using lead gas. Again, lots of crazy things have happened in this world and have continued to go on because of the lack of questions and debate. I think we need a lot more of that. And with these latest images and videos coming out of Robert Kennedy Jr., even though I disagree with some of his policies, I absolutely see this as a net positive and plus, as it's important to celebrate health and to try to inspire others to also be healthy as well, especially in our modern day society where there are a lot of unhappy people. And whether it's fertility, whether it's happiness, whether it's depression, whether it's overall physical health and fitness and obesity, all of those markers have trended in a negative way for the American people, including in the most alarming way, fertility rates that are also dropping down dramatically all over the world, as of course microplastics are being found in people's lungs, mimicking estrogen, as essentially large swaths of the food industry have been corrupted and are using inflammatory, cancer-causing chemicals that people ingest every single day. This, as some people just mysteriously pass away and are no longer with us. All of this as, of course, Robert Kennedy Jr. just gave a speech here to PorkFest, where I am at right now in a very disheveled, dirty, run-down motel room here on location, enjoying all the incredible libertarians, minarchists, anarchists, hippies, homeschoolers, and freedom advocates that are just absolutely incredible people. There was a big tug of war within the community because Robert Kennedy Jr. demanded extra security for his speech here, while the people here demanded more freedom. This, as Robert Kennedy Jr. actually came and gave this speech after tremendous pressure by the local Democratic political party here that, of course, told him not to. Other people who attended PorkFest was also Larry Elders, who's running to be president of the United States, and of course Vivek Ramaswamy, that promised to, of course, even go as far as to pardon Ross Ulbricht, which is a major issue of concern for the local PorkFest people here. Vivek stood around, debated a lot of people, engaged in some really crucial, important conversations, and this is one reason why today I'm wearing my Make America New Hampshire shirt, because what the Free State Project is doing here in New Hampshire is pretty incredible and pretty cool. And that's why I made this shirt to support this idea, a shirt that you could get exclusively on thebestpoliticalshirts.com. As on now and talk about the major discussion, and that, of course, was the alleged coup d'etat that just happened in Russia a couple hours ago that some people are explaining in this kind of visual representation of two dogs barking at each other but not really doing anything. As of course we have Western media reports that Putin has now suffered the worst Air Force losses of this entire war as Wagner troops took down the Russian helicopters and fighter pilots, KIAing 39 of them. Claims that of course are being contested by other individuals that are asking for evidence of this claim here, as of course it looked like we were on the precipice of a full all-out civil war in Russia as of just a couple hours ago. Now, personally, I'm still waiting to see actual evidence of this claim being made by Western media right now, as of course it's important to question everything that the corporate media has been talking about since they have escalated this situation and led us to this very dangerous situation that we are all involved in that is absolutely reckless and destructive towards peace in this world. As of course independent media coverage of this entire matter absolutely did way better of a job than of course the majority of the corporate media that was salivating for the ousting of Vladimir Putin without even thinking about the long-term consequences of potentially an even bigger bad guy coming in and taking his place, or even the larger concepts and problems and ideas of a potential power vacuum that we saw in Iraq after the United States overthrew Saddam, that would have essentially happened in Russia if there was a civil war here, that of course would have created an extremely dangerous situation, not only for Europe, but for the rest of the world, as of course sectarian violence with thousands of nuclear weapons and territories and groups and ethnic identities is something that far few people put into their calculations of Putin bad. And again, this is a very complex situation, as of course people are still trying to make sense of exactly what just happened a couple hours ago, as there's many conflicting reports of what actually went down, what actually transpired. Was this 4D chess by Vladimir Putin, or was this an actual insurrection by a Russian mercenary group that of course gets paid to be in wars and conflict? This, as we heard reports of Vladimir Putin yesterday leaving Moscow with machine gun positions being placed all over town as Wagner forces were seen advancing towards the capital of Russia, as there were some limited airstrikes by Russian Air Force that I did actually see. This as there was significant movement of many military VIP vehicles from Moscow to St. Petersburg, which made people believe Putin was moving away from Moscow, something that of course Putin's press secretary denied. Now there were some limited military clashes yesterday, but nothing as significant as a full all-out conflict or civil war. And then the progression of Wagner mercenaries stopped after we are hearing reports of negotiations that happened between Wagner chief Yevgeny Prigozhin and Vladimir Putin with the help of the Belarusian government, where now the Wagner troops and mercenaries are stationed. Now, the Wagner troops have been categorized as extraordinary fighters, especially in the theater of war of Ukraine. As today, we're hearing that there's maybe 15 casualties from this entire very confusing situation. As a part of the negotiations between Wagner and the Russian government, all Wagner fighters will now return to their bases and now officially sign contracts with the Russian military, as Prigozhin and a lot of his top brass will be transferred to Belarus in military bases that, of course, are very close to the capital of Ukraine, Kiev. This, as a lot of people are seeing this entire situation as, quote, clear weaknesses in the political prowess of Vladimir Putin. This, as the Biden administration is saying that this entire situation is, quote, showing the cracks in Putin's Russia, while others are saying that there might potentially be something bigger at play here, including an even entire entire orchestration of this alleged coup d'etat, which was a part of some kind of 4G larger strategy here that's all being unfolded here. And according to one CIA ex-analyst, this was all a classic false flag that will boost recruitment for the Russian military and, quote, make the West think it's weakened when it's not. This has a lot of people are questioning, why did Russia respond so weak in this entire situation, as an ex-British ambassador is, quote, struggling to make sense of how Prigozhin was able to march on Moscow without getting obliterated. All of this as some people online believe that this was a larger orchestrated plot here that, of course, had Wagner mercenaries take the alleged $6.2 billion from the U.S. government that recently went missing from the Ukrainian funds and duping the intelligence agencies that were allegedly involved here in pushing this larger escalation, which allegedly Wagner played along with in order to gain billions of dollars from the U.S. government and then remove towards a strategic location where they now will, quote, attack Kiev from here. And again, this is all just speculation, and I haven't seen any of this actually corroborated with any evidence. Right now, all we have is hearsay. All we have is speculation to what really was going on here. But I think the more kind of rational understanding of this is that you're dealing with a mercenary group here. Mercenary group that has a price that gets paid for by governments to go to war. Now, if someone, as we've learned through, of course, watching Game of Thrones, has more money than someone else, they could entice them and buy more armies. So did the missing $6.2 billion in aid from the Pentagon have anything to do with this recently? Well, I think that's a fair speculation. How it was used, whether this was a deliberate double cross of Prigozhin, whether Prigozhin was actually afraid of his life and really wanted to overthrow Putin, is a question that, of course, a lot of people are left with after watching all of these events. And as of right now, we have no conclusive understanding of this entire matter. And that's why we are just openly speculating here about the larger possibilities. But I wanted to leave the question to you. What do you think happened here? Was Prigozhin double-crossing the CIA a part of a 4D plan by Putin? Or was this the CIA going into Prigozhin's ear saying that Putin was going to kill him? Here's some money, march on Moscow, we'll support you, and overthrow Putin, and you could live and survive. Which one of those two understandings of this entire matters do you think is more likely here? Personally, I'm kind of leaning towards seeing this as the last one that I just mentioned, but of course, I could be absolutely wrong here. But no matter what the actual reason for what happened here, I think it's fair to say that this is an extremely turbulent, dangerous situation for the world here, as of course a lot of nuclear weapons are involved here. This, as we're also finding out that U.S. spies learned about this march on Moscow by Prigozhin, which he was allegedly planning since mid-June. Yes, you heard that correctly. According to the Washington Post, the United States government knew that this was going to happen many days in advance, as spy agencies were briefing the current president of the United States if he was still cognizant, if he was still paying attention, if he wasn't daydreaming, that there was an alleged mutiny days ahead. This, as now Prigozhin is going to probably live in exile. Now, if he does live in exile, this kind of proves that the other version of this story is going to be true, but no matter what happens here, I think it's fair to say that Netflix is definitely going to have the most accurate depiction here, as I'm waiting for the documentary to drop about these latest events in Simita Verite style, just as the Netflix wonderfully does so many times. So I guess we'll just have to wait until that video comes out. But I think it's fair to say that this is an extremely unstable, crazy situation that's going to get a lot crazier from here. And with that, the stakes of the entire world are at play here. So absolutely crazy. We should be de-escalating this situation. And as many presidential candidates have already mentioned, the United States is deliberately prolonging this conflict, which prolongs the possibility of the end of this entire world, which is absolutely freaking ridiculous. I'm always a staunch anti-war human being, and I think we need a lot more of that kind of sentiment in our modern media day coverage that was literally salivating and celebrating what was happening yesterday, which is extremely reckless and stupid. And if you agree with that,
I'm coming back.
Okay. I was gonna try to get started. No, okay.
All right, we're back live here at the Pork Fest. Yeah, all right. We went to the clip and they all said, "Oh, we forgot to clap," because they got so concerned that I was messing up the intro. But I said, "Don't worry about it. Everybody relax. It's all gonna work out fine." This is like a comedy club on my end, Tony. I wish I had a camera so you guys could see. Maybe I'll work that up later. Right now, we're trying to get a projector screen and so they can see the clips of the show and hear that sort of stuff. So we're working it out. And we spent a lot of time trying to rig up tripods and stuff for the microphones because I left a little clampy piece at home, Tony. You know how that works.
Oh, yeah.
And had I known I could just use a red Solo cup like what Radowski just did, I would have saved like 15, 20 minutes earlier. So I'm always learning from Luke, man. He's inspiring. So you got to watch the news all week. I've been up here in the beautiful mountains. It's been mostly nice weather, and we only ran out of water at the campground like twice this week. So it's
not bad.
Typical week.
Yeah.
Amazing time, amazing people. I got to meet a CIA spook yesterday. Had a very interesting conversation. We can get to that soon because that was a lot of fun to have that situation happen yesterday. And but yeah, I caught part of that submarine story. But what have you had your eye on this week? What's on your radar, Sauger? Wait, I just played Crystal Ball's part. Hey, what's on your radar, Crystal? Now your Crystal. That's not gonna work. We better not do that, Tony.
It's just not gonna work.
What did you see? Don't take that. Don't take it. Yeah.
A lot of crazy stories this week. Obviously, there's the whole submarine situation seems to be, well, that's something we're just gonna have to dive into, but I want to play a number of clips around it to kind of give some hint to what might have been the background or what's going on in the background while the Navy knew for nearly a week that it had imploded, most likely, and refused to tell any.
Well, there's also the diversity story that they kind of dangled out there, and they're like, well, maybe the people that were forced to work there weren't qualified anymore.
Sure.
And maybe the people that were qualified, that because of racism these days, their skin color was the wrong color, and they were no longer qualified because of their skin color, which I always thought was racism itself. The things you can't control about yourself, we weren't supposed to judge each other on, but now it's like it's in vogue. That's what we do now.
And it's a complex situation because it's hard to know whether or not he was really operating on the woke culture thing or if he was hiding behind it because he fired that one expert. I forget when, in regards to him warning about lack of regulation, lack of safety procedures being, observed, all these different things. And so a lot of people are saying it's not so much that he was observing the woke culture, it's just that he didn't want these old professional individuals telling him what he can and can't do. So he hid behind it to act like, okay, I don't want the guys telling me I can't do it. I'll just get all the yes people and hide behind woke culture to say it's okay to do it and not have any, real sort of oversight, right? Regulations in place, making sure they have any certifications as a part of those regulations, so forth and so on. So and hiding behind the facade of woke, because he's also apparently supposedly gave to Trump or something. So it's like, is he really a woke guy? Or was he hiding behind that because he didn't want guys who knew what they were doing, not telling him what he can and can't do? It's a big damn mess. And then, of course, then there's the conspiracy. I mean, I could tell you this, the normie crowd interested all of a sudden in the Wreck of the Titan, or I think that was the name of the book, or the book called The Titan, because obviously the name of it. And in
1898, The Wreck of the Titan was a book by Morgan Williamson or something like that. And it tells the story of the world's biggest ship and Morgan Robertson, 1898-ish. So over a decade before the Titanic. And in there, if you read the first chapter, it's the biggest ship that's ever been built. It's unsinkable. It was not called the Titanic. It was called Titan, right? Or something.
Yeah, Titan.
It's called the Wreck of the Titan.
Yeah.
So
the Titan, that's what it's called.
It's almost as if somebody who owned the White Star Shipping Lines insurance company had read that book and thought, wow, we could cash in. And, if they had damaged one of their ships, maybe they could cash in on that insurance fraud. I'm not saying that's what happened, but such things might occur in history every now and then.
And we can entertain that. There's a couple of good videos.
And JP Morgan was on that ship and he got off. So like just them going down to see the thing that was the thing. And then they make another thing of that because, right.
And the sister ship Olympia.
James Cameron shows everyone, here's the Titanic.
Right. Yeah.
Well, there was 3 ships, kids. There's the Olympic, the Britannic, and the Titanic, and they're all identical except for the number of portholes and then the accoutrements. They were outfitted differently. 2 of them, like one was a male steamship liner, and one was a something, other ship. I don't know what they used it for.
There were different variations.
And the Titanic was outfitted with all the nice stuff. But on one of those ships got damaged in New York Harbor by a drunk
Olympic,
captain, and they couldn't claim the insurance on it.
Right.
The Olympic. So
That's
then they can't cash in on the Olympic. So the theory goes with some people who know how to read that they switched the Olympic and the Titanic, and that Titanic made its way through the rest of its life as the Britannic, and they switched the names on it. And you know, some people debunk that, and some people think it's interesting. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm just telling you 1898 Morgan Robertson, Wreck of the Titan, or Futility is what is. That's a historical artifact. It's interesting.
It's certainly interesting. It's a bit of synchronicity, no doubt. The world's great first modern insurance fraud, we can call it that, if it indeed happened that way. William T. Stead was on the ship, as well as I think some of the and there were many individuals supposedly on the ship that were against the Federal
John
Reserve
Jacob
Act
Astor was on the ship.
Yeah, Astor. Yeah, sure.
Yes,
that were essentially potentially going to stage a coup. Stage a coup. Like they're going to go against essentially.
Well, William T. Stead,
Federal Reserve Act, being
on the Titanic is interesting because he was the conspirator of Cecil Rhodes. It's William T. Stead and Cecil Rhodes that come up with this whole idea to bring America back into the British Empire and to take over the world. And then they wrote it down, and Stead says that he's his conspirator, that Rhodes and I conspired to come up with this idea. He literally uses language like that.
Yep.
However, that's 1902 when Rhodes dies. And then he starts to see how the legacy unfolds after Rhodes leaves. And he might have felt, hey, this is not what Rhodes wanted, or maybe it's exactly what Rhodes wanted and Stead didn't anticipate.
Right.
In any case, Stead meets his demise on the Titanic, and there's a plaque dedicated to William T. Stead, a British journalist, in Central Park, New York, which I always thought was interesting as well.
Very strange.
So
not sure
there's
any Americans.
A strong Anglo-American establishment. The Astor family, John Jacob Astor the fourth, I think, is the one that died on the Titanic, and they're from the German Astor family. There's also a British Astor family, and they used to be in the fur trade back in the day. But what they did with the furs was they took them over to China and they traded them for opium. And so all those big, Waldorf Astoria, that's like built with opium money and Chinese labor. That's the history of that. So when one looks at like the Astor who got killed on the Titanic, not all these families agree politically on their moves.
Correct.
And John Jacob Astor, the American, might have disagreed with the Astor that's over in the Cliveden set or whatever, Lady Astor. And they're just like, tell him to take the ship, and they had JP Morgan get on for the first two stops. And then before it goes transatlantic, he gets off, but he's used to get a lot of these people on the ship as bait. Like you can, Morgan wants a meeting with you, meet him on Titanic. You guys are going on the
and it was I think he somehow owned the ships in some capacity. Like the claim of insurance fraud ties back to JP Morgan specifically.
Yes, the White Star Line was a JP Morgan company. And then the question was who held the insurance notes on that, and
correct.
And who got paid, and how that all work out. And did they go out of business because they ruined a ship with a drunk captain? No, they didn't. The White Star Line was in there a pretty long time. Now, I do have an artifact. I think Dylan has it at his farm, but Gatto had a White Star Line big culinary cooking pan, and it was made of copper, and it was really heavy.
Wow.
And it says White Star Line on it. So I think now they use it to make cider or something at the farm. But the White Star Line was the thing back in the day. It's like if you were on the Concorde, right, 20 years ago. It's that type of level of service, and there was only a couple of those steamship companies that served the highest level of clients, like Titanic aimed to serve. But then again, who thought we're going to make this ship and build it just like the Titan? Like they weren't even original. They couldn't even come up with like a different name. Titanic. Yeah, there you go. And then that's the name now. And we're just going to go with that. And there was no libraries back then probably carrying that book, because they're like, it's an obscure book. That guy
it's
didn't.
It's an obscure book,
really
and I mean,
so
if anyone had it, might have been like the gentrified population at the time. I would imagine would be the only people probably even aware of that, such a book like that. So
yeah, and they're not going to say anything because they're living on the opium money.
Exactly.
So it's an interesting artifact. I was incredulous when I heard about it. I heard someone talk about this. I was like, that's bullshit. There's no way that someone wrote the story like the Titanic, like down to that detail. And it was before Titanic. Like, they had those memes of Donald Trump. And it's like, oh, the Simpsons produced like these prophecies that Donald Trump was going to be president. But if you dig in, they got the dates of the episodes wrong, and it's very simple to debunk. But a lot of people think, I mean, Simpsons are predictive programming, yes, but let's not go further than what they're actually doing, I guess would be the point.
Yeah.
But then there's Baron Trump, Adventures of Baron Trump. I was incredulous about that, but apparently that's real books back in the day. Ingersoll Rand, or whatever his name was, Ingersoll Lockwood, something like that. Time traveling Trumps, just like H.G. Wells.
It's very strange. Yeah, I mean, the original novel looks like was called Futility, a novella written by Morgan Robertson and published first during 1898. It supposedly was then revised to the Wreck of the Titan. So it's for, I guess they changed the name from Futility to the Wreck of the Titan in 1912, which is really strange. That's right before, isn't that the year that when did the Wreck of the Titanic happen? 1912. That's weird. You know, so it features a fictional British ocean liner named Titan that sinks in the North Atlantic Ocean after striking an iceberg. And the Titan and its sinking are famous for similarities to the passenger ship RMS Titanic and its sinking 14 years earlier. After the sinking, but remember, there was a revision that happened the year of the sinking. It's very strange. I'm not, you know, this could be an exercise in the patternicity fallacy. Oh, did we lose your mic?
Oh, no, I was talking to the audience because
okay.
we're still getting stuff set up over there. So I'm sorry if I distract you. Please
I was just making sure.
The futility.
It's strange.
The futility of the futility.
It's strange.
It's only a good story if you're trying to commit an insurance fraud. Who else would try to emulate it?
Right. And there's also, there's some speculation about, that's a year before, obviously, the Federal Reserve Act. I've seen a bunch of different people throw a bunch of different conspiracies. It could be an exercise in apophenia or patternicity fallacy, or it could, just be people that are in the know paying homage to the fact that this is, sort of a wink to a synchronous wink, if you will, to events of the past that they sort of pay forward in history as ways they still emulate and utilize the similar strategies to do the same things today. So nonetheless, obviously that was a big synchronicity this week with the Titan, and the tragedy of it imploding. Obviously there's a whole woke narrative and the fact that he was buying things from an outdoor company, and then also using a video game controller. They're using a carbon fiber with titanium bond, which is not stable, and with all the cycling and the what they call it, fatigue cycling.
Well, they fired the whistleblower that blew the, he said there's cracks in the carbon fiber and this does not fit.
That's
and
part of this.
Like, you're fired. I'm like, yeah, that's what happens.
Yeah. And then they said, oh, we need to be inspirational and hire young people, and hid behind sort of the woke narratives, knowing he can probably get away with that in the culture, and people would applaud him instead of looking behind to see if there's anything really substantial there as far as safety is concerned. So it's an unfortunate and tragic situation, but it's also one of the situations where it could win a Darwin Award for how foolish this individual was, and how much he evaded any sort of accountability in regards to people criticizing the safety and the structure and the materials that were used and the way it was put together and all this sort of stuff. So very tragic, very foolish. But at the same time, the fact that the Navy allowed this to go on for 4 or 5 days, we can dive into that. I don't know if we want to jump into that story first or we want to go somewhere else, or...
Yeah, I wanted to check. Let's. I want one of the clips where the Navy knew, and they're telling people to be worried for a long time after they knew that, it had already imploded.
So the
we
two
have something to that effect, showing the purposeful misinformation of the American public time after time.
Yeah, I would say playing the two Paul Joseph Watsons back to that, because he covered it real time. So first, he covers it as though no one knew about the Navy imploding, and then he gets the update about it imploding. So playing the two back to back, where it says truth about the Titanic, and then questions continue to swirl, and those two together sort of give a full picture of you can sort of see real time. This is what's happened. This is what they're saying during the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and all of a sudden was it Thursday, Friday? They're like, oh, it imploded, and the Navy knew about it. And we're like, oh. Another good one is so I'd play those two and or what's her face. I think she did that's a funny wrap up, so we have to put some humor to it. All
right, so we'll save what's her face for later. Let's go to a double bubble of it said unstable connection in my back.
You're there. Yeah, you're good.
Let's go to a double bubble of Paul Joseph Watson from summit.news and band.video. Here's the update. Here's the initial report on the sub, and then the update where the Navy's like, oh yeah, we knew about that.
potential tragedy, or a potential miracle. You'd think the story of the Titanic submersible and attempts to rescue its crew would be one of the few things that could unite people behind a common cause. Yeah, fat chance. It's been dragged kicking and screaming into the culture war like everything else. We now learn that the company's drive for diversity may have jeopardized the safety of the vessel. OceanGate CEO Stockton Rush gave an interview in which he asserted that he didn't want to continue hiring a bunch of 50-year-old white guys because this wouldn't be inspirational.
There are other sub-operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military submariners, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I wanted our team to be younger, to be inspirational.
Some of these hirings related directly to safety and risk assessment.
Is related to safety and some of the preponderance of checklists, things we do for risk assessments.
Stockton even said anybody can drive the sub with a $30 video game controller. The chilling irony behind these statements is that one of those 50-year-old white guys, former OceanGate Director of Marine Operations David Lockridge, was fired in 2018 for blowing the whistle on safety issues. The report detailed numerous issues that posed serious safety concerns. These included Lockridge's worry that visible flaws in the carbon fiber supply to OceanGate raised the risk of small flaws expanding into larger tears during pressure cycling. These concerns were all communicated to OceanGate's senior management, including CEO Stockton Rush, who is on board the vessel. So which inspirational candidates got hired instead of those 50-year-old white guys? Well, at least one of them is a young female TikToker who shared the final video of the vessel's descent. She was hired last month.
Because I'm joining this company that does submarine trips down to the Titanic. I could cry thinking about this, but stay the fuck tuned.
Quickly got to work convincing her, quote, straight-ass co-worker to visit a drag queen show while at port.
Somehow convinced my straight-ass co-worker to go to a drag show while we're at port for less than 12 hours.
For this beautiful... Inspirational. Another tweet celebrating the company's diversity hiring policy excluded men altogether. Yeah, maybe they should have hired more 50-year-old white guys.
A whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys.
Oh yeah, and by the way, they've been squeezing older white guys out of air traffic control since 2014. Now there's an alarming rise in near-miss incidents. Just a coincidence, I'm sure. Meanwhile, far-left fact-checker Snopes had to reverse its own fact-check after falsely appearing to blame the vessel's loss of communication on Elon Musk. Twitter community notes pointed out that Starlink cannot be used to communicate with underwater submarines because the penetration depth of 2.45 gigahertz in water is a mere 8 centimeters. Look at me. I'm Snopes now. There's much more reaction to this, but first a word from the sponsor of this video.
Lord Watson. It just sounds right, doesn't it? Sounds like it was meant to be. Established Titles is an entertaining novelty gift that helps. But just like this one. Use the code PJ sponsor
Dedication
in the description below and get your gift today. Now back to the video.
But the company's dedication to inclusivity and diversity didn't protect it from the wrath of shitlibs, especially after they found out that the OceanGate CEO had, God forbid, donated to GOP candidates. Yes, the hashtag #BeKind crowd was out in full force gloating over the demise of the crew, primarily because most of them are rich white men, with 19-year-old Suleiman Dawood's presence on board being largely brushed aside because it doesn't satisfy their vindictive death wish. Hassan Piker's buddy, who spends half his time hanging out in the live streamer's $3 million mansion, said anyone who spends $250,000 on a one-time novelty experience deserves to be entombed in a box at the bottom of the ocean, while Miss I'm literally a communist, Ash Sarkar's main concern
I'm literally a communist
was that the poor people right now gasping for oxygen as they desperately perish at the bottom of the ocean aren't being taxed enough. One of the most disturbing reactions to the tragedy came courtesy of the stepson of one of the people on board the vessel, with Brian Saz posting on Facebook of how the unfolding catastrophe didn't stop him attending a Blink-182 concert, then asserting he wasn't sorry after receiving criticism.
I go to a Blink-182 show because they have a ticket. It wasn't like I was having super fun. It wasn't like I was celebrating, having a great time. I was kind of just listening to some of my all-time favorite songs, kind of like nodding my head.
Even Cardi B, not exactly renowned as a paragon of decency, called him out.
People is like, well, what is he supposed to do? Be sad at the house? Is he supposed to go look for himself? Yes. You're supposed to be at the house sad. You're supposed to be crying for me. You're supposed to be right next to the phone waiting to hear any updates about me. You're supposed to be counseling your mom and shit. Like, isn't it sad that you a whole fucking billionaire and nobody gives a fuck about you?
After defending himself against accusations that he wasn't showing enough interest in the plight of his stepfather, and a mere 30 minutes after asking people to pray for his family, Zaz asked an OnlyFans e-girl to sit on his face. Too soon, Brian, too soon. Experts and friends of the crew have outlined a number of different scenarios as to what actually happened to the submarine. They say the most likely is that the hull of the submersible imploded due to the brittle carbon fiber material, killing all 5 passengers within milliseconds. Even if they were able to release their ballast tanks and float up to the surface of the water, they would almost certainly have been spotted by now. And they can't open up the hatch from the inside, so they would have run out of oxygen anyway. If they're stuck on or near the bottom of the seabed, near the wreckage of the Titanic, there's basically no hope because it would take hours to pull them out and their oxygen supply would have already run out in that time.
They went in a submarine called the Titan. The Titan is the name of the fictional ship that sort of predicted the Titanic disaster. Before the Titanic was built, there was a fictional book about a ship called the Titan that sunk and went missing or whatever. So they named it, I don't think they did this intentionally, but they named it Titan, the submarine. And so now it's down there with the wreckage of the Titanic, and it's just sitting there.
A scintilla of hope is that they have more oxygen than previously thought and have found novel ways to conserve it. But the overriding view is that the CEO cut corners on safety and didn't take whistleblowers seriously. Something that was even highlighted by a news reporter who visited the sub.
An experimental submersible vessel that has not been approved or certified by any regulatory body and could result in physical injury, disability, emotional trauma, or death. Where do I sign?
I couldn't help noticing how many pieces of this sub seemed improvised.
We can use these off-the-shelf components. I got these from Camper World. We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Come on! By the time you see this video, the whole saga will probably have been brought to a conclusion. It's obviously not looking great. But rising above all the political bullshit, we can only pray for those unfortunate to be on the vessel and hope for a miracle. The saga of the disappearing submarine ended yesterday, with the unfortunate revelation by the US Coast Guard that a remote vehicle had found debris from the vessel. Officials said the discovery was, quote, consistent with a catastrophic explosion. But now questions are being asked about when it was known the vessel imploded. The Wall Street Journal reported that a top-secret military acoustic detection system designed to spot enemy submarines first heard what the US Navy suspected was the Titan submersible implosion hours after the submersible began its voyage. The fact that it most likely imploded on Sunday was immediately shared with the incident commander, leading some to assert that the Biden administration knew the sub had been destroyed days beforehand, with Zero Hedge accusing the White House of letting everyone think the passengers were alive. All week, the media ran with the narrative that the occupants were running out of oxygen, but there was still time to rescue them. This included reports of banging sounds being detected in the area where the vessel went missing, but most experts were almost certain from a very early stage that all that was never the case. In an interview with the BBC, James Cameron said that by Monday morning, he was almost certain that the vessel had already imploded, over 3 days before that likelihood was made public, due to information that he'd received from experts within the submersible community.
Within about an hour, I had the following facts. They were on descent. They were at 3,500 meters, heading for the bottom at 3,800 meters. Comms were lost and navigation was lost. And I said instantly, you can't lose comms and navigation together without an extreme catastrophic event, a highly energetic catastrophic event. And the first thing that popped to mind was an implosion. So I felt in my bones what had happened.
Cameron went on to suggest that the whole narrative we heard throughout the week that the crew might still be alive was a farce.
This entire week has just felt like a prolonged nightmarish charade where people are running around talking about banging noises and talking about oxygen and all this other stuff, and their Coast Guard is out with airplanes. I knew that sub was sitting exactly underneath its last known depth and position.
It's also been revealed that a British firm offered to help with the search and rescue on Monday, using a vehicle that could plunge further depths than any other, but the Americans refused to give them permission. Some have suggested that the Biden administration used the saga as a distraction op to shift attention from certain other news stories. Meanwhile, former Royal Navy submarine captain Ryan Ramsey said that the rather haphazard way the Titan was built led to its implosion. I would say disregarding standard ways of building these types of submersible in pursuit of innovation has huge elements of risk, and in this case that risk has been realized in the loss of people's lives. The company has faced continual accusations of cutting corners on safety after it was revealed that CEO Stockton Rush issued hiring, quote, 50-year-old white guys to work on the vessel. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below.
Oh, that's a Darwin Award right there, or at least the nomination. So it's tragic beyond all belief, but that is just very many bad decisions piling up one after another. And unfortunately, you see the result of such.
All right, this week, when that story happened, Tony, I heard it, but I didn't know that the sub that was missing was called the Titan.
Titan, correct. And that's what I was alluding to.
So that
earlier.
just, yeah. So that just, well, I mean, I thought you were talking about the Titanic. They were going down to see the Titanic.
My
we
bad.
were talking about futility of the Titan.
No. The
I
name
didn't
of it
know
was
that
the
the
Titan. That's why I brought it
Submersible
up.
with the Game Boy controller.
Yeah, there's a synchronicity here because they named it the Titan, and then they have the Wreck of the Titan, which apparently changed its name from Futility to Wreck of the Titan in 1912, the same year that the Titanic went down. Which makes me, when did they change the name? Was it before the Titanic went down? Was it significant enough for there to be a rebranding of the book or a new marketing? I don't know. Like, now I have all these questions in my head thinking about it when I just looked it up right now.
Well, I think the book was called Futility, but in the book, it was still called the Titan.
It was still called the Titan. They just
ship
changed
was still
the
called
name.
the Titan in the original. Right.
Yep. They just changed the name to Wreck of the Titan.
That was his publisher saying there's a marketing opportunity and we can Futility or Wreck of the Titan, because the Titan does wreck. But I just think you say that synchronicity, and I say, synchronicity is usually the universe's way of communicating with you. And in this case, I'm like, why is the universe wanting to help cover up Hunter Biden whistleblowers this week?
Yeah, it's an artificial synchronicity.
No, it's just
artificial.
Yeah, it's like an artificial synchronicity. Like, it's like bullshit, I think is the technical term for it.
Yeah, 100%. And speaking of which, I actually have while that was going on, there's a good PBD clip with Alex Jones talking about, what they're not talking about in regards to Biden and the Hunter and, the bribes that have been corroborated and all this sort of stuff. So might be, I put that in production chat if you want to check that out. Oh, there's a ton of videos we could cover just on that. So
yeah, I was surprised a couple days ago. We woke up and there was no water in the campground, so that was surprise number one. And number two was, no, you can't flush the toilet, so that's not a good joke. But number two was Alex Jones live on Patrick Bet-David's podcast and composting toilets. And PBD's podcast has millions of listeners. He has a serious YouTube presence, and it's definitely a risky thing to have Mr. Jones on there uncensored for so many hours talking as he did. But from what I saw, there's a lot of strong conversation there, and Patrick Bet-David has come a long way to see that Alex Jones might not be so crazy as he thought before.
Yeah, I thought he did a really good job of knowing obviously PBD knows his audience, but he did a good job of commanding this and navigating the conversation. Because obviously, like, Joe Rogan will let Alex Jones on and sort of let him, and in fact entice him and sort of subtly incentivize him to go off the rails into aliens and all, off-world entities and breakaway civilizations and all sorts of crazy stuff. But PBD he kept it real. He kept it to politics, what's happening in the real time. And Alex actually, I thought, did a really good job. And it was pretty funny throughout. So it was seeing him in a more grounded conversation with individuals that are business-minded first and foremost, I thought was actually good for Alex to kind of keep him from going a little bit. Alex Jones has his own platform where he can go and say whatever he wants, and certainly he can on PBD, but he did a good job of keeping it within inbounds of something reasonable. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, Alex has done some workouts. He's been working out with Crowder, so he goes over there and practices being a regular dude and stuff like that, and that allows him to better translate into the Patrick Bet-David world. Because Crowder probably
that's
says,
a good point.
If you're going to say this, you got to roll the clip, which is what PBD said. Patrick would let Alex say some outlandish stuff, and then Patrick would play the clip. And that's where people get it, because you hear him say it's making the freaking frogs gay. Oh, but then you hear Bobby Kennedy talk about atrazine's making, so there's all those sort of things that are going on out there. Or Alex talking about World Trade Center 1993. Patrick did not seem to know about that. And it was FBI agent John Antasev, who was he had an informant who was an Egyptian military officer called Imad Salem. And Imad Salem after the event happened, he taped his boss because that it didn't do more damage. Imad Salem's trying to get like $700 in like hotel room coverage or whatever. And in the midst of all that, he ends up recording these guys. And he's like, you guys told me you were going to use a fake bomb. Then you gave me a real bomb to use. And it's clear that the FBI orchestrated that situation for political reasons, which is not what they're supposed to do. So, and Patrick Bet-David, like, he's the type of dude who would say, you know what, Alex, that's a bold claim. I don't think so. So let me go check. And then you'd find, like, here's the evidence from the trial from Ron Kuby, and here's the, you could just go to the Wikipedia page for Imad Salem, and you can hear the 24-minute call. And once you hear that, you kind of have to like incorporate that into your working understanding of how the world works, because there are many, many, many instances like that where people, are showing you things that exist that are not on the map they purvey in the mainstream media.
Yep, that's very well said. And I thought, they did a good job. We could play this clip and it'll sort of give an insight into what's going on in the background while the media for an entire week was running with the story of this Titan implosion, which apparently the Navy knew about and it seemed with good credibility, because when you actually listen to the whole BBC interview with James Cameron, James makes up a really good point about that. I think the transponder is in its own like isolated chamber. So if you lose that too, it's over. Like it's instant implosion. It's game over. And so it's one of those situations where it's like it was a reasonable deduction to let the public know pretty quickly that it was unlikely. Instead, they to James's point, they had, they're talking about how long the oxygen was going to last, and all these various different theories of what might have happened, and it was just an
he was informed by, I'm sure, his Masonic network.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me?
Information. So
yeah, I mean,
the question exists.
Hollywood, give me right.
This thing's called the Titan. This thing's called the Titan, and you pay $250,000 and you get on to see the thing, right? That's the gist.
Yep.
It's an expensive like tourist trap.
It's
no pun intended in this case.
Yeah, I respect them. Let me see if I remember.
Don't.
Sorry, there's a delay, so if I cut you off, it's not intentional.
No, there's a delay, but we're getting laughter from the audience. I was being serious.
Okay,
because the thing is, they're in a situation with all that camper world stuff and buying stuff off Amazon. They got the not even the Nintendo. They got a knockoff version. They didn't even get the branded version, right? So they're trying to do everything like, we can buy the stuff on the cheap, right? And they buy the stuff on the cheap,
Pro Shop,
and then tragic accident. Right. And that's what we see. Bass Pro Shops, Cabela's, they might have done better if they instead of Camper World. But my point would be this. What if somebody spots that situation and says, you know what, it'd be real easy for that thing to have an accident, and they put it on a list. And then when things happen politically, they're like, what do we got on the list for distractions? Well, we got this thing that goes to the bottom of the ocean run by a Game Boy controller. We could do what we did with the Nord Stream pipeline or that dam over there in Russia and just, say it was, they lost comms and navigation, and everyone's like, okay. So it could be an artificially constructed situation,
sure,
by people who could make it happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it seems like it was one of those situations that was built up and allowed to happen. How this submarine, obviously maritime law, how it was allowed to operate is very much in question. And I think that's the limit of what it could withstand as far as pressure is concerned was 4,000 meters. The Titanic's at 3,800 meters. Everything made no sense. It's sort of like the captain of the Titanic. They had many warnings that there's ice ahead, and what do? They increase the speed, right, to head right into the ice. So it's just one of these strange situations. Like every warning sign, any logical deduction associated with the reasonable risks was completely and intentionally ignored, seemingly, because it's been communicated to him, all these revelations that had come out. So to your point, my first thought is, when my girlfriend talked to me about this week, I said this was a long form psyop. This is a week-long, long-form psyop by the intelligence communities, in my opinion. That's my theory. I'm not, I don't have good evidence necessarily beyond history, but what we present on this show over and over again.
And whether or not the tragedy was real or artificially created.
Correct. It's sort of like, it's sort of like, whether it's when we talk about COVID, lab or different theories, associated germ theory, train theory, all these sort of stuff, like that doesn't necessarily matter. It's like the what they're able to galvanize as far as the reaction and behavior within the culture is what matters. And for an entire week, everyone was completely obsessed with just this one story. And I think that's what we need to pay attention to. That's how psyops work. And the fact that the Navy is good evidence that they either knew it was imploded or they set up a story about this whole thing. And, it may artificially build it up as though it's a real thing. Who knows? It doesn't necessarily matter. What matters is the reaction and the behavior they're able to manifest out of the nescient public, because many of them didn't have this information at all, and they were able to sort of manipulate the conversation, the energy, the flow of conversation for an entire week for many people, and for people across political spectrums, regardless of what you're into. It's interesting. Like I went for finalize the bank loan for the company I work for this past week. And like the officers, the loan officers are talking to me about it. And they're bringing up things like the wreck of the Titan. And I'm like, oh, you guys know about this? And they're talking about JP Morgan. It's like, I never even heard about this. Did you know like this happened? I'm like, yeah, I know. And we've, it's a lot more than just that. Let's go to Lusitania. And then we have Pearl Harbor. And then we have Gulf of Tonkin. And then we have USS Liberty. And, and that's not even counting all the CIA-backed coups in South America, Central America, and the Middle East during the 1950s. So, I mean, my God, I was like, that aren't even part of the false flag situation of, they are, but that's a whole different category. Let's put it that way. So there's a lot. And I was laughing because it's like, it's like maybe one of the first ones. I guess they're allowing that narrative to get out there. Is that a revelation of the craft? I immediately went to my mind, and the really wacky conspiracy side was like, Mark Passio, Season of Sacrifice. What time period are we in right now? Like, what's going on? It's very occultic, right? I mean, the mind wants to go there.
JFK Jr.
Sure, absolutely.
They did the ocean search. Remember, it took like it was all like Labor Day weekend. Maybe that was Princess Diana. It just seemed like a convenient tragedy for the powers that be. They cover symbolic up Epstein's client list, like.
Right, with heavy symbolism, like Princess Diana, where she died, and like that bridge, the underpass, with the obelisks, and the placement, and all this sort of stuff. It's weird. So not to go down that road, because there's no real logical. That could be a patternicity fallacy, but it's interesting to consider just how odd these events seem to manifest themselves with similarity over time. That's the sort of synchronicity, whether it's artificial or real, I'm alluding to. So.
All right, you mentioned some CIA stuff, so I don't know where this fits into the show card. So I'm just going to tell you, because LD is going to get a kick out of this. So LD, when he's here at PorkFest, we work in the kitchen. We have a kitchen set up. It's got a griddle and a 2-burner and another grill outside and a smoker station, and there's a whole bunch to it. And we run a business for a week up here, and we serve the people great, healthy food, and they appreciate it. And after so many years of taking value from here and coming as a spectator, I decided to start giving back. So we've been doing that for a couple of years. Lawrence couldn't make it this year, and that's why he's going to appreciate this story from afar. So I was over there overseeing the crew. We had some graduates that were working the grill, and an old timer comes up. He's got a USS Ronald Reagan aircraft carrier Navy hat on. So I think it's a Navy veteran, of course, right? The old timer wearing a Navy hat. So I said, sir, your money's no good here. Thank you for your service. And now I get to talk to him while he's waiting for his meal. So I said, what's the most interesting thing that you've seen in battle in your career? Now I'm thinking he's going to tell me some aircraft carrier story from Vietnam. And he says, Afghanistan. I saw a lot of people blown up there. And I said, that's interesting, because I saw a lot of people blown up at Ground Zero on 9/11. And he goes, ooh. So then I said, what was your rank? And he said, I was a major. And then I'm thinking, there's no majors in the Navy, and there's no Navy in Afghanistan. So now I'm starting to get incongruencies. You know what I'm saying, Tony?
Sure,
like red flags going off in my head, like
major
danger, Will Robinson, but not yet.
Yeah, major contradictions there. Yeah.
So then I say, what unit of service were you in? And he says, the Army. So now my brain's going, this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
So then he says, he takes a beat, and then he looks at me and he kind of smirks, And he says, I was in the CIA. I said, oh, that's an interesting career. How did you get into such a thing? So I'm just doing the interview exercise that I teach the students because they're all standing around watching me do this, right? So I'm just chatting up a stranger, and then now it's gotten interesting. And so now he says, so CIA, and I said, how'd you get into it? He said, well, when I was 18, I got flown to Vietnam. I got given a special piece of paper that allowed me to go anywhere in the country and do anything I wanted. They made me a major in the Army like that, and all of a sudden he's an Army major, but he's just a CIA 18-year-old kid type dude, right? So then I'm interested in this, but his quesadilla is almost done. I know I only have 30 seconds left to keep talking to him. So I ask him a few more questions, and I let him go and eat his quesadilla. So then my brain's thinking, what's the story here? So when he's done, I was over here at the laser etching station that we got, and I made these free Ross coasters all week with the memes from Free Thought Project. Thank you, Jason, for the inspiration. And so he nods me over, and he's standing over there. So I go over and talk to him, and he starts smirking, and he goes, "You don't know who I am, do you?" And I said, "No, sir, I don't." And he said, "I'm Dana Rohrabacher." And I said, "Oh, I know you. You're a former congressman from California." And then I'm thinking nothing he's told me matches his Wikipedia description. And then I went and verified that. Now, what it does tell you, Tony, as you look it up, it does tell you that he's the man responsible for bringing something, a group. What's the name of that? The Mujahideen. That's right. He brought them to Afghanistan for Brzezinski's plan to use them against the Soviets. And Mr. Rohrabacher said that he was the single man responsible for the most Soviet troops killed during those battles. So it's an interesting claim. So anyway, it goes further than that, Tony. So now at this point, when he said, "You don't know who I am," I was thinking, does he know who I am? Like, I thought I was touching him with some questions, right? You guys get it? And he all of a sudden it's like, so then I looked him up. He was a libertarian anarchist activist in the 1970s while he was also in the CIA. And he was a folk singer back in the day, right? And he's became a Republican congressman. And so the whole time talking to him, I start realizing, putting stuff together, right? And I'm thinking, when was he in the CIA? I asked him what director he worked under. He said, "I didn't work under any director." I said, "Okay, I got you, buddy." Right. And then I was like, in my head, I'm like, Iran Contra, BCCI, Oliver North is his best friend. Like, my brain's recalling all this stuff as I'm talking to him. But he's 74 now. He's chill old dude. He's eating, some food. Now, Tony, around this time, I said, why don't we sit down? And would you like a little apple pie moonshine? So I poured him some apple pie moonshine with some ice. And then we had a nice conversation, Tony. And it went on like 3 hours. Now, I did not talk to him for 3 hours. I had graduates start coming around. Some of them with their interview skills shined and polished, and they did a fantastic job. Others, they might have been a little bit tipsy and saying, "Operation Gladio, tell us about," that sort of thing. So he was very cool. He answered all the questions we asked. I have a lot of footage of this, but there was a point when he said, "You better turn the camera off if we're going to continue talking about this." And then he told us, a whole bunch of other stuff about the CIA and Afghanistan and all the other stuff. So then he's a true believer, anti-communist, Tony, as was Brzezinski, right? And
Sure,
Brzezinski worked for
was
Jimmy
too.
Carter, who was a Democrat.
Right.
And Rohrabacher was a Republican. So even the parties can be anti-communist. But when I explained to him, it's like, well, communism is wealth reappropriation within the country, but for American military and Anglo-American military policy, it's the excuse to go anywhere and do anything because communism, right? So it has an internal and an external function. And then I was like, are you familiar with the work of Anthony Sutton? And he said, "Yeah, I am a little bit." I was like, "Well, the communists were funded by the same people that were, and then he's like, "Well," that's where he was like, "Well, things being as they are, you're not going to change them." So it was like, if you can't beat them, join them, is what he was like. That was his philosophy. So I asked him when he was leaving. He left this morning early, like 8 o'clock. So I didn't get a full on interview. I have his phone number and stuff, and we'll probably have him on the show for an interview to learn about some of these things, because you can't judge someone without asking them for some clarity on these sort of things. So I think there's interesting things to be learned from that situation. And then the question arose, what was he doing here at the Porcupine Freedom Festival? Was he just like a lover of liberty and likes the fresh air, or was he said like so? After like we had this interaction, we were all talking about it. He goes, my buddy Mike goes, he's someplace having the same conversation with his group of friends, saying, "We've got one who can see," So, we've had a ton of fun this week, but that was probably one of the more interesting out of scene things that we didn't expect to happen. Was the guy from the Navy's not in the Navy's, and it's CIA, and he.
Oh, lost your mic. Oh, there we go.
Talking to the CIA spook over there. All right. It went from me talking to the CIA spook over there to him sitting down to eat his quesadilla. And Cody wanted to talk about his book, which is on dragons. So I said to everybody, I said, look, Rohrbacher's over there. He's learning about dragons right now. Cody has no idea who he's sitting across from. And yeah, it was really cool. And I'm proud of all the students that came this week and their public speaking skills. Like, we've been shining public speaking skills all day prior to this. Everyone who left earlier and is at my house right now, hi, how you guys doing? You should ask Bryant and Charisse and these guys, Jesse, what they had to do today up on this stage. And we had a lot of fun, and that helped to prepare me for tonight, make sure I have my sound check and everything tight.
Well, that's awesome. I mean, what a story.
That's the update.
Crazy week, it sounds like. Definitely a novel situation. The biggest concern I have is the fact he's trying to spin a story. I know it's just like it's what do you call it? Sort of incidental talk. You're just trying to get through it, and you're making some food, so you're just asking some questions. So I can maybe forgive him a little bit there, but to contradict himself so much there, and which tells me he's not comfortable necessarily of talking about what he really did.
That was all. It was all a purposeful unfolding.
Yeah, purposeful. I think, yeah, that's what I'm willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. It's like, well, he's trying to play coy a little bit to see like how much of these people know. Once they put the story, once you realize the contradictions, see through it, then you can ask the proper questions. He's like, okay, I'm maybe with people that have a little bit more knowledge and can actually indulge that a little bit.
There's a couple different ways to address that, because like, for instance, if you look at Rohrbacher's record, he was a staunch advocate of extraordinary rendition and torture, interrogation, these sort of things that Alberto Gomez back in the day came up with, the legal counsel in the Bush administration.
Right.
Was it Gomez? I forget. It's been so long.
I'm pretty sure it sounds
those types of things put into place. Yeah. Alberto Gonzalez. I have the book. It's called the CIA Torture Report.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go to Amazon or ABE. Amazon bought ABE, so you can't get away from that. Look up a book called the CIA Torture Report. It's an official Senate Foreign Relations Committee report that's like official government history, and it's pretty thick. And there's a lot of torture. And when you find out they're torturing people in the name of they, them, those who did the event, right? They're torturing innocent people to cover up their crime. And Rohrbacher, when finding out about such things, apparently back in the day, didn't change his position. He continued to support such things. Or maybe not. That's why we'll have to interview him.
Yeah.
That's the
question. Here's where the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence committee study of the Central CIA's detention interrogation program, together with forward by Chairman Feinstein, and additional and minority views. I don't know if this is it or not. Anyways,
well, there's a book
memos.
Version of it on Amazon.
Here it is.
Because I have it on the
torture memos. Officially, the memorandum regarding military interrogation of alien unlawful combatants held outside the United States were drafted by John Yoo as Deputy Assistant Attorney General of the United States and signed in August 2002 by Assistant Attorney General J.S. Bybee, head of the Office of Legal Counsel of the United States Department of Justice. They advised the CIA, the United States DOD, and the President on the use of enhanced interrogation techniques, mental and physical torment, and coercion, such as prolonged sleep deprivation, and as part of waterboarding, so forth, and so on. And that's part of the war on terror. Now, Gonzalez, in 2005, Alberto Gonzalez testified before Congress that the CIA sought the 2002 opinion after having captured Abu Zubaydah in 2002, who was then believed to be a significant Al-Qaeda figure who could provide important information, yada, yada, yada. The memo's author, John Yoo, acknowledged the memo authorized the quote-unquote enhanced interrogation techniques used by the CIA and Zubaida's interrogation. You told an interview or in 2007 quote, there was an urgency to decide that the valuable intelligence could be acquired. So they do what they always do and say it was absolutely necessary, and we're pragmatists. So
yeah, you're talking about Abu Zubaydah.
Zubaydah.
And if you click that link I dropped in production chat, you can see the CIA torture report, and it was the Senate that did it. And it's a real book. And for people who understand that the official story wasn't as sold to you, just like in COVID and everything else, like you should be noticing a pattern. It doesn't have to repeat, but it sure does rhyme.
There's the book.
These
and
types of things.
It's on
that
the
big
Intelligence
report on
Senate
torture is only legitimized. Yeah, it's only legitimized by the official story of these people over there in the caves attacked us, so we had to go over and kidnap them and bring them to Gitmo.
Yep. Yeah, exactly right. And of course, they use the expediency of, well, there's a time issue and we need the information. Therefore, it's we need this red tape to be either not, whatever. So it's a strange situation nonetheless. Yeah. In other words, they need to make sure that there is no sort of like limitation their ability to be able to do it. So any sort of red tape that existed, make sure it doesn't exist in some capacity, make sure people either don't know about it, or make sure that we have the policy through the Patriot Act or War on Terror, whatever other policies came with that, to make sure they're allowed to do what they want to do in order to justify the need to torture people. So
all right, so I think the next clip we should go to is the Rochelle Walensky's CDC disclosure. This past, it was just like 5 hours ago that I saw it. So it's a Jimmy Dore clip, LD, and it's not in the YouTube playlist. You're just gonna have to look at Jimmy Dore because I didn't think to save it earlier when I saw it.
I should have it in the show cards. So let me see if I can find it here. Leading, hold on. Definitely have to have it. I just don't know if it's
because a lot of people made life-saving decisions based on Alex Jones, and a lot of people made life-mutilating decisions based on Tony Fauci and the CDC, and Rochelle Walensky was the primary voice and mouthpiece of what became evident as a Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates type of New World Order agenda to use the cover of pandemic to bring in a social credit score, to bring in training people to be obedient, to see who doesn't obey so they can get them next time, these sort of things. It was like a test round, and they're going to come back for more. So these little nuggets and artifacts, such as you're about to see, thanks to, people who do journalism out there. In this case, a pothead comedian in his garage named Jimmy Dore. So we're going to be able to see this clip. You didn't see it on Anderson Cooper. You didn't see it on Sean Hannity. You're going to see it here on Grand Theft World, thanks to Jimmy Dore out in California. All right, LD, if you have that clip, let's go ahead and roll it.
There's been new release of emails that let us know that when the CDC director said this,
our data from the CDC today suggests, that vaccinated people do not carry the virus, don't get sick, and that it's not just in the clinical trials, but it's also in real world data.
So when she said that, she was lying. She wasn't getting it wrong. She was lying. That's what she looks like when she's lying. She's a liar and a criminal, and she should be in jail just like Fauci and Collins and the rest of those people and Big Pharma. And how do we know this? Well, new emails show COVID vaccine mandates were based on a lie. New documents indicate the entire justification for vaccine mandates was based on a falsehood. Remember when I debated vaccine mandates on this show with my friend comedian Graham Elwood? How you could not know that the government was lying every which way to Sunday about COVID and the vaccines at that time. So now we have the proof. I always knew it would come out, and here it comes out. New documents indicate the entire justification for vaccine mandates was based on a falsehood, and that public health officials knew it. Now, I can forgive my friend for being wrong about that. In fact, I never even was mad at him for being wrong about that. That people have different opinions. He was propagandized. and repeated it. But they will never forgive me for being right about COVID. Ever. Ever. No matter how much proof comes out. None of them are doing videos about it. None of them are doing videos about how COVID was a hoax and how we were all lied from beginning to end about it. How it was never a threat to healthy people under 70 years old.
None of them would have you on the show.
No, nobody. They don't have me on their shows to apologize to me for getting it wrong, and to congratulate me for having the courage to stick my chin out and tell the truth. Can you imagine missing the biggest? You do an independent news show, you miss the biggest story of your life. Not only do you miss it, but you get it 100% wrong, which is what 99% of YouTube did, except for this show and the Gray Zone and Kim Iverson.
Combo Couch.
Combo Couch. So I guess that would be the 1% of YouTube.
Yeah.
Emails obtained through a Freedom of Information Act request show that CDC Director Rochelle Walensky and former NIH Director Francis Collins were aware of and discussed breakthrough cases of COVID in January. So what you saw, that video of her was from like June, right when the vaccines became widely available. So they knew from the start. They also knew that Pfizer never even tested to see if their vaccine stopped transmission. They never even tested to see that. You wouldn't know that watching the news or listening to Fauci or Collins or Walensky talk or anybody talk about it. You wouldn't know that. You would think they did do that testing and that it's a vaccine that's going to stop the transmission. That's what I thought when I took it. In her email, Walensky says that clearly it is an important area of study, links to a study, and then links to a study raising the issue and assures the person she is sending it to that Dr. Anthony Fauci is looped into these conversations. So they all knew this. However, in public, Walensky was saying something quite different. 2 months after discussing this data, she said vaccinated people don't carry the virus and don't get sick. So that was, maybe that video was from March or April. I have more video to show you, believe me. In a congressional hearing, after it became clear that people were able to get infected with COVID even after receiving the vaccine, she defended her original statements by claiming it was true at the time she said it. Namely for the strains that we're dealing with in early 2021. We now know that was not true and that Walensky herself knew it was not true.
The vaccine did not stop spread or infection. I'm not saying it was completely bad, but it did not stop the spread or infection.
I think actually, if I could actually just correct that point, and that is initially it did. For the Wuhan strain and for the Alpha strain, all of the early data and the literature published in the New England Journal demonstrated that for those who worked, if you didn't get infected, that you were not transmitting it to other people, and it had very high efficacy early on, up to 96%. So
and
it did change over time.
No, the bald guy, what was he doing? This guy?
Yeah, he was kind of like at the very beginning.
Oh yeah, let me play that again.
Vaccine did not stop spread or infection. I'm not saying it was completely bad, but it did not stop the spread or infection.
I think actually, if I could actually just correct that point, and that is initially it did. For the Wuhan strain and for the Alpha strain, all of the early data and the literature published in the New England Journal demonstrated that for those.
So she's lying. Jay Bhattacharya, a professor of Stanford School of Medicine, called the revelation stunning. He pointed out that despite this knowledge, they continue to push vax mandates anyway. In June of 2021, Joe Biden's head of COVID response, Andy Slavitt, tweeted out that everyone's going to get COVID no matter what. That if you're vaccinated or not, everyone's going to get it. And they still kept telling you, they still kept pushing mandates. I didn't have that debate with my friend Graham until later that year, after Andy Slavitt had already said everybody's going to get it anyway. Doesn't matter if you vaccinate everyone, everyone's going to get COVID. That's what Andy Slavitt said. Joe Biden's director of COVID response said that in June of 2021. So they knew this. And they continued to push mandates anyway. This is the real scandal. And there is little harm in getting something like this wrong in a vacuum. After all, COVID-19 vaccines certainly saved many, many, many lives and reduced the severity of infection for many more. That's what they say. But the fact that vaccine mandates were pushed, even though those in charge knew people could contract and spread the virus while vaccinated, is indefensible. So if they always knew that everybody was going to get COVID, which they did, you can't justify making someone take a vaccine, mandating a vaccine, because at that point, the vaccine just becomes about yourself. They sold the vaccines on the fact that if you got vaccinated, it was for the community. So now you wouldn't spread it to someone else and they wouldn't catch it. That was always what they told us, that validated mandates. Well, they always knew that everybody's going to get it. They misled the public on this, makes it even worse. If the vaccine stopped COVID dead in its tracks, as Fauci explained, then the decision to institute a vaccine mandate would merely be a controversial yet ultimately legitimate public health measure. The fact it did not, even if it did, I would still be against mandates. Even if that vaccine did stop that virus dead in its tracks, I would still be against vaccine mandates. Bodily autonomy, my body, my choice. There isn't an exception for that, except if I get really scared. Then it's someone else's choice. The fact that it did not do that, I mean, stop the spread and the transmission, did not stop COVID dead. The fact that it did not stop COVID dead, but rather had primarily personal benefits, completely removes the justification for mandates. That's exactly what I just said and what I had been saying all along. The Biden administration tried to impose a vaccine mandate on employers. Thousands of people were fired from their jobs. 70,000 healthcare workers in New York State alone were fired from their job during COVID. They lost their livelihoods over a lie. Those people have since been reinstated by the Supreme Court of New York State. But the big pharma got that governor in New York, who's completely corrupted by big pharma, to fire 70,000 healthcare workers, and people didn't get torches and march to the Capitol and throw her out of the governor mansion for doing that. 70,000 healthcare workers. The Biden administration tried to impose a vaccine mandate on employers. Thousands of people were fired from their jobs. Oh, by the way, those people who got fired in New York, the 70,000 healthcare workers, they got replaced by National Guard workers who were unvaxxed. Just so you know. And there was a time when unvaccinated people were not even allowed into restaurants in some of the country's largest cities. That's for true. I thought that was everywhere. And it was all based on a lie. Every time you had to show your vaccine card at a restaurant, it was all a lie. That was a lie. Never had to show my vaccine card to get on a plane. Isn't that weird? Never had to show my vaccine card to get on a plane.
Or to get in that airport.
Or to get into the airport. Isn't that weird? There must be a substantive reckoning within our public health institutions and government, more generally in the aftermath of the pandemic. Spoiler alert, there is none. There is none. None. Because that would have to come from the media, would have to put pressure on. But the media is owned by big pharma. They're not going to reform themselves. From vaccines to masks to schools to economic aid, it seems that each aspect of the pandemic was accompanied by its own set of lies and distortions. There is a reason trust in our institutions has taken such a hit in recent years, and it's not because of Joe Rogan and Jimmy Dore. It's because people like Fauci, Walensky, Collins, and everybody who has a cable news show except Tucker Carlson lied to you about vaccines, mandates, COVID, lockdowns, research, the truth. You were lied to, 100%. Remember when every news station made you think ivermectin was poison and it was for horses, and you were y'all were a redneck dummy if you took it? Turns out that was just 100% propaganda. 100%. And they all pushed it. Rachel Maddow pushed it in a tweet, still up. If those in charge do not at some point recognize what they did, commit not to do it again. Why would they not do it again? Why would they commit to not do it again? There's no downside for them doing this. And actually act differently next time they are in a similar situation, then institutional trust will continue to get worse. Well, it's going to continue to get worse, as we saw Dr. Hotez was running from a simple debate about his ideas on vaccines on a public forum with one of the world's leading environmental lawyers, which is RFK Jr. You know, when you go to sue a doctor, you don't bring another doctor, you bring a lawyer, because a lawyer knows how to question a doctor. Okay, so again, isn't it amazing to see nobody in Hollywood have the balls, almost nobody in Hollywood to have the balls to say this is crazy? Tim Robbins did. Tip of the hat to Tim Robbins. But I'm not in his orbit of celebrity status, so he has to pretend I don't exist, which is nice. Hey.
2 buttons. Boom, boom. Tony hit his buttons first, so I broke in. Are you muted, Tony?
No, I'm good. No, that's all.
Or am I? All right. I wasn't sure if I was disconnected. All right. So Rochelle Walensky, that's what it looks like when she's lying. I thought that was great. Jimmy, he knows how to like call them out on the bullshit and make it funny at the same time, and that is a rare skill for a comedian, because I think most of the other comedians who do that probably get whacked.
Yeah, he has that sort of righteous
Can't speak truth to power like
him.
that without consequences.
Yeah, and he does a good job of being incensed. His sort of humor is very in your face, very straightforward. He doesn't like hold back in any way. He's not subtle. There's definitely not much subtlety there, and that's great. Sometimes that's needed, and I like that personality, his style. It's fun. And it's needed. It works well with the political show, right? And that's because at this point, you can't be subtle or hold back and try to use innuendos or be passive aggressive in regards to the obnoxiousness of what we're witnessing with whatever politician.
No, you definitely can't.
The CDC or whatever.
You can't speak with innuendos unless you're in a affirming youth class like kindergarten, then you can talk about things that go innuendo all the time.
Oh God.
I want to cover this. The next story I want to hit is this Peter Hotez situation. Last week we talked about it a little bit. You guys started to hear like there's going to be a thing, and then I think kind of just blew up this week, and it just got funnier and funnier because Hotez is supposed to represent the science, bro. Yeah, you got a huge section on that.
Huge. There's so many commentaries. Huge section, sir. Yeah, there's oh yeah, we go many different.
So Hotez is infamous for he wrote a book that says there's no connection between vaccines and autism, and he's a big fan of Ronald McDonald and Robert F. Kennedy's conspiracy theorist, and you don't need to see the evidence. It's just because he said it, and that's how it works. So I'd like to see some of the clips that came out this week as that unfolded. Hotez is passing up, giving a lot of money to his favorite charity.
Ended up being 1.5 million.
Which could be himself.
Like that's how much money ended up.
1.5 million couldn't get this guy to debate to raise money for a charity. That's fascinating.
It is very fascinating
because science it shouldn't be debated. He said it shouldn't be a thing like that. They shouldn't talk about it. Let's let's go to the clips and hear it.
So the best one's going to be Del Bigtree. Yeah. They do a whole timeline of the events for this week, and he has a whole monologue about it beginning of the High Wire for his show on Thursday. So I'd say let's check out the one that says RFK Jr. on Peter Hotez. I don't think he'd survive a debate. Now the the first 10 minutes is like bringing people up to speed with what happened. And there's a lot of good clips that spell out exactly what happened for the audience. But then like the other 10 minutes is RFK Jr. comes on as an interview with Dell, or Dell conducts an interview with him, I should say. So we can move on after the first 10 minutes. But
well, now that you mention it, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to foreshadow what's going to happen after we cover this story, because another thing that happened here at the Porcupine Freedom Festival this week is we had a visit from a man named what's his name, RFK Jr., that guy, and he was here and he spoke to a select group of people, but not all people, because there were certain stipulations. Now, Porcupine Freedom Festival is famous for people expressing their freedom, and in the days of the Pilgrims and the American revolutionaries, that kind of like colonial period to post-colonial period, it was regular for Americans to exercise their arms. Not like this. It's not calisthenics. It meant going out and practicing with their armaments to practice that which liberated them from the British Empire, liberates them from being subjugated by other people who have armaments. So RFK Jr. did not want anyone here who had armaments anywhere near his presentation. And on one hand, I can understand it, because they shot his uncle and they shot his dad. And by they, I mean Uncle Sam and his friends. And so I understand his position. On the other hand, the libertarian position that was circulating here was, do you think he's safer in the room with all of us disarmed or with all of us armed? And I said, I get that argument too. So there was word that there was going to be some protests here, and we'll have clips for you guys next week. But the gist is this: there was a group of people who wanted to protest, and they did so in a very elegant way, in a very effective yet not boisterous way. They simply showed up en masse. There were probably 100 on the field down there, full kit, armor plates, helmets, all sorts of riflery, and the only thing separating them from the secure area was this little purple rope, right? So there's RFK Jr. speaking in the pavilion right down here, and we'll talk about that later, what he had to say. But the situation was, there's this big line of people trying to get into a place where they all won't fit, and they have to go through metal detectors. And at the same time, you have this protest, and there was a sign, Tony, that said, or rather, there was a sign that read, "Grassy Knoll." Now, the only thing lacking in this protest would have been something like, there was no bad taste. Like, by bad taste, I would say doing that while wearing a Dead Kennedys t-shirt. Like, that would have been bad taste. We didn't see anything like that. Everything I saw was respectful on both sides. So even though Bobby Kennedy Jr. is not a strong Second Amendment advocate,
I don't know. I think that's a little bad taste.
Well, Grassy Knoll was definitely pushing it, Tony.
That was pushing it.
But Grassy Knoll plus a Dead Kennedys t-shirt,
yeah,
it would have been like over the
top. Yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about that later. So let's go to first. We got to cover this clown named Peter Hotez, and we have to ask a question. Why is he an authority? And then we'll ask, why do people obey his authority? Let's check it out.
We talk about it a lot here on the High Wire, that at the center of all of science is really the scientific method. What does that mean? It means dialogue. It means discussion. It means debate. Any idea should be allowed to be challenged. In fact, anything in science should demand the challenge, should want the challenge, but that just hasn't been the case for the last several years when it comes to the COVID pandemic. And when it comes to the discussion of vaccines, it's non-existent. No one will have a debate. In fact, I was set up to be a part of a debate that was going to take place back in 2018 called One Conversation. All the doctors were lined up to have the conversation, and then they bailed out 3 days ahead of time. It looked like this. We staged it anyway, and we tried to make the arguments that they would have made for them. We were told the AMA, the CDC got involved, they all took off. Well, then in 2019, Robert Kennedy Jr. was invited to Connecticut. They were going to be voting on a law to remove the religious exemption. And so some Yale doctors and scientists said that they would debate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Here's what that looked like when we reported on it. I got really excited last week when I found out that Representative Josh Elliott in Connecticut was going to host a debate. Now, I've talked about this over and over again, how many times we've tried to have a debate. So Bobby called Josh Elliott before we got on the plane and said, look, I'm a really busy guy. So I just want to make sure this thing's on, right? It's a go. It's a go, Bobby. Get out here. Tomorrow, you're going to be on a panel with 4 other Yale scientists. Well, guess what? Yale bailed. That's it. Yale bailed out. They couldn't handle the likes of Bobby Kennedy.
We're going to embark on a potential elimination of a religious exemption without the ability of the public to come in and give their side of the story. So this morning, there was a forum scheduled where we would have had both sides of the issue present their information. And unfortunately, the other side of the issue arrogantly did not show up.
This is not a partisan issue. This is a health crisis.
I grew up with the axiom that you can't have a democracy if you don't have free debate. Free debate, no matter how controversial the issue, you got to have free debate.
Well, since then, I've had a little bit more success. If you've been watching The High Wire, of course, I debated Alan Dershowitz, the incredibly famous and talented lawyer on the COVID vaccine. And then just a few weeks ago, I had the opportunity to debate Neil deGrasse Tyson on COVID, the pandemic, and some of the issues around the vaccine there. But I would say just last week, this whole vaccine debate conversation went to a stratospheric level. Millions of dollars now involved in the idea of a debate. What am I talking about? You must have been under a rock if you missed what happened when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. appeared on the Joe Rogan Show. Take a look at this.
RFK Jr. was on the Joe Rogan podcast, and the discussion turned to vaccines.
They talked about COVID, controversial treatments, and called the vaccine into question.
Obviously, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is a threat to the establishment and starts this incredible Twitter storm.
I had a maddening conversation with Peter Hotez once.
Well, that guy is I mean, it's hard just watching a guy sit there and tell things that he's got to know are not true.
I don't know if he knows they're not true, but he's a strange example. Because when I was talking to him, he's overweight, and I asked him, does he eat well? He doesn't. He's saying, he likes junk food. He eats junk food too much. He doesn't exercise. Walks a little. He was saying he doesn't take vitamins. And I was like, this is a crazy conversation. So you're advocating for this experimental mRNA vaccine technology, and you don't even do anything else to improve your immune system? Do you take care of your immune system in other ways? Do you take probiotics? Are you cautious about your diet?
I'm not as cautious about my diet as I should be. I'm a junk foodaholic, actually.
Well, that seems like a terrible thing for your health.
It is a terrible thing for my health, and something my wife is working on.
But that seems ridiculous for someone who works with health.
Yeah.
What's going on with you, man?
Sometimes, man, I just don't get it right.
How often?
What?
How often?
How often do I steal a bag of chips or something like that?
How often do you eat garbage?
I don't know. No, hopefully not every day, but
hopefully not every day.
Yeah, maybe a couple of times a week. That's what with Rachel, my daughter with autism. That's like our thing is to go to the it's called the burger joint or to Shake Shack to get a cheeseburger. We'll sneak some fries.
So you
living large, we call it.
Like that mouth pleasure so much, you're willing to sacrifice a little bit of health.
I am. Yeah. I have to concede that's the case.
Well, there's, I don't have to tell you, but there's a large body of data that connects poor diet to a host of diseases. That seems like a crazy decision for a guy in your line of work.
There you go. Sometimes it's not all brain. It's something else.
Virologist Peter Hotez tore into Rogan on Twitter for hosting Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on his podcast.
Hotez shared a Vice article accusing him of spreading misinformation for hosting vaccine critic RFK Jr.
Nobody will debate me. For 18 years, nobody will debate me. In fact, I've scheduled many, many debates, and I've asked Hotez many, many times to debate me. And I think you've asked him here, why don't you debate Robert Kennedy? And he said, because he's a cunning lawyer or something like that. But I've debated Hotez on the telephone with with kind of a referee, and his science is just made up. He cannot stand by it. He can't cite studies.
When Hotez publicly criticized, quote, the misinformation, is when Rogan, in true Rogan form, hit back.
He invited him on to challenge RFK Jr. 3-hour open debate, no holds barred. Rogan even promised to give Hotez $100,000 to the charity of his choice.
The point is, anti-vaccine disinformation, it's always done a lot of damage and harm, but now it's a lethal force in the United States. And that's why we have to have that discussion. And I offered to come and go on Joe Rogan again. I've been on a couple of times and have that discussion with him, but not to turn it into the Jerry Springer show with having RFK Jr. on.
Rogan's initial offer of $100,000 climbed to over $1.5 million. People who added hundreds of thousands of dollars to Rogan's initial offer include Pershing Square CEO Bill Ackman and philanthropist Steve Kirsch.
Elon Musk get involved. Him saying, quote, he knows he's wrong, he's scared. Obviously, he's referring to Hotez.
The pot continues to grow from influencers who are pledging funds. Now it's at about 2.62 million.
I'm going to give it a 0% chance. There is no way Hotez will debate. He cannot handle it.
All right, well, that bet is now up to $2.62 million. Tens of millions of people have been weighing in on this conversation. It's my honor and pleasure to be joined right now by Robert Kennedy Jr. Robert, looks like we've got you stuck in some diner somewhere in America right now. I want to thank you for taking the time to join us.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm in Littleton, New Hampshire, about to do a speech at a local Pork Fest here. I'm really happy to talk to you, Del.
It's good to have you here. So this is all, you basically broke Twitter this week with this debate. First of all, I think the Rogan podcast was one of the first times you've had almost 3 hours to really lay out your perspective on vaccinations, which is very nuanced and powerful. Millions of people weighing in. Why is this such an important topic for you?
Well, it's a topic, that I stumbled into. As you know, I got dragged kicking and screaming into this. It's not something I wanted to do, but I saw the just facts and science that were shocking to me. And once you start, because the same thing happened to you, you torched your whole career because you saw things that you just could not ignore.
Right.
And I think Hotez does not want to debate me because the only way that I am discredited is if I can be silenced outright, or what I've been saying is mischaracterized as unreasonable, as crazy, or whatever. And that once people see me and they hear my arguments, they understand that these are just common sense arguments. I'm not trying to stop people from getting vaccinated. I've never been anti-vaccine, never. I've always said I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm for any vaccine that is shown to be safe and effective. But that we need actually to have robust science. We need regulators who are not, financially entangled with the pharmaceutical industry that they're supposed to be regulating, and we don't have those things in this country right now. And so Hotez and others, he is the most visible leader of the pro-vaccine movement, of the vaccine at any cost movement, and his premise is that injuries from vaccines are so rare that nobody should pay attention to them. They're 1 in a million, which is his position. But the actual science, when CDC has paid for studies, the science shows the injury rates are 1 in 39. Many of these injuries are serious, and some of them even kill people. For each vaccine, 1 in 39. And, this is CDC's own study, the Lazarus study, for example, but many, many others. You look at the Gardasil clinical trials, many others say 1 in 37, 1 in 39, 2.6% of the people, or 2.7 or 2.3. It's always around that area. So the question then becomes, what do we do with the people who are injured? Do we just ignore them and say they don't exist and deplatform them and gaslight them, which is what Hotez's policy has been. Let's instead talk about how we handle those injuries and whether those people should actually be compensated and whether there should be a good surveillance system that actually works. They all say, Hotez says, well, the VAERS system doesn't work. The VAERS system is the only system they got. They've known it doesn't work for 40 years. And they've actually developed another system in 210 that would work. But when they implemented that system in one HMO, the Harvard Pilgrim up in Boston, they found that the injury rates that were being reported were 1 in 37 or 1 in 39 kids. And so they said, we don't want this system. It's telling too much truth. And it was a machine counting. The system now is voluntary. Their own data show from CDC's own study, 2010 study, Lazarus, shows that fewer than 1% of vaccine injuries are actually reported. So that means, less than 1 in 100. For every vaccine injury, there's more than 100 that are out there for every one reported. Of course, this is something that would be intolerable to anybody, and so they have to deny it, and that's why he won't debate.
So you don't think he'll ever show up for this debate, even though we're pushing $3 million to any nonprofit he wants to give it to? You don't think he'll show up?
No, I do not think he will debate. I don't think that he can survive a debate. I don't think he can survive the facts. And it's not, Del, that I'm a good debater. It's just that I do know the facts and I can cite the sources, and I also know any sources that he's going to cite. I know, I have domain knowledge to this because I've been studying and I'm litigating it for so long. And I think that, he is years ago, I had about a 10-hour discussion by telephone, many, many phone calls over several months with Hotez, with a referee. And it was supposed to be a prelude to a public debate. But in the end, he said, well, that he would like to debate, but that NIH was ordering him not to debate. I don't know if that's true or not. The weird thing was he wasn't even working for NIH. By NIH, maybe he meant Anthony Fauci or Francis Collins. I don't know. It's all speculation. I can only tell you what Peter Hotez told me. He said he was not going to debate me because NIH had ordered him not to do so.
Are you open to debating anyone else in the scientific community? If it's not Peter Hotez, maybe he's shackled, but a Paul Offit or a Stanley Plotkin, are you basically, what is your statement to the scientific community about a debate? Who are you open to debating on this?
I'll debate anybody.
Okay.
Let me give you a proviso. If it's somebody totally unqualified to debate me, if it's somebody that the other side is going to dismiss as a palooka, as somebody who, right? But if it's somebody who's in the arena where the other side puts credence in him, so that if he loses that debate, it actually is meaningful to everybody, then I'll debate them.
Well, I just want to thank you. You have been obviously at the forefront of this. This, I think, is one of the biggest moments for this conversation. It's something that we've worked hard to make it public. This needs to be a conversation. This explosion on Twitter is the biggest thing we've ever seen. Your, conversation with Joe Rogan was spectacular. And for those that watch this show, The High Wire, and really want someone that's not afraid to ask the hard questions, you are certainly persevering there. Where do we follow you on Twitter? Is it, where the best place to follow what you're doing and what happens with this debate in the future?
It's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on Twitter. I'm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok now. They put me back on TikTok. They put me back on Instagram. I was deplatformed for years on those. You probably can't find much on YouTube because as soon as somebody puts it up, YouTube takes it down. It's a censorship machine. But anyway, I'm really, really happy for everything that you do, Del. Thank you.
Well, we're in this together, and there's a lot of people behind you now in this work, so it's really important. I want to thank you for taking the time. I know you're on the run, so we're going to let you go. Safe travels, and I'll see you somewhere out there real soon.
Thank you, Del. See you soon, my friend.
Take care. You know, it's really interesting when he says that Peter Hotez said that the NIH was stopping him from having that debate. I think one of the most important statements when we think about this conversation, why won't they have the conversation? Clearly, there is no one in science or medicine that can say that vaccines don't hurt anybody, don't kill anybody. That would fly in the face of all that we know to be true about any pharmaceutical product on the world. I've even gone as far as to say if you had a stadium full of people, you would be hard-pressed to find a piece of food that you could force everyone to take that stadium that someone wouldn't have an anaphylactic reaction and potentially die. That's just the way it is. And so I think Robert Kennedy's right. Their concern is that you're going to have to admit some people are being injured, some children being killed by this vaccine program, and no matter how small that is, are we not here to take care of them too? Is there not some way to create alternatives for them? Is there not some way to test and see what those vulnerabilities are, have a better sense of what's going on here so that everybody in America is safe? I think that that's, you know, the most important thing. And the former head of the NIH, when we speak about the NIH, Dr. Bernadine Healy, so one of the leading scientists in the world, she looked into vaccines. She was asked in a CBS interview, this is many years ago, but why is it that, you know, what she found when she was looking at the vaccine program, I think this says it all. This is why they won't debate. Take a look at this.
This is the time when we do have the opportunity to understand whether or not there are susceptible children, perhaps genetically, perhaps they have a metabolic issue, mitochondrial disorder, immunological issue, that makes them more susceptible to vaccines, plural, or to one particular vaccine, or to a component of vaccine, like mercury. The fact that there is concern that you don't want to know that susceptible group is a real disappointment to me. If you know that susceptible group, you can save those children. The reason why they didn't want to look for those susceptibility groups was because they're afraid that if they found them, however big or small they were, that would scare the public away.
It sounds like you don't think the hypothesis of a link between vaccines and autism is completely irrational.
So when I first heard about it, I thought, well, that doesn't make sense to me. The more you delve into it, if you look at the basic science, if you look at the research that's been done in animals, if you also look at some of these individual cases, and if you look at the evidence that there is no link, what I come away with is the question has not been answered.
I think it's really important for everyone to wrap their head around what she said there, because I think it's true. It's human nature and it makes some sense. Our medical establishment refuses to do proper studies, demographic studies, or even retrospective studies using databases like the VSD at the CDC that has over 10 million people in it. There have been studies of that database saying you absolutely can do a vaccinated versus unvaccinated study, a comparative study, to see if there's a difference in health outcomes and maybe start triangulating the issues. But what she's telling you is the reason they refuse to do those studies is that they are petrified that if they ever do a study, even asking the question, and they find out that there's even a small group of people that are actually being injured and killed by vaccines, which is a no-brainer. You know that's the case. Penicillin's not good for everybody. We have alternatives for people who have allergic reaction to penicillin. That is true about every drug. Every cancer drug has an alternative that you can find. The one you're using is killing you. This is true about vaccines too. But the vaccine program is the only product forced upon you by a mandate. The only one being forced if you want to go to school. So they're terrified that if you find out there's a small group of people that are actually being injured and killed, like they've been saying across the world, then they're afraid the rest of you that are not having an issue with vaccines will freak out, that you'll somehow identify with that smaller group. And this is what has the entire medical establishment paralyzed and why proper science is not being done. We need to find a way through this juggernaut. You know, this is what the issue is for anyone that might be new to the high wire.
It's a brilliant sort of monologue there by Bill Bigtree. There's a lot of issues surrounding the vaccine debate. not getting into the specifics of it, not talking about specifically Dr. Andrew Wakefield. I'm not going to get into the autism vaccine link. Just talking generally, the bigger issue here in regards to having other types of medical interventions available, other types of pharmaceuticals, or maybe natural measures that are available, whatever, are essentially not allowed. Like, the problem essentially comes down to there's a vaccine schedule that is legislated to force children, especially if you're going to go into public institutions like public schooling. Of course, we've through Rich's work and my helping him with that, and many others in regards to John Taylor Gatto and exposing the school system and how it's essentially a part of dehumanizing, trying to smash the quality that makes us human into tiny bits so they can turn us into robots, creatures of stimulus response with no ability to think in between. And we know about the histories of it. We know about how it was designed in order for, first and foremost, as a form of warfare, training soldiers, and then it was transferred over during the progressive era of the early 1900s, 1910s, in regards to, in the early pragmatists, into sort of the idea of a factory model, and that's sort of progressive education. And so, without getting into the nitty-gritty details about all of that, it's children do not have, or parents do not have, an option if they're going to if their kids are going to go to public school. They have to adhere to the vaccine schedule. The difficulty there is if they allow for the recognition that there are susceptible groups, then you have the Geert Vanden Bossche types that will argue, even though he was against the issue of the COVID-19 vaccine, in regards to creating mutant escape, he argued against Del Bigtree when they had that. It was in Bath, England. There was a conference like 6 months ago, and they had a big debate. And I remember playing it on this show because it was very interesting to see, okay, so even though Geert was against the COVID-19 vaccine for various reasons, and he talked about putting selective pressure and mutant escape and all this sort of stuff, he was still for vaccines. And it was interesting to hear this back and forth. This dialogue is starting to materialize itself, starting to manifest itself in the larger public, especially with what's happened with COVID. And I think that's a good thing. Even if it is a very difficult, perhaps one of the most difficult conversations we can have between our friends and our family and loved ones, it's certainly, people don't want to believe they either hurt their children or hurt themselves or have the potential that they call it autoimmune conditions or all sorts of different, potentially thousands and thousands of different conditions may be possibly catalyzed by the use of vaccines and also other pharmaceutical interventions. We can't just limit it. And it's also only correlations. It's not causation as of yet because the proper safety studies have not been done for a number of reasons. So it's a major complexity. Now, the one concern I do have is, yes, the families of the children that have been injured and the children themselves deserve compensation. But no, that does not mean we should just be focusing on that alone and like giving credence to the idea, okay, there's susceptible groups and we still should have legislation in place that forces everyone except for those susceptible groups to get it. No, I mean, the only answer here is to give people the individual choice. But if you give people the individual choice, that's where people come in and say, well, then we'll have to go through essentially a pandemic per generation across the world of measles, of mumps, of polio, of all these sorts of things, whether that's true or not, because then the issues of correlation with sanitary practices and the reduction of many of these diseases, especially polio in the 1950s, there's strong correlations associated with that as well. So was it the vaccine? Was it manipulation of data to make it seem like it's the vaccine? A lot of questions. And that opens up a massive debate on the efficacy of vaccines, the reality of viruses, how effective they are, the fact that how much do they wane over time, the importance of herd immunity, if that's such a real thing, and how it's achieved. There's a lot of major questions that it would just open up Pandora's box for the pharmaceutical corporations that obviously have deep captured the CDC, the FDA, our regulatory agencies, and they don't want that debate to take place because just like what happened with COVID and Joe Rogan, they couldn't necessarily control that. That got out to a larger population beyond just the fringe alternative conspiracy crowd. It got out to millions and millions of people. All of a sudden, I'm talking to my family about these things that have no idea about, necessarily what I do on a podcast such as this. So, and that sparked a conversation that was very meaningful, although very difficult, certainly at the dinner table. I'm sure for many people. But Rich, what do you take away from that in regards to the unwillingness to debate?
Intellectual bankruptcy, I think, is the phrase I would use. How else would they defend their intellectual bankruptcy but to say, well, don't need to give that money to charity, and science isn't decided by debate, and it's peer review, Tony, and all those people that approve each other's stuff. It's not unlike a circle jerk. In some circles they could call it that. I'm not saying they're jerks, I'm just saying they kind of give each other a reach around in that situation. It's
Double
not
Dutch
really
rudder,
science done like that.
They're jerking each other off, but they're using each other's arms, so that's how they work it out, right? And so that way it's not gay.
Well, and every now and then they get a donkey punch and say take it, but that's a joke that only no, that was for the folks at my house. Yeah.
Oh boy. Well,
yeah.
Not even
all right, so that covers
don't you know it's science by consensus. Science by consensus. That's how they work. So they don't work by actual how science is supposed to work, how we inquire about nature and set up tests and debate one another about the data we're receiving. It's by consensus. Look, it's a rationalistic process,
right?
Yeah, the church already had their rationalism, and their ideal was their God, which they can't prove, and then they forced it upon everyone else with all the edicts and principles and qualifications that go along with that, and said, no, you can't contradict the fact of what is stated literally in Genesis. And it's like, well, I actually can, but it still moves, I think is what he said under his breath, but it still moves.
But it moves. It moves. So at the beginning of the Del Bigtree clip, you got RFK Jr. in some hotel nearby here in Lancaster, New Hampshire. So he was here for Pork Fest. I did manage to find some clips. So if we go to the first clip, LD, what you're going to see is, and I'll explain it in the clip, but you're going to see a long line of people. There were several of these long lines to go into a space that might fit 200 people. There's 3,500 people in the park. It's sold out. People from town, they're driving in. It was a clusterfuck. Technically speaking, that's the term. No one here in the park knew there was security or that you'd have to show up 3 hours early to get in. So really the only people who got in were the people who had early notice. So there was a lot going on that morning. So what you're going to see is the extremely long line of interest to see RFK Jr., because most of these people want to see Ross Ulbricht freed from prison. And there was free Ross signs down there. Thanks to James Babb, he put signage down there. So when RFK speaking, like it's a thing, and we all had free Ross stickers on our shirts. I had a free Ross shirt on at that point because I was trying to make a statement myself. And little did we know we would get nowhere near the actual speak. Well, we got within, you can get within 10 feet of it. You just couldn't get inside the building. So what you're going to see first is the line of people, which went on. It's pretty substantial. And then the second clip, LD, which was actually the first one I put in the production chat, that is some of the fellas on the grassy knoll. And you could get, it's not the best example of the kit, but I was trying to be casual as I went through because, I wasn't looking for any interactions. I was just journalist covering the scene. So let's go to the first clip of the line, and then we'll roll it to that second clip and come back. All right, I got a good grip. Let's try it. Look at the line at this. Richard Grove reporting from Porkfest 2023. This is the Kennedy. This is the RFK Jr. line, and it's going to go on here for, I don't know, like a half a mile before you even get to the pavilion. And then you have to go through security. And the place only holds 200 people, let's say. So now we're going to see what this line looks like. There's another line over here.
Alright, I'm gonna hop off at some point and see if I can find one.
Alright, we're gonna get up close to get that whole road. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Yeah, drop for all the friendly people.
Alright, I'll see you guys in a minute.
All waiting to get into this building. All right, you can pull it. Now, I don't have an actual picture of the sign from the grassy knoll, but it exists, and somebody will send it to us in the next week, and you guys will be able to see that for yourself. Go ahead, LD, with that second clip, which is us driving through the green right near that hill that we just saw at the end of the clip. And as we go through, the purpose was there was a lot of interest. They're making a statement, and I agree with that statement. And if RFK Jr. disagrees because the government shot his people, I don't see how that takes away our right to defend ourselves as a free people. So let's go to the second clip and see. Amidst the other people, there's a lot of weapons in there. So it's like finding where's Waldo. Sorry, that's the wrong clip. Go ahead and pull it. I'll give you the other clip, LD. I thought I sent the right one. Tony, cover me while I find that clip. I gotta mute up.
Yeah. As far as I don't know the context and situation, but you could make the argument that RFK has just as much right to ask that people not be. I mean, they asked him to come there, so he has just as much freedom to ask people not, if they want to see him, not to brandish a firearm. Now, I don't agree with his decision. I agree with the idea that more people are armed, the more likely you're going to be safe. Obviously, based on the actions of individuals, places where there are no firearms. And I'm not going to go into those statistics. We've gone over them enough in the past episodes. Point is, it's willing to point out that if we're being fair, he has just as much right. And this is sort of the libertarian paradox. Does that demand that people, if they want to come see him, don't brandish firearm? And I think that's reasonable. As much as it is reasonable for people to suggest that they have the right to, and to self-defense and the right to carry a firearm. So this is sort of one of the strange limit test paradoxes that happens in libertarian theory that I think needs to be at least communicated. I think they both have a reasonable point in that regard. Even if I do disagree with RFK's stance there. But he has, to me, the right to make that determination. They asked him to speak, and where he's speaking, that's part of this contract stipulation. If he wants people to show up, considering his family history and what's happened to him, it's reasonable to assume. And let's not forget, if he believes a deep state did it, it'd be easy to plant individuals within a Free State Project to not only make the Free State Project look bad, but then would, potentially try to do harm to him. So it's actually somewhat reasonable in RFK's part to consider not allowing that, even if it is absurd. And I think that unfortunately, by not doing that, all he's doing is giving himself a greater opportunity to be accosted in some way. That's the inherent paradox of safety associated with having only a few people having the means to either defend or cause harm to other individuals. So it's something to think about. It's not always so straightforward as we'd like to think it is. Find the clip. Okay, good. Very good. No, there it is. I see. Very good. Okay, so looks like we're gonna.
It's just my buttons don't work, so I have to jockey all those screens as I do things like that. But I sent you the correct clip, and share sound when you do it, LD, because I think this one has a lot clearer sound to it. And I apologize because we're just making this up on the fly. You just got to see clips that I didn't think you'd see till next week. Sometimes I surprise even myself while we're working together here on these long shows. So LD is going to download that clip. Now this is there's speaker tents, but the place where RFK Jr. was speaking is the pavilion that has the aluminum siding and all the garage doors that open up into a seating area. And yeah, I mean, I understand his want. I mean, you're not going to convince his security team not to have people go through metal detectors. Like that's just a no-go.
100%,
They wouldn't
yeah.
have like the insurance and all the other things, right?
No way. Yep.
So I understand that angle, but the Porcupine Freedom Festival is specifically a place where it's highly irregular to ask people to give up their armaments. I mean,
But he has as much freedom to ask that.
They were
like, that's the thing. He has that freedom to
Yes,
ask that.
yes.
And that's the point of the Porcupine Freedom Festival.
Yes.
If the people want to come see him, and that's part of the contract agreement, that's as equally a reasonable request as the people demanding that they brandish their firearms.
Yes, and statements were made, but no one tried to stop him for speaking. No one tried to interrupt his speech. No one tried to do any of these sort of things. So that's the difference between protests other places that might like throw paint or pies or, sabotage stuff, right? The left does that. These are reasonable people, highly rational, really intelligent, reasonable people. And they felt being asked to be disarmed, to be in a room with other people who were armed, right? Security team and stuff like that. That's just, it's irregular, but a lot of people, they catered to it.
So
yeah, I did not attend. I had no plan. Once I heard there was that situation, I was like, because I was also considering
the idea of freedom.
if there's a false flag where they could impugn the whole community because, those people in the Porcupine Freedom Festival did it, right? So
exactly.
I came back and cooked food at the restaurant. That's what I did while he was speaking. I figured I'd watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
But his Rogan interview was compelling. That was a really good interview he did.
He's still
I caught that on the way up here.
But it's interesting that he would be invited. I assume he was invited. I doubt his team went out of his way to go to the Porcupine Freedom Festival. He's a Democrat. He believes in government and he believes in democracy. So obviously the Porcupine Freedom Festival has as an eclectic mixture of different people following different sort of philosophies, some anarcho-libertarians, anarcho-communists, some are just
here's what happened, Tony. He's trying to get on that Bitcoin train.
I see.
He spoke at the Bitcoin conference. And during that Bitcoin conference, he talked about Ross Ulbricht because someone said you'll be popular with this crowd if you talk about Ross, right? So he made a big splash. Everybody's like, RFK Jr. is talking about free Ross, free Ross. Okay, that's good. Now, one of his political strategists likely came to him and said, this is a third rail topic and it's not optional. You can't openly support this guy. So here in that closed room where he could have said basically anything and shown, like, if he was like trying to like win support, he could have said, free Ross. But he said, if I get elected, I'll consider giving him a pardon. It was very soft and wishy-washy, and everybody here was disappointed. Now, Trump could have won had he pardoned Ross Ulbricht, because you would have had the whole crypto community probably come out of the woodwork because they don't vote. There's half this country that doesn't vote. They're not all illiterate idiots. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of intelligence people who reserve their vote for someone worthy, and they probably would have given it to whoever pardoned Ross, who's a political prisoner, and we shouldn't have political prisoners in this country. So all that being said, if RFK Jr. doesn't have a strong commitment to Ross, he's not getting any of these people anywhere near voting for him.
Right. That's right.
Or many of them. There are, there's people who will, but not the majority.
Right. I mean, maybe people that are more associate more with importance in regards to vaccine safety or legislation and stuff like that. But beyond that, it depends how they weight these different issues. But yeah, that's a good point. I mean, if he's obviously
and I think they're equally important.
Yeah, me too. I agree. Sorry.
My right to keep that stuff out of my body is the same as my right to defend myself. Sorry, delay.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little bit of I'm trying to play. Yeah, we're good. It's not bad.
Let's go to the clip. Let's go to the clip and look at if you watch carefully, you'll see a variety from muskets from 1776 all the way up to modern stuff that only elite special forces get. And there was a lot of that. LD, just cut the audio and I'll narrate. All right, so that's one of the speaker tents. You can see the pavilion in the back. The doors are closed. They're usually open. So everybody here is strapped up. They've got, not everybody, but many are traveling heavy. And the ones that are in full kit I didn't want to go stick a camera in their face. I knew most of these people that I'm driving by, so it wasn't going to be a big deal. And I did not know about the sign of grassy knoll at this point. I didn't find out about it till after I left here. And this is probably an hour before he spoke. So it's those are the doors, and you can see the security line if you see the purple tape coming up here. And there we're back to the line. All right, you can cut it. There you go. And that's a little behind the scenes. I'm sure there's better footage, but that's what I had tonight for you. That's right, Teddy. Teddy agrees. There's probably better footage that we could have had on hand, and we're going to learn how to do that better in the future.
That's good, though. I mean, just on the fly, being able to. And, I mean, you're operating from Starlink right now, so like at PorkFest.
No, I'm doing it from a hotspot on my phone.
Oh, hot. Okay.
I got this. This is how I'm doing it. Laptop and hotspot. That's how I'm rolling.
It's working well. They're
trying to be more autonomous this year.
Very good. Looking good.
Yeah. So far, so good.
Well, it's an interesting. So yeah, I mean, RFK's presence there. The fact he was so taciturn with the whole free Ross and Ross Ulbricht, like that's, you're just like, to your point, you're just not going to win over individuals. Like the idea, if you're trying to win over the crypto community, I mean, the idea is that they would have sort of anonymous transactions. Even with Bitcoin, like a stable coin, the ledger is available for everyone to see, but no one knows who's necessarily doing the transacting. Or if you talk to Pat McAfee, or not right. McAfee, sorry, John McAfee, where he went and said the thing that would terrify all governments of the world is a pirate stable coin of some type, one that that is purely 100% driven by privacy first, with no indication of who's doing any sort of transacting, and that's obviously would fly in the face of what they're trying to do with CBDC rollout. So it's unless he's going to support that level of unbridled freedom, which I don't know if he's just getting his feet wet with his political strategists to try to get into a lot of these alternative communities, much like Trump did. That's how Trump won. Trump, to a certain degree, went in and he was able to sort of galvanize a lot of more fringe or alternative style communities to vote for him. And but a lot of this is campaigning strategy. I'm not against that. It's like part of the game. I mean, I am against it because I'm not really for government, but still part of the game. So you have to think of it from that level of how they're thinking about it very impersonally, like it's a game, like it's a strategy they're playing. And that's RFK has to play that game as much as anyone else if you're going to operate within that system. But then therefore that system is pretty dubious the way it's set up. And but hey, there should be something good to say about here. RFK's and shout out to Adrian actually from the town hall, and James, everyone, because we had a good conversation about this. What RFK is doing is opening this debate, opening this public conversation. Whether the debate will take place, there is now a public conversation that's becoming mainstream about vaccines, with COVID-19 vaccines and the sort of viral vector-based vaccines in the past, attenuated viral vector vaccines. So that's an incredible sort of catalyst for a very meaningful and very important debate about health policy, about individual rights surrounding health policy. And I'll take that, whether he wins or not. I mean, I certainly, at this point, considering what we have, well, I don't think they would really allow him in office. But anyways, point is, I appreciate the types of conversations he's catalyzing around the country that are very important and have been allowed not to take place. And we're seeing now the effects of that with Peter Hotez, Joe Rogan, and more mainstream personalities, individuals sort of agree with that. Even a lot of sort of Robert De Niro come out and seemingly question it as well, like some celebrities and shit. So this is the type of conversation that's being and potentially be held in the mainstream sort of over the next couple of years could be very fascinating in regards to who killed John F. Kennedy, in regards to health policy, in regards to individual rights, lots of different things that he's going to catalyze, whether he likes it or not, just by his presence. So,
all right. So I think we covered that. At least you guys know it's on the record. It's in the time capsule. You can go look for more information on that. But there's a lot of other stories we got covered tonight. There's all these new Biden crime files. Like his name should be Joe Bribin. Let's just say it. His name should be Joe Bribin, and Hunter was his proxy, his prophylactic, his crack smoking prophylactic. That's what I'm saying. And he's not original, but they're probably the worst at it. I mean, the Clintons were pretty smooth.
Clintons are
about
smooth,
cutting their
yeah.
deals, and they got a foundation. Like,
Smooth
yeah, the
criminal.
Bidens are just straight up like, give us money, send it now, send it now, or things will happen. Like, I want to get into the story because it's fucking hilarious. Can you picture, like, okay, so when you guys hear this story, I want you not to picture Hunter Biden. I want you to picture Kyle Dunnigan as Hunter Biden sitting by his dad saying these things that you're going to hear in the text. So, who had the best clip on that I'm talking about, Tony? Do you know what I'm talking about? The text where it's like, if you don't do what we say, there will be consequences. And by consequences, I mean my dad. I'll get my dad. Dude, it's fucking hilarious.
You cut out there a little bit, but that is fucking hilarious. Much agreed. There, you're back now. Oh, there's a James O'Keefe story. We have to cover that. We'll cover that later.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're
I
good.
told the funniest joke while it cut out. I'm sorry, I missed it.
So I would say.
So who do you think it was? Jimmy Dore, or was it Clayton over at Redacted? Who had the clip on it this
Clayton
week?
wouldn't be bad at it. Clayton would be fairly good. Jimmy Dore obviously did. We already showed a Jimmy Dore clip. So we could check out what I have right now. Is
I don't care, but he probably had the funniest coverage, and I want to laugh.
That's true. Okay, well in that case, the one I have actually isn't specifically. I don't know if it is. It's called "Overwhelming Evidence of Biden's Bribery from Ukraine." That's the most recent one you have from this week.
That'll do for now. That'll get us started on the topic for sure. Let's try it.
Let's go for that.
Exclusive: Hunter Biden's Maltese bank account opened by Burisma amid FBI allegations of a $10 million bribe. Now, we've been covering this. There's a lot of bribing happening with the Biden family. Now, the Biden family has taken millions and millions of dollars from foreigners and foreign companies, and they don't have any business. So that's pretty hilarious. So emails from the Biden laptop reveal a newly discovered Maltese bank account that coincides with the bribery allegations involving Biden and Burisma, as reported by an FBI source. Okay, so Burisma, that name does ring a bell, but I can't remember ever since Putin started his war of aggression. Here's Joe Biden. You remember when he said this? He talked about. Well, here we go. Listen to this. This is very suspect.
Going over convincing our team or others to convincing us that we should be providing for loan guarantees. And I went over, I guess, the 12th, 13th time to Kyiv, and I was supposed to announce that there was another $1 billion loan guarantee. And I had gotten a commitment from Poroshenko and from Yatsenyuk that they would take action against the state prosecutor, and they didn't. So they said they were walking out to press conference. I said, no, I said, we're not going to give you the $1 billion. They said, you have no authority. You're not the president. The president said. I said, call him. I said, I'm telling you, you're not getting the $1 billion. I said, you're not getting the $1 billion. I'm going to be leaving here. And I think it was 6 hours. I said, I'm leaving in 6 hours. If the prosecutor's not fired, you're not getting the money.
The prosecutor he's talking about was investigating Burisma. Now, they've lied and said that he wasn't, but he says he was. That prosecutor says he was. And so he went over there after Hunter Biden is. So watch this.
Well, son of a got fired. And they put in place someone who was solid at the time.
So he goes over there. He's got $1 billion to give Ukraine, Joe Biden, and he says, fire this prosecutor who's investigating Burisma. And they said, we're not going to do it. And he says, well, I'm not going to give you the $1 billion. He can't stop it. He can't stop talking about it. Like all criminals, they tell somebody. And so he can't stop bragging about it. And so now people are saying this is the bribery scandal. Exclusive: Hunter Biden's Maltese bank account opened by Burisma amid FBI allegations of a $10 million bribe. So that was Burisma. That's the energy company that just decided to hire Hunter Biden and give him $80,000 a month for no reason. And then Joe Biden extorted Ukraine until they fired the prosecutor who was going after the corrupt company who hired his crackhead son. Oh my God, do you think Burisma may have hired Joe Biden's crackhead son just so they could shield themselves from prosecution for corruption? I mean, I don't want to be a collusion theorist, but someone should look into that, no? Oh, that's right. Trump got impeached because on a phone call to Ukraine, he wanted Ukraine to investigate that. That's why they impeached him. Boy, time flies. But now there's new emails from the Hunter Biden laptop that shed light on Burisma's opening of a Maltese bank account for Hunter Biden in the spring of 2016. This newly discovered development coincides with the allegations made by an FBI source suggesting that Mykola Zlochevsky, the founder of Burisma Holdings, allegedly paid a $5 million bribe to then Vice President Joe Biden and his son, Hunter Biden. A Maltese bank account. Isn't that a classic Humphrey Bogart picture? The Maltese bank account? In 2014, Ukraine initiated a criminal case against Zlochevsky and Burisma, the company where Hunter Biden held a board position and received substantial compensation. Zlochevsky, who faced investigations for money laundering and public corruption, allegedly employed the vice president's son, Hunter Biden, to leverage his political influence in order to halt the investigations. Well, as long as it's a bribe from Ukraine and not Russia, that's all I really care about. I mean, if Russia had paid a bribe, then sure, I'd be upset. But Ukraine's the thing I care more about than anything, even my boosters. So you're telling me Joe Biden was extorting Ukraine to fire a prosecutor because he was bribed and not just because it was the right thing to do? According to the FBI whistleblower document, the pay-for-play scheme is outlined with Zlochevsky's purportedly safeguarding 17 audio recordings of conversations with the Bidens as an insurance policy. We already covered this. We showed you this before. Among these recordings are 2 alleged conversations with Joe Biden himself. Wait, and so so this guy Zlochevsky, he records the conversations with Hunter and Joe Biden. That guy thinks of everything, I got to tell you. And so you remember this, there's a senator already brought this up on the Senate floor. Chuck Grassley said that they have recordings. He just talked about that. So breaking, Chuck Grassley says the foreign national who bribed Joe and Hunter Biden allegedly has 17 different recordings of conversations he had with them that he has kept as an insurance policy. I think, one of the takeaways here is that Ukraine is not just a country of Nazi battalions, but they also have massive corruption. Isn't that nice? In 2018, Joe Biden proudly claimed that he pressured Ukraine. That's the video I just showed you, that he pressured Ukrainian President Petro Poroshenko into firing the prosecutor, Viktor Shokin, who was conducting an investigation into the Ukrainian energy company where Joe Biden's son was on the board. Biden accomplished this by leveraging Now, you'll go and you'll see factcheck.org says this isn't true. Reuters will say this isn't true, or Jake Tapper will say this isn't true. This is true. Biden accomplished this by leveraging the threat of withholding $1 billion in U.S. loan guarantees during his trip to Kiev in December of 2015. Leveraging. It's like extorting, but for rich, important people. Viktor Shokin, that's the prosecutor that Biden got fired, who was investigating Hunter Biden's energy company, Burisma. This guy, Viktor Shokin, has stated that at the time of his termination in March 2016, he had formulated specific plans to investigate Burisma, which included interrogations and other crime investigation procedures into all members of the executive board, including crackhead Hunter Biden. In May 2016, Burisma executive Posharsky informed Hunter Biden via a series of emails about the opening of a Maltese bank account. Posharsky requested the documentation required for the account opening, including a copy of Hunter's passport, a bank reference letter, and a utility bill serving as proof of his residential address. Hunter responded by stating, "We are working on this. I was traveling with my dad and had my passport abroad last week." There it is. There's the email he sends to that guy. That's from Hunter Biden. In the subsequent weeks, Hunter Biden's assistant, Joan Mayer, engaged in an email correspondence with Posharsky, reportedly the third-ranking executive at Burisma. During these exchanges, Mayer provided copies of Hunter Biden's passport, a utility bill, and a bank reference letter as requested. And then, on May 13, 2016, Mayer sought clarification on the requirements for a certified declaration of source wealth. She suggested providing a letter from Hunter's corporation, Owasco, to confirm his annual salary, asking, "Is that what the bank is looking for?" On the same day, a Burisma attorney sent an email to Hunter sharing the address and SWIFT code of Satabank, a Maltese bank that would be shuttered for violating money laundering laws in 2018. So they're doing a money laundering scam with a bank that got shut down for money laundering. A few days later, Hunter's assistant sent Hunter's tax ID number and signature to the Burisma executive, who responded with the confirmation, "All received." And in 2018, Satabank, who was shut down by authorities due to significant deficiencies in its anti-money laundering controls following a joint inspection by Maltese financial regulators. As a result, the Malta Financial Services Authority froze all 12,000 accounts of Satabank in 2019, leading a law enforcement launching investigations into suspicious transactions, potentially associated with the activities such as fuel smuggling, drug trafficking, and trade with sanctioned countries. Auditors disclosed in 2020 that nearly $11 billion worth of transactions processed through Satabank were flagged as suspicious. Posharsky facilitated the establishment of the Maltese bank account for Hunter Biden a year after Hunter introduced Joe Biden to the Burisma executive. So why do you think he got that job? I bet he's an energy shit, because he's influence peddling. And what does this mean? This means that Hunter Biden was acting as a foreign agent. That's what it looks like to me. Which means he's committing a crime because he's not registered as a foreign agent. And one of his campaign managers went to prison for not registering as a foreign agent. But anyway. In a now infamous email, Posharsky revealed that Hunter Biden and his business partner, Devin Archer, operated as unregistered foreign lobbyists by organizing a private dinner with then Vice President Joe Biden at Cafe Milano in D.C. Bam! In a previous email. Now, remember, they prosecuted Trump's campaign manager and they put him in jail for something very similar. In a previous email, Posharsky requested advice from Hunter on leveraging his influence, extorting his influence to benefit the company, asking for guidance on how to counter perceived politically motivated actions against Burisma. "We urgently need your advice on how you could use your influence to convey a message or a signal, etc., to stop what we consider to be politically motivated actions," they wrote to Hunter Biden. And then in 2020, Ukrainian officials seized a $6 million cash bribe linked to that guy. So this guy from Burisma, who's in bed with Joe Biden and Hunter Biden, the Ukrainian officials seized a $6 million bribe linked to him. The bribe consisted of $100 bills wrapped in rubber bands and held in plastic bags, aimed to stop an investigation into the founder of Burisma Holdings. Seems like that's what this guy's specialty is. He gets investigations to go away, and he bribes people to do it. And he looks like he bribed Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. Vladimir Pucharski, the Burisma executive, requested that Hunter Biden send his passport, bank letter, and utility bill to this other Pierre Grec Pillow at Obelisk Auctions Gallery in Malta, according to emails found on his laptop. And then in 2020, the owner of the Maltese auction house was arrested and charged with laundering millions of euros. It's like every business Hunter Biden is involved with is a money laundering scam. The arrest followed a police investigation into a suspicious. Could you imagine if this was Trump's kids? Rachel Maddow they would do a movie. They would do movies about this. Rachel Maddow would write a book. In summary, the bank where Burisma opened an account for Hunter Biden was shut down for money laundering concerns. The auction house owner, whom Burisma had asked Hunter Biden to send his banking documents to, was also later arrested for alleged money laundering related to Burisma funds. All of these events occurred in a country known for money laundering activities. What else do you need to know? There's more. I could go on and on. There's more to this. I don't want. It doesn't. I don't care. They did it. Now, the establishment will probably not. They already cleared Hunter, right? So that's what this guilty plea. This takes a 4 or 5 year investigation into Hunter Biden and his shenanigans, and it wipes it all clean. And they did it. They did it. Joe Biden took a big $5 million, $10 million bribe, and they fired that prosecutor. And Joe Biden's such a criminal, as all criminals do. They can't help but brag about their crimes. You know, that's how the cops catch most people. They fucking tell somebody about their crime. They can't help but brag about it. And of course, Joe Biden did it on stage with a microphone. Okay, nothing to see here, though. Nothing to see here at all. Not two-tiered justice. We don't live in a dictatorship. We don't live in a banana republic. We got the establishment locking up their political opponents. Hey, come see us live on.
Oh, what a strange situation. Isn't Malta the famous island where the Order of the Knights of the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem ended up populating in the 13th century? It's just a strange history to that area.
Conspiracy theory, Tony.
Yeah, strange history. That's all I'm saying.
Conspiracy theory.
Maltese.
All right, so I want to follow that up.
Let's look at some. Did they show real quick? Like, look,
yeah,
these are funny. Did they show the actual emails?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's just read this real quick. Dear Joan, hope all is well. As I've already informed you before, Burisma is opening an account at the Maltese Bank, and with that in mind, I would like to kindly ask you to provide the following: certified true copies of passports, bank references, letters, and utility bills, blah, blah, blah. And it goes on to Porzartsky, TC Joan Mayer. We are working on this. I was traveling with my dad and had my passport abroad last week. I mean, my goodness. They even have like a sort of smoking gun from emails now, not just some sort of a whistleblower that part of the FBI seems to be protecting. Other parts of the FBI are concerned if they reveal he might be killed. I mean, it's just wacky. So what do you think about all this? Sound.
Oh, sorry.
There we go. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right, I'll say it all over again. Yeah. Right. So we're going to go to the next clip. It's liberal hive mind, and it's going to build out this story a little bit further and give you some details from like a different perspective, because this is the one that complements it, I think, the most. And while everyone's worried about the submarine and all behind it, there's a smoking gun that's generating all the smoke for that smoke screen, so you don't actually see who's firing it.
Exactly, there's a smoking gun. It's not just some FBI whistleblower. Right, that's exactly right. There's a smoking gun now. It's not. I mean, the FBI whistleblower can in and of itself be a smoking gun, but because of
deal, yeah.
Oh, sorry, the lag's a little gnarly. Let's go to the clip and we'll come back. So.
Yeah, we'll go to the clip. Clip it.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. Alright, so for this video we're gonna have to keep the intro very, very short. We got a lot of context to cover, a lot of content to get through, a lot of interactions. There is some more bombshell evidence suggesting Hunter Biden and of course Joe Biden being directly involved in criminal bribery schemes and influence peddling schemes while Joe Biden was still in office. And we've been waiting for one thing on all of these scandals, all of these major bombshell revelations. We have been waiting for the mainstream media, the mainstream press to do their frickin' jobs. Every time I lead with these stories, I always say the same thing. Well, here's another bombshell, biggest story of my generation, huge corruption scandal that the media is simply ignoring, pretends doesn't exist. Here's what the media isn't telling you. And for once, finally, it seems as though this is the straw that's breaking the camel's back, and these mainstream media puppets are finally forced to ask the important questions. The White House is in total panic, squirming, shivering, as they are getting bombarded from all sides on this Biden family criminal scheme scandal. We've got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so like usual, of course, let's first start off with the context. We have a brand new document that's blowing the lid on this whole thing. Take a look right over here. We obtained a July 30th, 2017 WhatsApp message from Hunter Biden to Henry Zhao, where Hunter Biden wrote, quote, "I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled. Tell the director that I would like to resolve this now before it gets out of hand, and now means tonight. And Z, if I get a call or text from anyone involved in this, other than you, Zhang, or the chairman, I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows, and my ability to forever hold a grudge that you will regret not following my direction, I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father." All right, we've had a lot of smoking guns. This is the smoking gun of all smoking guns. Here is Hunter Biden acting like a damn criminal, a mobster, demanding payment from this Chinese oligarch. We already know who Henry Zhao is. This is in relation to Hunter Biden traveling with Joe Biden when he was vice president, on their China trip when he traveled with his father on the American taxpayer dime to China, where they made a deal with a giant Chinese energy firm that supposedly magically netted them millions of dollars. Joe Biden has stated unequivocally, in fact, he's now provably lied on multiple occasions, that he had no involvement and no knowing of his son Hunter Biden's business dealings. Here he is, presented as not only being involved, but being present in the room during phone calls and text messages with Henry Zhao, clearly being involved in these corrupt, criminal, influence-selling business dealings. In fact, Hunter Biden is using his father Joe Biden as the frickin' cudgel. I'm paraphrasing here. He's essentially saying, don't mess with us. We have the ability to hold a grudge against you and make your life difficult, and that power stems from the man next to me, my father. That is crazy. That is insane. Could you imagine if that was a leaked text message of Donald Trump Jr. strong-arming foreign nationals to send them money to do as they say because, hey, I got the president of the United States, Donald Trump, sitting next to me. This would be the biggest story. It would lead to an impeachment, indictment, investigation. But here we go. We have the Bidens and nothing seems to be happening. Well, at least finally questions are being asked. And White House spokespeople Karine Jean-Pierre and Mr. John Kirby scrambling, pathetically trying to slide their way out of this one, refusing to answer questions on this exact issue. Here's Karine Jean-Pierre.
And secondly, the president invited his son Hunter to the state dinner last night. I'm wondering if you could take us into the thinking and decision-making of why the president decided to invite us.
I'm just not going to get into family discussion, personal family discussion. As you know, Hunter is his son. I'm just not going to get into
Let me
it.
ask you this. If Hunter Biden wasn't the president's son, would he have invited someone who had just reached a plea agreement with federal prosecutors
Well,
2 days earlier?
a couple of things. Again, that's his son. He's a family member. It is not uncommon for family members to attend events at the White House. You could look at past presidents. I'm sure you have. So that is not uncommon. As it relates to anything related to Hunter, I'm just not going to respond to it from here.
Can I follow up on that?
Okay. No, I just called in somebody. Go ahead.
Yeah, so Kirby wouldn't answer James's question though. Are you going to answer the question? I mean, not a reasonable question to ask whether the President of the United States was involved, as this message seems to suggest, in some sort of a coercive conversation for business dealings by his son? Is that something, if he wasn't, then maybe you should tell us.
So here's the thing, and I appreciate the question. I believe my colleague at the White House Counsel has answered this question already, has dealt with this, has made it very clear. I just don't have anything to share outside of what my colleagues have shared. And so I would refer you to him and the DOJ. Just not going to comment from here.
Text message.
I will. What I can tell you is I know that my colleague has dealt with this. He addressed this at the White House Counsel. I just don't have anything else to share. I just answered the question. I just answered the question.
No, you didn't. Yes or no? Was the president involved in the shakedown attempt?
Stephen, I just answered the question. I just said, it's not up to you how I answer the question. I just answered the question by telling you my colleagues at the White House Counsel has dealt with this, and I would refer you to them. Go ahead.
Can you just remind us what your colleague said from the White House Counsel so we have it?
I would refer you to them, and they will share their statement with all of you.
My question is about your statements from that podium. You've stated that the president stands by his comment from the 2020 campaign that he never once discussed his son's overseas business dealings with his son. And you stood at that podium and you reaffirmed that. Do you stand by your reaffirmation?
What I will say is nothing has changed. Nothing has changed, and I will leave it there. Anything else, I will refer you to the White House Counsel.
This is not a change?
I just answered the question. You just asked me, does my statement change? I just told you nothing has changed. That's answering the question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The president was there 2 days
Go ahead,
prior.
Stephen. I'm calling on your colleague right now. Go ahead.
Thank you. To follow up on my colleague, is there anything that you can say with regard to this text message and what the president's son was alleging? Was the president there or not?
I would refer you to my colleagues at the White House Counsel. They have addressed this, and I refer you to them. Go ahead.
Karine, have you spoken to the president about this? Have you asked him whether he was there with his son on July 30th?
This is not a conversation that I've had with the president. Again, I would refer you to the White House Counsel.
Do you plan to have that conversation with the president?
No.
Did the president speak with the attorney general at all?
What a pathetic and dishonest cop-out. I'm not going to make any comment relating to the president's son. We're talking about the president's son. It's irrelevant, yada, yada, yada. The same tired excuse, the same tired deflection every single time. We're not talking about the president here. We're talking about the president's son. That is total nonsense. It's been nonsense from the start. This entire thing revolving around Hunter honestly has nothing to do with Hunter. Nobody cares about crackhead Hunter. It has everything to do with the president's involvement, which he has stated multiple times on multiple occasions that he is not involved, he is unaware that his son has done nothing wrong, and he has lied about all of it. His son clearly has done many things wrong, yet he seemingly just gets away with it because he has rich, politically connected Biden privilege. But clearly Democrats are using this Hunter Biden cop-out as a way to protect Joe Biden. Joe Biden, answer the damn questions, because this has something to do with Joe and not Hunter. But of course, they're never going to do that. John Kirby took a crack at it.
That you will regret not following my direction. I am sitting here waiting for the call with my father, unquote. So just a couple of questions about this. First, does this not undermine the president's claim during the 2020 campaign and the reaffirmations of that claim by his two press secretaries since then, that he never once discussed his son's overseas business dealings with him?
No, and I'm not going to comment further on this. James, let me save you some. Let me save you some breath. If you're going to ask about this, I am not addressing. I know you do more than I'd like you to have. I am not going to address this issue from this podium. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Thanks, guys. Have a great weekend.
He simply responded with no. Well, there you have it, folks. The greatest legal argument mounted of all time. Did Joe Biden lie about his involvement? We have text message that he's literally involved. No. Oh, well, that pretty much wraps it up, folks. Look the other way. Did you guys hear about the Ocean Gate Titanic submersible imploding in itself disaster? It's a real big viral story. Just look at that and definitely don't look here. You know, there's a reason I never covered that damn story, because first of all, I'm not going to grind views off a tragic event with multiple people losing their lives, or off the general curiosity of the public, keeping the audience on their heels as to maybe there's a chance that these people made it through this grimy, despicable mainstream media view farming, and secondly, because there's actual important things happening, like, you know, the current president of the United States and his family involved in criminal bribery schemes, acting like frickin' mafiosos, almost like a demand of protection money racket, strong-arming millions of dollars from foreign nationals, using positions in the federal government as their weapon. Holy moly. I've never seen anything like it, such incredible abuse of power. It's provable at this point. Joe Biden should be impeached. He should be investigated. Call me crazy, but I feel like there's enough evidence to indict the guy, to actually indict the guy and charge him on multiple felonies. But of course, that's never going to happen. The media is not going to cover it. The White House is going to run away, and we're going to continue talking about Donald Trump's supposed crime of keeping his own documents. I mean, you can't make this stuff up, and excuse if I'm getting frustrated and it's hard to listen to because I'm animated, passionate, and angry, but the president of the United States is a criminal, and we have WhatsApp text message proof. We have email proof. We have multiple whistleblowers pointing the finger at Joe Biden as being guilty. The former White House stenographer, Tony Bobolinsky. Now apparently Devin Archer is being subpoenaed. GOP House committees have their hands on bank transfers and bank records, witness testimony, and FBI document. Once again has a witness pointing the finger directly at the Bidens as being involved in a criminal scheme. How much more do you need? The president of the United States is compromised. He is a criminal. And so I don't want to hear about a frickin' tourist Titanic submersible experience that went wrong. I don't want to hear about a Trump indictment over keeping his own documents, or on a bogus zero evidence accusation from E. Jean Carroll, or on a Georgia phone call, which Donald Trump did nothing illegal, or an inciting an insurrection, which literally the latest freaking tweet on Donald Trump's Twitter account instantly exonerates him. It's all a distraction. The Biden crime family should be the only focus, and clearly there is a massive effort to protect them from accountability. It must stop, and people need to pay attention and know these things. Anyways, I'm going to take a breather. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, make sure to leave a like and
a massive effort also to possibly, create red herrings, build straw men. If you look at Snopes, Rich and I had already gone through that and showed it to be the facade for what it was, all these debunkings of the Burisma involvement, also the Chinese energy companies. Now there's two smoking guns. There's two. There's the WhatsApp, and then there's the emails alongside then multiple. I forgot about Archer. I forgot about Bobolinsky. I mean, my God. I mean, so there's actually been multiple whistleblowers in this case, and obviously one that the FBI, quote unquote, is supposedly protecting. While all of this is going on, no one's talking about it. No one's even batting an eye to it. They're all talking about the Titan, the implosion of the Titan. What a bait and switch. And we look at psychological warfare, look how, especially psychological warfare in the age of cybernetics and using machine interfaces to direct narrative. Yeah, I'd say, unfortunately, it's been quite successful. The narrative this week was about one thing and one thing only. As far as I didn't participate, obviously, I'm not up at PorkFest, but just living my standard life, my standard work life, talking to, people at work, just the friends and family. This was the main topic. And so all of this smoking gun evidence, all of a sudden, both from the Chinese energy company with WhatsApp and then the emails showing the link with Burisma. I mean, this is just insane. At the same time, then there's the Navy recognition that, oh yeah, they probably had a very good reason to deduce that it imploded, probably Sunday. So, or Sunday or Monday, something like that. And they let the media just run with it. Of course, that means that it probably got to Biden or someone in his administration. And of course, political strategists associated with him definitely did what they needed to do to make sure that no one's paying attention to this. No one. I saw a PBD with Alex Jones. That's actually the clip I wanted to go to earlier after we covered the Titan. That basically showed that Jean-Pierre and also the individual came after him, who she referenced as being the one she's going to defer to answer these questions, who refuses to answer them. So, yeah. Does anything more need to be said? It's a Grand Theft World, and it's not a video game. So, and unfortunately, like the people in the Titan found out you don't get extra lives using the video game controller. I don't know if they got reality and fantasy confused there, but I don't know if to throw too much shade on an absolute tragedy when in fact there's so many red flags, problems, and absurdities with it. It begs a lot of questions as to why it was allowed to happen at this very specific time. Just interesting, very strange. So Well, I want to now move into even more egregious corruption because something else happened this week with James O'Keefe. I think it's called OMG Media now, OMG Media Group, something like that. O'Keefe Media Group, OMG Media, something. And there's some revelations from a BlackRock recruiter in regards to who really runs the world. So here's one level of corruption dealing with the Bidens and their sort of pay-to-play scheme, similar to the Clintons, but not nearly as sophisticated. They certainly don't have any sort of facade as to or sophistication around the way in which they engage criminal activity. Not like the Clintons. Clintons were much more unscrupulous but detailed. I'll say that at the very least. And people are interested, check out Crooked Campaigns, chapter 15 or 16, and volume 2 of Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Blackmail. It goes into voluminous detail as to what happened with Clinton. The Clinton administration, the pay-to-play schemes associated with Chinese nationals and foreign nationals, and the association with Epstein in the early 1990s. And obviously Mark Middleton, who ended up hung with electrical cord with a shotgun in his chest at Hyper Ranch, 30 miles outside Arks. Anyways, all these very strange characters. So if we really want to understand the more sophisticated criminal family that occupied, actually, we had the Bushes right before them too. So Bushes, Clintons, much more sophisticated in style and demeanor. From my understanding, the Bidens are sort of the new kids on the block and are willing to do anything for power. And also you can see why and that's why I guess he's somehow our president now, not my president, former vice president, as Steven Crowder would say. Nonetheless, let's go check out OMG Media, I think it's called, James O'Keefe, see what this BlackRock recruiter has to say.
Want to be in the news. They don't want people to talk about them. They don't want to be anywhere on the radar.
Why not?
I don't know, but I suspect it's probably because it's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it.
All of these financial institutions, they buy politicians. You can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people.
I work for a company called BlackRock.
Meet Serge Varley, a recruiter at BlackRock.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's president. It's who's controlling the wallet. So it's
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys run campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates. Obviously, we have the system in place. First, there's the senators, and these guys are cheap. You got 10 grand, you can buy a senator. I can give you 500K right now. No questions asked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this. We're done.
Does like everybody do that? Does BlackRock do that?
It doesn't matter who wins.
You're so right.
They're in my pocket at this point.
Here is Serge Varley on how good war is for BlackRock's business.
Do you have any thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Yeah, I mean, I do have thoughts.
What are they?
Ukraine is good for business. You know that, right? I'll give an example. Russia blows up Ukraine's grain silos. The price of wheat's gonna go mad up. Ukrainian economy is tied very largely to the wheat market, global wheat market. Prices of bread, literally everything it goes up and down. This is fantastic if you're trading. Volatility creates opportunity to make profit. War is real good for business. It's exciting when goes wrong, right? BlackRock manages 20 trillion. It's incomprehensible numbers.
BlackRock Serge Varley says all of this is above a normal person's understanding.
You're like an undercover reporter. I don't know. No people don't give a shit. This is beyond them.
The whole thing of like domination from a concept is it's so interesting.
Hi, I'm James O'Keefe with OMG News. Here we are with our latest story, this time on BlackRock, one of the world's leading asset and investment managers, which owns significant shares of companies like Amazon, Microsoft, Anheuser-Busch, Meta, Target, Procter & Gamble, Comcast, CNN, Fox, and yes, Pfizer, just to name a few. At OMG, we do not shy away from exposing powerful companies, and we're not afraid of powerful people. So we decided to take a look for ourselves at the influence BlackRock has on our politics and the influence they have on our culture. So to do that, what better place to start a hidden camera investigation than into a self-described gatekeeper at BlackRock?
Like, you're kind of like a fucking gatekeeper at BlackRock.
Yeah, I am. I decide people's fates. Every fucking day, I literally decide how somebody's life is going to be shaped.
That's so powerful. I love it.
Yeah, it's I don't know, the whole thing of like domination from a concept is it's so interesting.
Introducing Serge Varley, whose LinkedIn says he's worked for Morgan Stanley, Citadel, and now as a recruiter at BlackRock.
I work for a company called BlackRock. I'm not actually a finance guy. I know what happens because I'm recruiting people who do these things. I'm the person who headhunts people from other firms. So I would approach you and be like, hey, this is a good reason why you should come work for us.
Serge tells us who really runs the world, how they do it, and just how much it costs to buy people, like politicians.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet. So it's
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys run campaign financing. Yep, you can buy your candidates.
How so?
All of these financial institutions, they buy politicians.
How do they run the world?
You acquire stuff. You diversify, you acquire, you keep acquiring, you spend whatever you make in acquiring more. And at a certain point, your risk level is super low. Like, imagine you've invested in like 10 different industries, from food to drinks to like technology, right? One of them fails, it doesn't matter. You have 9 others to pick up. Risk management is inherently in just about everything. And in the finance space, it's all about it's all about the money you make. You don't let it sit. You keep using it over and over, and
Reinvest.
Yeah, and it exponential growth.
And then once you just own a little bit of everything, is that where the control?
Yeah, you own a little bit of everything, and that little bit of everything gives you so much money on a yearly basis that you can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people. And obviously, we have this system in place. First, there's the senators, and these guys are cheap. You got 10 grand, you can buy a senator. It doesn't matter who wins.
You're still right.
They're in my pocket at this point. I can give you 500K right now, no questions asked.
Yeah.
Are you gonna do what needs to be done? They're like, yeah, of course.
And
why not?
does like everybody do that? Does BlackRock do that?
The BlackRock recruiter also tells us about how the US government relies on BlackRock for their economic simulation computational power.
Economic simulation. They need to understand the impact of something, right? They're gonna like raise the interest rate, for example. It's gonna create this cascade of various factors that people they're not sure what it's gonna do, basically.
And just how fucking great the Ukraine war is for business.
Do you have any thoughts on the Ukraine-Russia war?
Ukraine is good for business. You know, right? We don't want the conflict to end.
Why?
We don't want the conflict to end as a country. The longer this goes on, the weaker Russia is. I'll give an example. Russia blows up Ukraine's grain silos. The price of wheat's gonna go mad up. So what are you gonna do if you're a trading firm? The moment that news hits, within a millisecond, you're gonna pump trades into whoever the wheat suppliers are, into their stocks. Within an hour or two, that stock goes up, and then you sell, and you just made, I don't know, however many mil.
Why would a news channel promote a side in war?
Because it's also good for business too. I mean, what's news? News, right? What does news feed on? They feed on strategy, they feed on up events. That's what people like to watch. So when it happens, it's good business. More viewers. When nothing's happening, watches news. I don't watch news.
They're all pushing like the same talking point. Like you generally, when you look at news, like
it's propaganda. Ukrainian economy is tied very largely to the wheat market, global wheat market. This is fantastic if you're trading. Volatility creates opportunity to make profit. War is real good for business. It's exciting when goes wrong, right?
Serge also speaks on BlackRock-influenced news and even gave our journalists some tips.
based on everything we know now, when they say to sell, does that mean we should buy?
And so, yeah. It's like, you know, Jim Cramer. If you do exactly the opposite of what he's advising, you actually make money. Yeah. It's like, it's called the inverse Cramer. They don't want to be in the news. They don't want people to talk about them. They don't want to be anywhere on the radar.
Why not?
I don't know, but I suspect it's probably because it's easier to do things when people aren't thinking about it.
And when Serge was asked about insider trading and if Larry Fink recently sold $100 million in BlackRock shares, here is what he said.
Larry Fink recently sold $100 million worth of BlackRock.
Wow. Damn, Larry, that's not a good sign. The people who trade and make money, they do this the moment the information is out. And that info is typically disseminated at private levels first before it gets the range. If you want to invest smart, there's a tracker that tracks all politicians and where they have their stocks. Preemptively, if we think the stock price is going to tank, we're going to sell so that we sell it high, it tanks, and we buy back. And we didn't make, but we preserved a few mil.
Perhaps the most remarkable, profound comment by the BlackRock recruiter is the suggestion that nobody is going to care about what he is saying here or confessing here. Because as he says, quote, normal people don't give a shit.
You're like an undercover reporter.
Really? No, don't normal people worry about this stuff?
No, normal people don't give a shit. This is beyond them.
That these types of questions my reporter asked are beyond all of you. The answer is something that you, the people, the consumers, the shareholders, couldn't possibly understand. It's been said that it's easier to fool a man than to convince him he's been fooled. There is no question that many Americans are still asleep who may not want to wake up from their necessary illusions. But we hope and believe by showing these tapes of this BlackRock gatekeeper speaking so plainly on so many topics that not only we wake up people, but also inspire others to come forward on institutions like BlackRock. Oh, and this is just part one. Stay tuned tomorrow for my meeting with Serge Varley. We also reached out for comment to BlackRock, and here's what they had to say.
Let's go ahead and see the reaction now. Let's go to part two. I'm curious to see what happened once he's confronted. OMG, of course, O'Keefe Media Group. Now I get it. OMG. It's the acronyms within the name. OMG News. So let's go to part two and see the fallout with regards to how he responds to being confronted. This BlackRock recruiter.
Hey there. Is this seat taken?
Someone's gonna come back, but what's up?
Well, that person actually works for me. Live from the Bronx, this is James O'Keefe with OMG. My name is James O'Keefe, and I'm with OMG. You work for BlackRock, is that right?
Yep, that's true.
Okay.
First of all, I don't consider it me recording with you.
You don't have to. This is New York. It's a one-party
I know.
state. Right?
Yeah, but well, okay. But you asked me some questions, but please don't record me right now.
I can't agree to that. I mean, you work for a very powerful institution.
Okay, then I will not talk to you.
Well, just let's take a look at what you say here. They buy politicians, big ton of money, you say?
Like you can take this big ton of money, and then you can start to buy people.
Ukraine is good for business. War is good for business.
Ukraine is good for business. You know, right? War is real good for business.
My first question is, who have you bought?
I haven't. I'm just well, first to clarify, I'm like a low ladder person. I'm like a nobody. I don't want to be interviewed in any way.
Well, you've already been interviewed. How does BlackRock control the wallet of the president?
BlackRock does not.
That's what you said.
Those are your words. It came out of your mouth.
Sir, no, I did not say that.
Yes, you did.
Let me tell you, it's not through who's the president. It's who's controlling the wallet.
I'm a nobody. I'm a nobody.
But you just said you didn't say the thing that you're on video saying.
Yes, I did not say that BlackRock does this.
Yes, you did.
And who's that?
The hedge funds, BlackRock, the banks. These guys run.
I'm a nobody.
I'm literally a liar. You don't even know my position at this. I was trying to impress a person on a date by lying.
Right, but
Did you see my LinkedIn profile?
Yeah, we sure did. We're putting it in the video. We're going to go after people who are bigger than you throughout BlackRock. You're just one of many.
No, I
we're
understand.
exposing.
Yeah,
just don't touch me, okay?
Oh no, sorry, I'm not
Please,
touching you.
You're getting
I'm
a little close into my personal space.
Sorry, I'm trying to get through. Yeah.
So why is it exciting, though? Why is it exciting?
It's exciting when goes wrong, right?
Tell me why war is exciting, sir. Where are you going?
I'm going there.
You're walking into the police station?
Would you like to follow me?
I'll stand right here.
No, come on.
You want me to follow you into the police station?
Yes.
What are you going to do with the police? What are you going to say to the police?
I'm going to ask them to make you stop following me. I have no expertise in anything that you're asking me.
What is your expertise?
Just recruiting people. That's it.
And where do you work?
Okay.
Where is he? Where is he going? He's going into the police station? He literally walked from the restaurant into the police station.
Who are they going to arrest?
Maybe him. Maybe they're going to arrest him. He's handed himself into the NYPD, folks. James O'Keefe here, standing here in the Bronx, New York, at the corner of Kingsbridge Avenue and 236th Street. I'm standing outside the precinct. The BlackRock executive is inside the 50th precinct talking to the police about my presence here on the streets of New York with a microphone and cameras, asking him questions about what he said regarding the Ukraine war, buying politicians, recruiting people to work at BlackRock, an institution that manages $10-20 trillion. In his words, I wanted to ask him what he meant by that. He told me that he's a low-level guy, that he just recruits people at BlackRock. He also denied saying the things that he said. He denied using the words that he used, suggested I was taking him out of context. I asked him what he meant by that. When he walked into the police station, the police kind of gave their shoulders a shrug, like, oh, it's journalists. Live from the Bronx. This is James O'Keefe with OMG.
Trying to find that Quigley quote, super famous. Just pull up my old copy. It's the one on the back. And they, the international bankers, conspired to control through the central banks of the world, with the BIS as the central bank of central banks, the world, and create this internationalism as sort of the final resolution of Cecil Rhodes' vision for an Anglo-American establishment. So, I mean, that's all I think about when I see stuff like that. And managing $20 trillion. So when we talk about Biden corruption, who are the ones that finance corrupt politicians? Oh, that's right. It's in corporations, institutions like BlackRock or Vanguard, or these massive capital firms that are playing with trillions of dollars, more than GDP of most nations. So, and larger economies than most nations in general, as relates to GDP. So yeah, that's the game that's being played. That was a Grand Theft World before. It was a Grand Theft Nation. Now it's, when it comes to Biden, it's a Grand Theft World. When it comes to the tentacles that BlackRock, Vanguard, capital firms have across the entire world. But I think right now, one of the big things I think is that they have exclusive rights to rebuild much infrastructure in the Ukraine once the war has concluded. So they already are looking to that futures market, if you want to call it analogically, something of that nature. Yeah, so that's the situation. I'm not surprised. It just corroborates what Carol Quigley exposed so many years ago in his magnum opus, Tragedy and Hope, which he was obviously completely blindsided by the fact they broke the plates, only printed about 10,000, 12,000 copies. And, you know, to the day he died, couldn't understand that, you know, what he exposed was something they never wanted to be exposed, even though he supported the idea of internationalism and being essentially orchestrated through international banks, national central banks, and also that operate obviously under the cloak and auspices of nation states. So in that regard, let's go ahead and, of course, they're private central banks of those nation states and act as internationalists, even though they act as the ones producing the currency for that nation state. But we already know about that history, something we've commented on many times. And that just goes to what Quigley mentioned before. So without trying to find a specific quote, found a couple other ones that was getting me more interested anyways. Everyone's heard about the very famous quote in regards to what the international bankers had in store for internationalism and the control of currencies throughout the world through the coordinating policy through the BIS, the Bank of International Settlements. That's why Ben Carson could sit there and say they support the CBDCs. They want the ability to control every single financial transaction. That's why Larry Fink says they prefer, who's head of BlackRock or whatever, he sits there and says, we prefer totalitarian regimes. Democracies are messy. There's many different opinions, and stock markets are volatile, and it's hard for us to guess. Of course, they love volatility as long as they know what the outcome is supposed to be. Something the Rothschilds bet on with the Battle of Vienna, or with the what happened at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. So at the Battle of Waterloo. Anyways, let's move on to another topic here before Rich gets back. Let's go ahead and we covered a little bit of the vaccine stuff. Man, I have a huge section in regards to COVID-19 vaccines, a lot more fallout. I'm not sure how much of that is interesting in regards to, it's a fallout in regards to understanding about ivermectin, what I mentioned last week, continuation of issues associated with the vaccine, the voices that aren't being heard that have been injured, the correlations associated with vaccinated countries and all-cause mortality, which again are just correlations, but unfortunately those numbers are there, and it's disturbing and exhibits trends that should be investigated for a number of reasons, probably in regards to COVID policy. But let me see if there's anything here worth diving into beyond what we already watched. So we covered the Del Bigtree. So there's more fallout in regards to the Hotez clip. Are they worth? Dr. Hotez isn't the victim they want you to think he is. Is it worth going into that, or did we cover enough of it? Trying to think if that's, do we want to go down that road or not? So we just covered BlackRock, Greta Thunberg. We can get to that after intermission. That's not overly interesting. Yeah, let's go ahead and play the Crowder clip for now. It sort of just follows up. I think it gives more context to who Peter Hotez is, his history, gets into some of the how he's connected to various pharmaceutical industry or pharmaceutical companies, being at the big Baylor University, the College of Tropical Medicine or something like that under Baylor. So how he's associated with all these different pharmaceutical companies, how he's essentially a mouthpiece or marketing mouthpiece that parades as and position himself as being a doctor with authority. So let's get into a deep dive of who is Hotez. We covered like the fallout of Joe Rogan and RFK Jr. and essentially the unwillingness to debate, but let's find out a little bit more about who he actually is. Let's go to this Crowder clip. I think it's the last one in that subcategory with the RFK Jr. and Dr. Hotez. I think it's Dr. Hotez isn't the victim they want you to think he is, and that's Steven Crowder. So we'll go to that. We'll come back and move our way towards intermission.
Joe Rogan can prepare, and so can RFK Jr. And Dr. Hotez can't? Preparing to discuss or propagandize information around vaccines is exactly what this lecturing prick does. Right now, this is important to sort of be aware of the dynamic. When people on the left are criticized at all, they characterize it as a smear campaign or bullying. And as someone who's been the subject of smear campaigns for a very long time, from the left, by the way, right, and not from just individuals, but from very powerful multinational corporations, I know what that's like. And I would like you to look at this right now and think, okay, in one corner you have Joe Rogan, and then you have, we'll get to Tim Pool, Jordan Peterson, Elon Musk. And in the other corner, you have the CDC, WHO, the White House, their misinformation board, Spotify, Facebook, Google, YouTube, all of it.
Chinese government.
Well, we repeat ourselves, the WHO.
That's true, yeah. That's right.
And this brings us to this situation which is happening right now. Joe Rogan, okay. He had RFK Jr., who's running for the Democratic nomination, which of course he won't get. And they were talking about vaccines. And then this person, Dr. Peter Hotez, He's a medical doctor. He's a peer-reviewed scientist, and he's a professor at Baylor University. He's currently dean for the National School of Tropical Medicine at Baylor. I don't even tropical. We're getting very niche, but okay, fine. and he's the annual winner of every Gene Shalit lookalike contest.
It's not even close.
So he became furious, and now everyone is accusing Joe Rogan in inviting this doctor on for a debate regarding the vaccines. And this is one of the reasons we were banned on YouTube to even discuss it early on, though now you're allowed to. He's being accused of being a bully. So let's set this up first. RFK Jr. made some claims about vaccines. He also made some other claims, which, to be clear, are not necessarily accurate. But here is RFK Jr.
I don't want to do reality because reality.
That's the wrong. Sorry, that's the wrong clip. Right. Here's the right clip.
That's why I wrote the book.
Oh, sorry, wrong clip. Here is RFK Jr. on Joe Rogan.
If you're really interested in mercury contamination to exposure to children, you need to look at the vaccines. Globally, people do die on playing fields. It's a pretty steady average of 29 per year for 30 years. And we were getting after vaccination, I think 29 per month. It's unreliable because it's underestimated. And that's CDC's own study says it undercounts injuries by between 10 and 100%.
100 times. He corrects.
And so, or 100 times, not 100%, 100 times. The number 3 killer in our country, pharmaceutical drugs, the number 3 killer.
To be clear, I don't know if that's accurate. I think you might be including fentanyl.
They're not making us healthier. So they had to destroy ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine and discredit it, and they had to tell everybody it's not effective, because if they had acknowledged that it's effective in anybody, the whole $200 billion vaccine enterprise would have collapsed.
Now, look, I don't want to get into all of the side effects and the numbers on the vaccine, because we've done that, by the way. We were suspended on YouTube for doing that as well. That's a subject for, or you can go back and check the references. We'll make the links available, all references available at louderwithcrowder.com. Yes. The number of vaccine-related side effects did skyrocket. Yes, particularly younger, healthier men are at greater risk of myocarditis. We had Dr. Peter McCullough on in April 2020.
Yeah.
We have had many doctors on, and we were suspended on YouTube for covering this. What I want to discuss today is the left, of course, knows that they're backed into a corner. They know that what they claimed was irrefutable is at best for them. Best case scenario, certainly not irrefutable and up for debate. We'll run those clips later of Mark Zuckerberg even admitting that. So what do they have to do is they now have to silence you. They're past the point of ensuring that no debate happens, because now it's at the point where it's a debate does need to happen. So now they want to play victim. So after that interview, Dr. Peter Hotez retweeted a Vice article titled "Spotify has stopped even sort of trying to stem Joe Rogan's vaccine misinformation." Think about what that means. That's based on the assumption that Spotify needs to stop Joe Rogan from discussing the vaccine at all.
Right. They need to censor him.
Yes.
Deplatform the guy.
Right. Which is not new. We'll have the Jen Psaki clip in just a second. Hotez wrote in his tweet, this doctor, "It's really true," talking about this Vice reporter. "It's just awful. And from all the online attacks I'm receiving after this absurd podcast, it's clear many actually believe this nonsense." Okay. So Joe Rogan issued a challenge. And people often say, "Joe Rogan, why don't you have, you're not an authority." Here's one thing I will say. Sometimes I'm sure Joe Rogan speaks out of turn. Everybody does.
Yeah.
But he's very open to having experts on his show.
Yeah.
So his challenge
all the time, from the left and from the right.
Yes.
And they're glad to do it because it's the most powerful show on the planet.
Right. Except for the left. They don't want to do
That's
it.
right.
Because they don't want to empower what is already the most powerful show. What they want is you to think that legitimate debates only take place on CNN.
Right.
They want you to think that the only legitimate information is coming from whitehouse.gov, which, by the way, was an approved fact checker for YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. Are you starting to see the pattern? So Joe Rogan said, "Hey, look, just like everyone I have, just like RFK Jr., Dr. Hotez." Yeah, Nick?
No, I was going to say, that's how you know. I mean, they're refusing to go on a show that would get the word out.
Of course.
Better than any other platform.
Yeah.
And they refused to. What does that tell you?
Yeah, exactly. And this guy's never met a camera that he doesn't like. It'd be like Fauci saying, like, I want to be out of the limelight.
Right, exactly.
Right.
Hotez was on the Rogan show at one point too.
He was a sidekick.
I don't know.
He was in a 4-seat.
No, no, but he's actually been on the show. So this isn't like unfamiliar territory for him. It's like, hey, you've got my information. Let's do this.
So Joe Rogan tweeted at Hotez. He said, "Peter, if you claim what RFK Jr. is saying is misinformation, I'm offering you $100,000 to the charity of your choice if you're willing to debate him on my show with no time limit." Then the doctor, Hotez, responded saying, Joe, you have my cell, my email. I'm always willing to speak with you. Now, here's the thing. I agree with handling things privately if the other person didn't already go out and fire publicly.
Exactly.
Fire shot publicly.
And this wasn't the first time. They actually included Joe Rogan in a group of neo-fascists before. He said that about Joe Rogan, or retweeted a tweet that said that. So it's like, okay, well, this isn't shot number one. This is probably at least shot number 2.
And so Rogan answered, this is a non-answer. I challenge you publicly because you publicly quote tweeted and agreed with that dog shit Vice article. If you're really serious about what you stand for, you now have a massive opportunity for a debate that will reach the largest audience a discussion like this has ever had. If you think someone else is better qualified, suggest that person. There's no quarter here at this point. In other words, no time limit. You send who you want and we'll have this conversation. They'll claim you're bullying them. You're bullying them by offering them a platform to discuss this issue. The call for the debate was supported, right, in Joe Rogan's camp. Elon Musk, you have Jordan Peterson, Tim Pool, Andrew Tate, and the total amount that has now been pledged to charity for the debate, if it's held, is $2.6 million.
Yeah.
So $2.6 million to a charity of this doctor's choice. I assume we'll be studying the, coconut carrying migration patterns of pelicans. I have no idea what tropical doctor means.
I don't think they migrate or
it's like
carry
a punch
coconuts.
flavor.
Yeah, is it like,
It's just like to add flavoring to the vaccine.
Is it? It's blue drank doctor?
Yeah.
It's a tropical doctor. I have no idea. And the left is crying bully. The most important thing when you're trying to get to the truth, I guess the most important part of the process, is not just the answers, but the kinds of questions that you ask. Okay, so they say Joe Rogan's a neo-fascist. Is he? Where do you get that? What do you have to substantiate that? There is nothing to substantiate that. Then they say this neo-right-wing fascist is bullying us with other neo-right-wing fascists like Tim Pool. I mean, look at when people talk about diversity. Let me just read you this list again. This is something that honestly warms my cockles, if that's a term.
It is.
Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson, Tim Pool, Andrew Tate. There is a huge spectrum of intellectual diversity.
For sure.
And one of them is African American. And one of them has an accent that I can't quite determine. I don't know what Andrew Tate's doing, but it works for him, I guess. The point is, Jordan Peterson, Tim Pool, Andrew Tate, Elon Musk, you would not find them agreeing on a whole lot. Free speech, sure. Well, now let's look at the kind of intellectual diversity you see from the left who are claiming that they're being bullied. So here's from a Business Insider headline. Vaccine scientist says being tag teamed and dogpiled on by Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, and RFK Jr. all at once has been overwhelming.
It's a wet dream of yours.
People like me.
It's overwhelming.
Oh, poor baby.
Don't say, even if you're a man, don't say that quiet part out loud.
Yeah.
You don't say, it's just, I'm overwhelmed. And by the way, we've all been overwhelmed.
It's true. Yes.
It happens, but it's overwhelming.
Speak for yourself.
Yeah.
You got me so many more followers on Twitter. Stop.
Mark Cuban tweeted out.
This one pissed me off the most.
Well, he's a crony capitalist, this guy. He said, trying to bully Dr. Hotez is ridiculous. No, your hairpiece. Okay, Cuban. You have producers that will prepare you, and you get to control the conversation. Robert Kennedy Jr. also has a staff ready to prepare him. And these topics are what he talks about in every speech. Hold on a second. And I get that, by the way. I get it if there is not an even playing field. Like we've talked about when we did Change My Mind, we said, we will even host a debate with any professor with a moderator. You do it in the format that your school would ever host debates. We'd like to do the Monk debates.
Yeah.
The left never wants to do it on an even playing field. They want it to happen on CNN. They want it to happen on their terms.
Right.
Name the terms that are at least somewhat balanced. And I think it's pretty close to that when it's a no time limit, say whatever you want and bring whatever preparation you want. But they say Joe Rogan can prepare and so can RFK Jr. And Dr. Hotez can't? Preparing to discuss or propagandize information around vaccines is exactly what this lecturing prick does.
I'm a vaccine scientist and a pediatric scientist. I was previously chair of microbiology at George Washington University just down the road. And then a decade ago, we moved to Texas to create a unique school for emerging and neglected tropical diseases. With certain types of respiratory virus vaccines, you get immunized, and then when you get actually exposed to the virus, you get this kind of
I want an Elton John lookalike
immune enhancement phenomenon. If you narrow it down to the smallest subunit, the piece that of what's called the receptor binding domain that docks with the receptor, you get protection, and you don't get that immune enhancement phenomenon.
Sounds to me like you're pretty well prepared, scientist Gene Shalit.
Yeah. And he was all over the
We
media.
need to immunize ourselves against misinformation and inject the truth. Leave.
I thought he was a character the first time I saw him.
Yeah, I know.
I really did. But during the pandemic, he was all over me.
He was everywhere.
Every single one of those things I saw. And look, I understand, like you said, debating. He's supposed to be one of the foremost experts on this. It doesn't mean that you're necessarily a good debater. I understand that. But for Mark Cuban to claim that RFK talks about this all the time, and that's grounds for not having this conversation. I'm like, you talk about this all the time. This should be a walk-off if everything that you say is true in your Twitter account. By the way, go check it out. Everything that you say, if it's true, should be a walk-off.
We don't want to debate somebody who's well-versed in the subject.
Yes. No, yeah.
That's what they're saying.
If Elon Musk, Jordan Peterson, and Bernie Sanders can go have a conversation with Joe Rogan, I think Dr. Hotez has a shot. So there you go. You have Hotez lecturing. Okay, so this is what he does. He just doesn't want to go on Joe Rogan. This idea that only Joe Rogan can prepare. And by the way, Rogan offered to send, you're talking about sending over the topic. So this isn't sandbagging. And I appreciate that Joe Rogan doesn't sandbag. He told me when I went on the show, he said, well, I disagree with you on this. I was like, okay, great, thanks, appreciate it. Same thing that we do. If we have someone on the show with whom I disagree, I never try and do the, oh yeah, it'll just be, I go, look, I'll match the intensity, but I strongly disagree with you on this. Now, everyone is claiming that this doctor, isn't it funny? The medical authority is actually a victim being bullied. Here's Mehdi Hassan on MSNBC talking about this.
Set aside for a moment that Joe Rogan wouldn't even be a neutral moderator of such a debate. He's endorsed anti-vax nonsense many times before.
Define nonsense.
But you just can't, in general, debate with conspiracists and loons. You can't debate whether up is down, hot is cold, black is white. They never change their minds.
Men or women.
Win just by you agreeing to share a platform with them. What's the expression? Never wrestle with a pig. You both get dirty, and the pig gets 40,000
Enough about your wife.
Twitter.
Anyways, you filthy. Go back to Britain, you.
I don't know if he's broadcasting from Britain, but
I don't either.
By the way, but here's the funny thing: he actually to let him complain to his audience.
Oh,
yeah. How are you doing after being called out by the world's richest man and
how's
America's
the ice cream
most
truck
powerful
going?
podcaster?
Well, you know, the attacks from the anti-vaccine lobby do come in waves, and this time though it's been one of the tougher ones.
Luckily, my van is paneled, so I'm hard to identify.
And the incessant threatening emails.
It's the last face of 7-year-old Cub Scout season.
And let's face it, when you have RFK and Junior and Joe Rogan and
found blood
Elon
and a bow
Musk
tie
all tag teaming. Those tres hombres.
Well, what do your fantasies have to do with this?
That's
Just
probably
shut up and get me a nutty buddy.
Follower on Twitter, so it
fucking ice cream man.
Pretty overwhelming.
So here's my question to you, and you can comment below, and that always helps. Who do you think are the real bullies here? Let me make my case. This is what I think a real gang up looks like. Okay, you had big tech censorship as it related to vaccines from YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, pre-Musk. The government created the Disinformation Governance Board.
Quickly expanded.
He had Fauci, who said that he was a science. The actual White House, the WHO. Remember, we were constantly being punished for talking about COVID. We had a hard strike for citing CDC statistics. It changed my mind. COVID death toll is inflated, was completely demonetized. We had Peter McCullough on the show, and that was something that ended up being removed. And by the way, Hotez himself vilified those skeptical of the vaccine, including ourselves. We'll go to a montage of him really quickly, but all of those, right? Facebook, YouTube, Google, Twitter, Spotify. Who else can forget, if you're saying, well, where's the proof of that? Jen Psaki actively calling to a private company. When people say it's a private company, they can do whatever they want. I used to be libertarian too until I understood how the world worked. Saying this lady called for Spotify to basically silence dissenting voices like Rogan's. Jen Psaki.
Do you think that companies like Spotify should go further than just, putting a label on there to say, hey, go do your own, check this out. There's more research. You can look at, scientific research regarding COVID.
Sure. Well, last July, you probably know, but the Surgeon General also took the unprecedented step to issue an advisory on the risk of misinformation in public health, which is a very significant step. And amid that, he talked about the role social media platforms have. So our hope is that all major tech platforms and all major news sources, for that matter, be responsible and be vigilant to ensure the American people have access to accurate information on something as significant as COVID-19. That certainly includes Spotify. So this disclaimer, it's a positive step, but we want every platform to continue doing more to call out mis and disinformation while also uplifting accurate information. I mean, look at the facts, right?
Yeah. To be fair, Spotify was a blaxploitation film from the 70s, so she may have been.
True, yeah.
But imagine that with accurate information according to Us, only us. Here's the thing. You may hate Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't want to silence, it wasn't a part of policy to silence anybody, as it related to COVID, just to be clear.
Yeah.
And by the way, Dr. Hotez himself, again, protected by the establishment, a guy who has likely suckled at the government teat or the public education dollar, or higher education, which, by the way, is, again, public education. If you look at the grants and the subsidization that they receive, he also took part in the gang up the doggy pile, vilifying anyone skeptical of the vaccine at all for a long time.
By now, anyone who's unvaccinated and has been lucky enough to escape COVID, your luck is about to run out. If you look at the states with the lowest vaccination rates, those are the states that have an enormous amount of COVID. Our worst pandemic threats arose out of unvaccinated populations. We have about 80 million vaccine eligible Americans who are not vaccinated at all. And that's the reason why we have this horrible Delta epidemic.
Yeah, by the way, I always like taking my medical advice on health from a man who looks like a stand-in for frighteners. There's like, did he put on, he's like, put the pasty makeup on? It doesn't look normal.
It does not. He looks
like E.T. when they find him by the river.
It looks like he could work for CNN, no problem.
Yes, exactly.
He's got the glasses, bow tie, and the look.
Makes Jen Psaki look like Chris Rock. With
I love the
commercial
vilifying.
for Coppertone.
I love the vilifying. We've got 80 million Americans. I'm like, good.
They're the biggest risk.
Right. They're the risk. The people are the risk. Your luck's about to run out. It's
But think about that for a second. None of that makes sense. Let's just walk through this. They're hoping you don't hear what the biggest threat is people who are unvaccinated. Well, if you're vaccinated, they're not a threat to you. They're only a threat to themselves if your vaccine works. You don't do that with measles, mumps, insert polio. The biggest threat to people who've been vaccinated with polio are people who are unvaccinated. You go, those guys are going to get polio and I won't.
Right. Yeah. They actually joked about that. They're like, well, maybe they'll just die off and we'll be left with people who are smart enough to take the vaccine. Right. We're still here.
And we said, great.
We're here and we're queer.
No, not the second part.
Huh?
Your luck's about to run out. Think about it. He practiced that line. Your luck's about to run out. I think your luck ran out 2 decades ago and no one told you. These people who bullied Americans for years, including everybody in this room, just for expressing opinions, they're now trying to equate Rogan, Elon Musk, and Tim Pool with the bullying of all of mainstream media, all of big tech, all of the White House, the WHO, the CDC. Their arguments don't hold any water, so they're trying to play the victim. Look, whether you like Joe Rogan or not, whether you listen to him or not, the point is they're targeting this guy. It's 1 week it's Tucker Carlson, 1 week it's Rogan, 1 week it's us. This is going into election. It's going to heat up. The point now, this is their play. They're victims. You're a bully, they're victims. And with Nick, it's really easy to make him out to be a bully because he scares me.
He's Sicilian.
He's Sicilian.
I'm Sicilian. Oh, Sicilian.
I had to pick
You're
a different,
breaking my legs.
Different.
Come on, Sicilian.
Come and go.
Well, that was the whitest 12 seconds ever.
Holy
on a
Jesus.
podcast.
It really was.
Yeah.
Anyone want to do Talking Heads next?
Oh, I gotta love Crowder. So yeah, you get a little bit into seeing Peter Hotez's sort of duplicitous, contradictory nature when he's sitting there saying, you know, how difficult it is to come up with respiratory vaccines. Very similar to Anthony Fauci. I think we also played many of those clips last week as well. So not surprising. You can sort of see what his background is like, what he's willing to do. The fact that it's Baylor College of Medicine, is the studying tropical diseases. This is a subset out of that college. And that's where he specializes now, pushing COVID-19 vaccines, essentially when he has no specific hand in it, essentially to be more than just a marketer for it at this point. Someone who's recognizable, who's recognized as a vaccine authority. And, you know, there's Pfizer and Moderna, and these companies can go to him, J&J, and say, you know, this is you can read the insert we didn't actually include with the vaccines. And here's we'll call this the marketing insert. You can make sure you read this. We'll make sure to pay you, just like they paid Anderson Cooper. Was it $12 million? Something like that. Something obnoxious. So yeah, you know, I have no evidence of that, but it wouldn't surprise me. The fact that there's a precedent set for that, and that was exposed, a couple of weeks ago, not surprising at all. So with that, I think we cover that in full. There's a lot more we can get into there, but I think people can see how, like Fauci, how much these people say one thing and do another, and then gaslight their audience and run with their tail between their legs. acting as though they're a victim. I mean, it's the essence of being a duplicitous, obnoxious coward, someone very deplorable, very weak, very absurd, someone you almost look down upon and say they're just, I hate to sort of say it like this, but you look down on them and it's a sort of pity when you look at an individual like that who can't defend themselves, unwilling to defend themselves, and then trying to, what was it in Lord of the Rings, Wormtongue or whatever? It's kind of like that, these Faucis and the second volume of Lord of the Rings. So, anyways, that's corrupting the king of Rohan, whatever it was. So it's kind of like that. It's that corrupting force, corrupting the king, as the old sort of ideology goes and the mythology goes. And it's unfortunately he's still out there doing his dance and pony show, but his trade is being called for what it is, and it'll be interesting to see what the fallout will be from the fact that there won't be a debate. But a lot of people are all of a sudden, as I mentioned earlier, having a conversation about vaccines, both COVID-19 and vaccines in general. Maybe some of them will even back into the history of eugenics. Well, we'll wait and see. With that, I want to move into intermission. We have 2 intermission pieces for this week. I'm going to say, let's just play a half hour of each, LD, but I want to start with the Truth Stream Media. So we've been featuring a lot of Truth Stream Media, but they do fantastic productions, and they do fantastic productions that are thematically consistent with what we've been covering over the past couple of weeks that are relevant to what's been in the news. I think this is a great summation of the sort of general discussion dialogue we've been having about cybernetics over the course of this month, since Ted Kaczynski died earlier this month, and now we're towards the end of June. So I think this is a very good sort of summation of the cybernetic paradigm and its implications for what we're experiencing in our society today with information technology and how that's impacting us within the cybernetic paradigm. So I think this is Aaron Dykes. He did a fantastic a voiceover for this, and it's mainly just him, I believe, in this one. So I think it's worthwhile, especially with the conversation we've been having over the past couple of weeks in regards to technology, AI, and cybernetics. And so I want to play that one first, LD, one half of a manifesto. I think it's what's called The Rise of Artificial Stupidity. And what we're going to do is in production chat, I'll let you know if I want to keep playing it. If it ends up being, I think my girlfriend watched it this week, but did not get a chance myself to watch it. Just heard it's pretty good. So I want to see if it's something that the whole thing needs to be played. I'll let you know to keep it going. But if I feel as though it's we got the main point of it on the show, then I want to go to Jason Burmis to finish it out. So I'll let you know in production chat. But right now we're going to go with True Stream Media first, and then followed by Jason Burmis. Oh, there's Rich.
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
All right. Yeah, I'm back so we can go to intermission. I'm excited about that. And while we're going to intermission, I'm going to have to pack up because we got lightning storms in the area, and I'm in the middle of a big lightning rod cage type situation out here.
A lot of conductors right there.
I'm interested in seeing this. Yeah. So I'd rather let the electricity play without me. This thing's got a lot of electricity running through it. So we're gonna go to intermission, and Tony's gonna be able to carry the weight through the show because I'm gonna have to pack up, and then we'll rendezvous next week as usual in studio. But this has been fun. This has been triggering of my complexity. Gets us all done. We had a lot of fun today, but now it's time to put it away, and I'll tune in remotely here on my phone and stop this hotspot crazy situation.
Well, fantastic. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. It was awesome getting to see what was going on at PorcFest. And honestly, the hotspot worked out all right. It's just a delay, so sometimes I got a little confused, but I thought it actually worked decently well. So if we ever work that out.
Not only is there a delay, Tony, not only
you got like 3
not only is there a delay, there's buttons I got to hit that I don't usually have to hit. And in front of me, there's a video projector and a screen, and it's 10 seconds behind what I'm talking about. So it's a whole different echo type situation because now you're on screen over there before, and I just stopped talking. So it's my visuals. I'm not used to this setup, and that, I guess it shows. So good for me for being human.
No, he did a great job.
Let's go to intermission. Let's have some fun. Let's unpack it. Yeah.
So we'll do that. We're going to go to Truth Stream Media and then transition to Jason Burmis, but we'll let the Truth Stream LD, I'll let you know if I want you to play the Truth Stream Media the whole way through. So without further ado, let's head to intermission. Thanks again, Rich. Appreciate it. Have a safe drive, packing up. Don't get
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
I came across one half of a manifesto by Jaron Lanier, published more than 20 years ago back in 2000. I think its time has come due. Lanier is one of the progenitors of this mega project, this Silicon Manhattan project, if you will, to transform our civilization into one that is steered completely by technology. And I think the real point here is that despite all the promise of technology for our society, the level of red flags makes it very hard to get excited about it or to readily accept it because the things we might lose are so obvious.
You will die in the explosion.
And they're fundamental. What kind of society do we want it to be? What kind of society do we want to live in? It's not clear how much sway we, the plebs, even have in that scenario, but our unchecked, unconditional participation is contributing to the phenomena. Jaron Lanier writes in part, and so I'll here share my thoughts with the respondents of edge.org, many of whom, as much as anyone, are responsible for this revolution, one which champions the ascent of cybernetic technology as culture. The dogma I object to is composed of a set of interlocking beliefs and doesn't have a generally accepted overarching name as yet, though I sometimes call it cybernetic totalism. It has the potential to transform human experience more powerfully than any prior ideology, religion, or political system ever has, partly because it could be so pleasing to the mind, at least initially, but mostly because it gets a free ride on the overwhelmingly powerful technologies that happen to be created by people who are, to a large degree, true believers. I hope no one will think I'm equating cybernetics with what I'm calling cybernetic totalism. The distance between recognizing a great metaphor and treating it as the only metaphor is the same as the distance between humble science and dogmatic religion. The fact is that the technocratic elite, based largely in Silicon Valley and interwoven now within almost every strata of government, military, finance, business, have immeasurable power over the emerging era of civilization, and chances are we haven't seen anything yet.
There's been this incredible concentration of wealth and power, much of it for the people who are closest to the big computers in one way or another. There are many things going on that are destabilizing and harming the world, but I think one of them is this looming sense of people becoming obsolete. I heard questions I've never heard before. I heard questions of the form, well, if we're going to be obsolete, why did our parents have us? What is the point? And I think this sense that the technologists are about to make people obsolete is having a deleterious effect on the world along with all the other things.
But as much as grand scenarios and royal F-ups may form our mental picture of the danger of these new powers in society and the dominance of AI, Lanier draws our attention to some of the smaller dangers which are challenging us all in relatively small ways, manipulating our behavior thoroughly, yet gradually, and at many levels invisibly, in ways that may be making us worse as humans through everyday interactions. He writes in part, the distance between the ideal computers we imagine in our thought experiments and the real computers we know how to unleash on the world could not be more bitter.
The Skynet funding bill is passed. Human decisions are removed from strategic defense. It becomes self-aware at 2:14 a.m. Eastern Time, August 29th. In a panic, they try to pull the plug.
As much as AI could result in a dark, draconian, dystopic reality befitting of a proper Hollywood nightmare, just for example, Terminator 2, as much as that could happen and is strangely a realistic scenario, our submission to inferior technologies, bad moderation, lazy code, and other unforeseen consequences that, while important, would never make a good movie, these kinds of things in socializing people through algorithmically determined patterns that could simply debase our human instincts and demoralize and deteriorate us just a bit more than we may have realized. This exposure to small horrors like AI content moderation or AI credit scores or social credit systems, just to start the conversation rolling, these things can be ongoing under cover of the larger what-if scenarios that foresee big cataclysms, huge catastrophic events on the near horizon that would hypothetically be brought on when computers become ultra-intelligent masters of matter and life. And so really this manifesto comes about shortly after Ray Kurzweil's Age of Intelligent Machines, Bill Joy's essay in Wired warning about the human race becoming submissive to an artificial intelligence. It comes in the wake of the Unabomber manifesto, the Ted Kaczynski warnings about technology, and Lanier inserts, kind of the reverse criticism of what if the problem isn't that computers become ultra intelligent, but that we put ourselves under the thumb of a system that is not more intelligent but less, of a system that instead of working flawlessly works like crap and is like comparable to bad bureaucracies, bad governments. So that's the subject matter we get to, and it still crystallizes as being quite relevant now. In fact, you can kind of see which parts of it make sense. Lanier delves into 6 layers of what he terms the cybernetic totalist belief system that's created a problem of deterministic doom for humanity, who've been in many ways put on track to be reorganized as hostages in a society that would control, track, trace, and steer society as a means to ward off domination or annihilation at the hands of AI by a system gone awry that man has been creating deliberately, that gains in its own self-interest of control of people through the pretext of losing control to intelligent machines, right? We're still in the territory of problem reaction solution. We're still in the territory of crisis management. The progressive stages of this list, the beliefs that they comprise, as they compound, gradually take away more and more agency from individuals, both theoretically and where it's put into practice, minimizing the significance of the human species, reducing people to mere machinery as part of a vast biological and informational complex of which the population are to become increasingly passive participants. And things are already very centralized, huge governmental blocks, global systems, integrated, standardized technology, displacement of human labor by automation. If you really stop to think about it, so many layers of the way things are have already been kind of worked out. And at the very least, they encourage people to just repeat that and go along with the flow and just sort of agree to the way things have been worked out, which is fine when it's a good solution. But overall, I think it asks people to be less thoughtful, to do less of their own problem solving. And so things that could get better won't get better any faster.
Many issues are real. They're not just fantasy issues. They're existential, real issues. And the question is, are we still able to have a conversation about reality or not? That becomes the existential question of the moment. And so far, the way we've been running things has been pulling us away from reality. That scares me, and I think that's the core darkness that we have to address. We can survive everything else, but we cannot survive if we fail to address that.
Lanier on cybernetic totalism. He describes these as component beliefs of a cybernetic totalism. Number 1, that cybernetic patterns of information provide the ultimate and the best way to understand reality. And he argues, quoting in part, there's an undeniable rush of excitement. While I believe I can imagine what a thrill it must have been to use early photographic equipment in the 19th century, I can't imagine that any outsider could comprehend the sensation around early computer graphics technology in the 1970s. For here was not merely a way to make and show images, but a meta framework that's assumed all possible things. Once you can understand something in a way that you can shove it into a computer, you've cracked its code. It was as if we had become the gods of vision and had effectively created all possible images.
This is also new. It's not new. I realize that nothing we've been doing is new. We haven't been tapping into new areas of the brain. We've just been awakening the most ancient.
And over my left shoulder, an orange figure. Well, these changing images are being generated by computer in direct response to the movements of my head. I'm actually standing in an invisible electromagnetic field being transmitted from up there. Signals from 3 perpendicular receiving coils and the sensor on the helmet here tell the computer where my head is in that field and which direction my head is pointing in.
And you've got to kind of know in a deeply philosophical way what an image is, what that really means. We're not just talking about watching TV or flipping through photographs. We're not just talking about a likeness.
What I see when I look at you is, in fact, my image of you, or you see your image of me. The how of using our senses is a deeply concealed body of knowledge.
It's something about this mirror world of representation. It's almost kind of a straw man situation, a synthetic rendition that is like swapped out for you.
In addition to stereoscopic depth cues, the system provides full motion parallax and motion perspective cues that allow the operator to explore virtual objects in real time.
Very few people seem to realize the enormous theoretical power of this distinction between what I see and what is actually out there.
Go look up the definition. I mean, it's a fascinating topic that Mel and I have had ongoing interest in, particularly since we studied cybernetics.
This technology is simply a route to powers that conjurers and alchemists used centuries ago. Human race lost that knowledge, and now I'm reclaiming it through virtual reality.
What is the image? What is it that we're seeing? What does that mean? Lanier writes in part, the cybernetic impulse is initially driven by ego. Cybernetic totalists look at culture and see memes and autonomous mental tropes that compete for brain space in humans, somewhat like viruses. In doing so, they not only accomplish a triumph of campus imperialism, placing themselves in an imagined position of superior understanding versus the whole of the humanities.
Another part of it is what I call nerd imperialism. And what that means is that the nerd mentality, the nerd mindset would like to subsume all the other ones. So all the people who are interested in art or design, all the people who are interested in sociology, the people who are interested in politics, the people who are interested in psychology, the people who live subjectively and are interested in the impressions of the world, the people who believe in interiority and are interested in their own experience. The nerd imperialist would like to overwhelm and control and be superior to all of these. And it's kind of happened because we make so much money. We make, the biggest companies are tech companies now, and they've come up very quickly. We're outpacing even the pharmaceuticals. We're kind of kings in a way. And so, when somebody has that kind of good fortune, they always read it as confirmation of their high self-regard. And so naturally we think, yes, this whole business of replacing people with something we invent, of course it makes sense.
But they also avoid having to pay much attention to the particulars of culture in a given time and place. Once you've subsumed something into its cybernetic reduction. So once you agree that studying the pattern of information is the best and ultimate way to understand it, everything else that doesn't change that basic formula becomes less important. Isn't that what he's saying? These cybernetic totalists don't just start with the cybernetic pattern of information, and in of itself, that is not the problem. It's definitely a useful tool for thinking about things. For modeling society, for studying the way things work. But part of the problem is assuming at all that this is something that has been solved. On top of the cybernetic patterns, Lanier names number 2, that people are no more than cybernetic patterns. Number 3, that subjective experiences either don't exist or is unimportant because it is in some sort of ambient or peripheral effect. And that's part of reducing us all to cybernetic functionality.
No. No. You're trying to get inside my head, Job.
You realize, Dr. Angelo, that my intelligence has surpassed yours. And I can't allow your fear of what you don't understand to get in the way of this work.
And you begin to sense how all of this compounds upon itself. When one viewpoint or belief is contingent on the next, it shuts out other modes of thought, and it leads to this tunnel vision thing. Is sort of the engine of all of society. It becomes a lot more important what those biases are and what things are being shut out, even if the things they're saying are true or mostly true or useful or even strong arguments. Even if they're scientifically proven, there still may be other things to consider.
Mind over matter, Dr. Angelo. Not a miracle. A fact. I have to run some tests.
So he gets into number 4, that what Darwin described in biology or something like it is in fact also the singular superior description of all creativity and culture. And again, the tendency to assume that the Darwinian theory works so well that nothing else even has to be considered. Building upon that, number 5, the qualitative as well as quantitative aspects of information systems will be accelerated by Moore's law. And sometimes better is worth more than greater quantities of lesser. I mean, we know this generally. Being able to consume all of the data and information produced by a society is not the same as really understanding what people are saying. Generally, collectively, individually, it's not the same as being able to understand nuance. Even if you're seeing very important patterns, I think you have to get the qualitative right in order for the quantitative to even fully matter, especially if you're talking about an ultimate system, which appears to be what they're trying to have go on.
You're moving too fast. Even with all these new abilities, there are dangers. Man may be able to evolve 1,000-fold through this technology, but the rush must be tempered with wisdom.
And finally, Lanier says the most dramatic is number 6, that biology and physics will merge with computer sciences, becoming biotech and nanotech, resulting in life and the physical universe becoming mercurial, achieving the supposed nature of computer software. Furthermore, that all of these things will happen very soon. Since computers are improving so quickly, it's the belief that they will overwhelm all the other cybernetic processes like people, because people are also cybernetic, and will fundamentally change the nature of what's going on in the familiar neighborhood of Earth at some moment when a new criticality is achieved, maybe in about the year 2020. To be a human after that moment will be either impossible or something very different than we now can know. So Lanier sets up for a discussion about the compounding philosophy of reductive human and cybernetic control systems, where average individuals just aren't left with a lot of power, not on the bigger questions. It's part of a problem of insular thinking, academia and the ivory tower, that sort of thing. And it naturally gives way, or could naturally give way, to a dogmatic belief in some kind of moment of totalism where AI technological systems would completely take over the world and every sense of the known universe, and our lives thereafter would become a function of this techno-metabolic society. And so again, Lanier is putting it out there. He is making a significant criticism, so let's take it for what it is.
I can attempt to theorize why this holds so much sway in the technical community. Why is tech culture so obsessed with this idea of creating fake people and of believing that it's creating a new life form? Well, one theory is that it's mostly men and it's some sort of a womb envy kind of a thing, that we want to give life. It's a way of not needing women anymore. We can propagate life without them. Part of it is it's an effective plot for science fiction, and so much compelling science fiction has been made out of the idea of computers coming alive. We could mention the Matrix movies and the Terminator movies and on and on and on. That's had a big, big role. And if you look at these movies and you think, wow, science fiction does kind of say something about the future of technology, then what you think to yourself is AI is power in the future, so we better be the ones to make AI first, and it better be our AI. Once again, this sense of the race, this all or nothing race where nothing else matters.
The warnings about this have been there for some time, and film, movies, culture, TV, it reflects this. HAL 9000 takes over the ship. Skynet will wipe out John Connor's human resistance movement. Johnny Depp's Transcendence warns against the hive mind pawns that humans could quickly become, and the horror that is resurrecting a real human personality brought back to life and impersonated by an AI system, and so many other examples, on and on.
I mean, a lot of my colleagues in Silicon Valley grew up on science fiction, and we have in our heads the Matrix movies and the Terminator and Commander Data and all of these things. And these images are so powerful that we think in those terms.
The Cold War yielded the realpolitik maxim that anything short of nuclear war was allowable, or at least better, if it didn't trigger nuclear war. And thus, proxy wars and regime change flourished the world over in a wave of conflict that saw dictators and autocrats remain rather than be removed from power. This type of containment at the local level becomes typical of Cold War attitudes that enabled large-scale collectivist societies to be sustained under the conditions that led to World War II in the first place. The West and East both become blocks of this larger government of shadow control, and the technology defines the relationship of these governments to its people. The accessible levers of power in that system, the ones available to the average person from the ballot box on up, become more and more insignificant in the wake of this systemic machinery. In a similar vein, the automatic investment AI systems can make millions of transactions in mere seconds, pick up on trends, and basically know where to invest in ways that individuals certainly couldn't keep up with, and even well-organized investors would have a hard time competing with without sharing in the use of this AI technology. Predictive modeling itself puts society on the track of being easily manipulated by AI and other computational systems. And the black box steers and controls society to a degree never before known in history. Policy will censor, distribute, promote, or bury content according to its weight and value under information policies. It's much more the Leviathan now than it ever was in Thomas Hobbes' time.
Within the tech community, you'll often hear, and by the tech community, I mean the very most powerful, wealthy, and influential individuals, my friends, in many cases, you'll often hear an argument like, well, it's fine for you to worry about global warming. It's fine for you to worry about whether there'll be enough fresh water when we hit peak population later in the century. It's fine for you to worry about the danger of emerging new infectious diseases as populations travel around the world. You can worry about all that stuff, but it doesn't really matter. The only thing that really matters is the AI race, because the AI will be smart enough to solve all those things. So everything else is a waste of time. It's the singular focus on this fetish object. You can say it's a little bit like the golden calf in the Old Testament, of a sort of a flowering of vanity, of people believing that they can be God, which is, I think, a natural thing to want. It's difficult to be a person. We die. Mortality is very difficult. And this gives you a fantasy of some other status, some other story. That's a very big part of it.
Circling back around to the second and sixth beliefs, respectively, that are broken down in Lanier's Half Manifesto, the beliefs that people are, on the one hand, no more than cybernetic patterns, and the belief, on the other hand, in a coming cybernetic cataclysm, these things are worth goalposting. Let's talk about the distance between them and what it means. And obviously, contemporary humans are completely vulnerable to the problems that are posed here. These are the two main issues, the two biggest overarching things that for me came out of this paper that I want to deal with here today. It boils down to the inverse problem of inferior technology, or bad or even sinister applications, which affect a sort of mirror and repeat effect that makes humans something less than human, instead of the prophesied more than human result that would come from confronting or even merging with massively advanced technology.
Would you like another?
Extra big-ass fries.
I said I didn't get any.
Thank you. Your account has been charged. Your balance is 0. Please
What?
come back when you can afford to make a purchase. I'm sorry you're having trouble.
And as a subset, the clumsiness revealed by this problem gives way to the second issue, dealing with the submission of the population at large to the creator's bias, known or unknown, programmed, pre-programmed into this technology, put there as a preference or a policy by the creator, but basically not known to the larger human user base.
My kids are starving.
This should help you calm down.
This should help you calm down.
Lanier writes in part regarding belief number 2, every cybernetic totalist fantasy relies on artificial intelligence. It might not be immediately apparent why such fantasies are essential to those who have them. If computers are to become smart enough to design their own successors, initiating a project that will lead to godlike omniscience, someone is going to have to write the software that gets the process going. And humans have given absolutely no evidence of being able to write such software. So the idea is that the computers will somehow become smart on their own and write their own software.
Man makes man in his own image. This seems to be the echo or the prototype of the act of creation by which God is supposed to have made man in his image. Can something similar occur in the less complicated and therefore more understandable case of non-living systems that we call machines? What is the image of a machine? Can this image, as embodied in one machine, bring a machine of a general sort not yet committed to a particular specific identity to reproduce the original machine, either absolutely or under some change that may be construed as a variation? Can the new and varied machine itself act as an archetype, even as to its own departures from its own archetypal pattern? It is to the purpose of the present section to answer these questions, and to answer them by yes.
My primary objection to this way of thinking is pragmatic. It results in the creation of poor quality real-world software in the present. You see, because things are going to be so great one day, it doesn't matter what it's like today. And it's true things like computer graphics have advanced, but still, cybernetic totalists live with their heads in the future and are willing to accept obvious flaws in the present software in support of a fantasy world that might never appear. Let's start at the beginning when the idea first appeared. In Turing's famous thought experiment, a human judge is asked to determine which of the two correspondents is human and which is a machine. If the judge can't tell, Turing asserts that the computer should be treated as having essentially achieved the moral and intellectual status of personhood. Turing's mistake was that he assumed that the only explanation for a successful computer entrant would be that the computer has become elevated in some way by becoming smarter, more human. But there's another equally valid explanation of a winning computer, however, which is that the human had become less intelligent, less human-like. An official Turing test is held every year, but my view is that this event is distracting everyone from the real Turing tests that are already being won. Real, though miniature, Turing tests are happening all the time, every day, whenever a person puts up with a stupid computer software. For instance, in the United States, we organize our financial lives in order to look good to the pathetically simplistic computer programs that determine our credit ratings. We borrow money when we don't need to, for example, to feed the type of data to the programs that we know they are programmed to respond to favorably. In doing this, we make ourselves stupid in order to make the computer software seem smart. The AI belief system is a direct explanation for a lot of bad software in the world, such as the annoying features in Microsoft Word and PowerPoint that guess at what the user really wanted to type. There are many, many examples of these types of things, spin-offs and counterparts. Putting a complete list together here would be a real chore, but hopefully you get the idea. Not only is part of the problem that a frustrating half-assed solution would be presented to society as though it were a solution, but every faux authority that is presented to us that we're meant to deal with, even if they're acting unconstitutionally outside of jurisdiction, even if technically what they do is done by participants voluntarily, but most of those people feel like they have to. Things like checkpoints and scans, passwords for authorization, admittance, allowance, all the frustrations surrounding that. It's those types of questions. Either you know what I mean or you don't, I guess. A tumorous growth of the no one to appeal to problems of early phone robots, online return chatbots, other non-human arbiters of human transactions. While many transactions are straightforward and time and energy could be saved, and sometimes are for sure, efficiently sorting out some of the details, there's still many gray areas where transactions, pleading your case type of stuff is too complicated for these systems to handle, and their inability to understand it becomes an injustice to the customer, to the user, to the citizen who doesn't have the means to appeal to a higher authority, or the system doesn't have an option for that, and their inability to plead the case means they don't get a fair dealing. All too plausible in its expectations for tech to ruin our lives by incompetence, and furthermore the relinquishment of human oversight to dumber than human machines. I mean, as Lanier writes, there's no difference between machine autonomy and the abdication of human responsibility. This fundamental problem is complicated by the belief, stated or sincere, held by many prominent technocrats that such small problems are essentially speed bumps because humanity is getting smarter all the time.
Right. The correct answer is that everyone gets smarter because of this technology.
Now, the present-day electronic brains are complete morons, but this will not be true in another generation. They will start to think, and eventually they will completely outthink their makers.
Always getting smarter. AI systems are also always getting smarter, always better, always more efficient, and grander solutions are coming, while ordinary people must deal with suffering whatever problems arise in the meantime. Cybernetic totalism is thus the subjugation of human society as a whole to these forces on the belief that the emerging evolution of the system will be lifting and positive for society, at least until it isn't. And the hypnotic magnetism of this existential crisis mixed with cataclysm is that we must hurl towards the light of this dilemma at breakneck speeds, no time to stop and think, no time to test for safety, pass and go, collecting $200 and seizing up the whole board game, all the game, all its pieces and assets, in an all or nothing race to collectivize as humans and then collectivize with the existing and emerging technology in one continuous process that, again, just stamps over individuals in many ways that are going to matter and already do.
What's in this box? What's in this box? What's in this box?
And in one sense, this is taking place in the quest to meet or stave off the disaster of runaway AI. And one of the examples that comes to mind is, Gil Scott-Heron saying about Whitey on the moon, because poverty was endemic in his community and in this country generally. And yet all this money, all this technology, all this progress, all the best minds, all the thinkers are trying to get a couple of people into space, get us to the moon. Today, they say we're going to Mars, and some amazing new technologies would allow that to happen, great sums of money and all that. But what kind of culture are we exporting to another realm, to another planet? We haven't solved poverty. We haven't solved the dilemma of social interaction. Who are we to export ourselves when we haven't even figured out the basics? We could throw all the money in the world at a new technology, but we can't figure out how to live right. That's a qualitative over quantitative problem. Thus, the second main issue is a complication of these first parts, dealing with the scripted grand final belief, number 6, that of a driving belief that indoctrinates the elite steersman of society and thus keeps out dissent, silences naysayers, throws caution to the wind in a believer believes his own BS scenario that intensifies all the rest of the problem. Putting risks aside to meet the cataclysmic problems and racing ahead could mean absorbing a lot of risk in a society that wouldn't have been otherwise tolerated. Shocks justified and all compounding into a pre-scripted destination, a self-fulfilling prophecy that would cybernetically create the runaway train to meet the needs of a society that had prepared for just such an off-the-rails cataclysmic scenario, right? Give us the problem we've been imagining. It's worse than a qualitative over quantitative problem if you bring the problem into being. Here, Lanier writes on belief number 6, the coming cybernetic cataclysm. When a thoughtful person marvels at Moore's law, there might be awe and there might be terror. One version of the terror was expressed recently by Bill Joy in a cover story for Wired magazine. Bill accepts the pronouncements of Ray Kurzweil and others who believes that Moore's law will lead to autonomous machines, perhaps by the year 2020. That is when computers will become, according to some estimates, about as powerful as human brains. Not that anyone knows enough really to measure brains against computers yet, but for the sake of argument, let's suppose that the comparison is meaningful. According to this scenario of terror, computers won't be stuck in boxes. They'll be like robots connected together on the net, and they'll have quite a bag of tricks. They'll be able to perform nano-manufacturing for one thing. They'll quickly learn to reproduce and improve themselves, and one fine day, without warning, the new super machines will brush humanity aside as casually as humans clear a forest for a new development. Or perhaps the machines will keep humans around to suffer the sort of indignity portrayed in the movie The Matrix. Even if the machines would otherwise choose to preserve their human progenitors, evil humans will be able to manipulate the machines to do vast harm to the rest of us. This is a different scenario that Bill also explores. Biotechnology will have advanced to the point that computer programs will be able to manipulate DNA as if it were JavaScript. If computers can calculate the effects of drugs, genetic modifications, and other biological trickery, and if the tools to realize such tricks are cheap, then all it takes is one madman to, say, create an epidemic targeted at a single race. Biotechnology without a strong, cheap information technology component would not be sufficiently potent to bring about this scenario. Cyberneticians like Donald McKay have warned about the potential for predictive models to drive outcomes, even when undesirable. This scenario, which portends scripting our own doom, is often not recognized as the distraction of the seemingly inevitable yet larger-than-life cataclysm keeps impending doom waiting in the wings on our minds indefinitely. A form of tunnel vision within the industry clouds judgment, enables supervillains, and endangers all of us to the stupidity manifest in the machine with no feedback power in the hands of the ordinary. Nothing meaningful, anyway. Yeah, there might be room for grumblings or some customer service, but not an actual ability to change the higher policies. And Jared Lanier has been inside this revolution, apparently taken aback on a regular basis by the warning signs going ignored all around him with the people he knows, some of them his colleagues, others in the industry. The day before 9/11, rebooting civilization. While you were about to be smacked in the face by the monstrous history of 9/11, quite the cataclysm, these men and a few women were gathered together to discuss rebooting civilization. This was literally the topic of 2 seminars hosted by the Edge Foundation's John Brockman, looking conspiratorial as fuck in this chic photo of the group. The meeting, neither the first nor the last of its kind, is more of a touchstone in terms of chronicling the esoteric rise of technology into a governing system for a highly literate, politically radicalized, and modernized population organized around major city centers, forged out of public and private arrangements. This broadly distributed but tightly networked society would grow analogous to the internet itself, which developed out of the ARPANET project of '69, and it's also modeled on the neural nets of the human brain, how neuron firing works, based on what they know so far, which the original cyberneticians paralleled directly with computing and used as a model to replicate in proto-artificial intelligence and machine learning projects. They tried to train them to work like neural nets and thus, in theory, to compute like the human brain. This Department of Defense Advanced Research project in turn laid down the foundations not only for the internet as we know it, but more broadly as the cornerstone of the information society layer of our life, where a predominance of articulated language now resides and is exchanged. The expressions, the signals, and telltale communicators underneath the skull, EEG, those things are also being uncovered, and cognitive liberty is being debated as the veil between our private brain and the greater world of communication is being torn, it's being thinned. ARPANET, by laying out our remade world, is dealing with not merely a modern or technologically advanced civilization, but a veritable new epoch of civilization itself, quite set apart from all previous iterations of civilization, appropriately forged by J.C.R. Licklider himself, under military auspices with military funding, who comes from the meeting circles of interdisciplinary disciples who met together at the Macy's cybernetic conferences, and in those circles during the 40s and 50s, the group that we covered in The Minds of Men. Whatever the true revolution is of these cyberneticians, these technocrats, it's very interesting. They were meeting on literally rebooting civilization on what turned out to be the day before 9/11, which clearly kicked things into a new era on a new and in many ways horrible path. And a little less than a year before 9/11, at the turning point of the new millennia, Jared Lanier published his own one half of a manifesto paper at edge.org in November 2000. Still relevant now, 20 years later, perhaps even more so. Lanier writes in part, "For the last 20 years, I found myself on the inside of a revolution, but on the outside of its resplendent dogma. Now that the revolution has not only hit the mainstream, but bludgeoned it into submission by taking over the economy, it's probably time for me to cry out my dissent more loudly than I have before." So, getting back to his paper, the problem of bad coding, stupid software, bad design, etc., is complicated by bad policies, ones that stem from tunnel vision or arrogance of singular belief system, with a dangerous belief that mob rule is good for shutting down alternative voices and that this is still somehow compatible with democracy. It's also bad for deliberately discriminatory policies. These get built into the technology, and this is a reiteration of the quantity versus quality problem. If you do get some kind of discriminatory policy, the computer becomes very good at picking these things out. But the policy, qualitatively, is unfair. It's totally biased, but the machine's programmed to work that way, right?
What are computers very good at? Infinite memory, very good needle in the haystack problems, and an awful lot of data analysis.
So Lanier's criticized a lot of things, social media and mob rule, and he wrote in 2006 on digital Maoism, the hazards of the new online collectivism. He writes in part that is nothing less than a resurgence of the idea that the collective is all wise and that it's desirable to have influence concentrated in a bottleneck that can channel the collective with the most verity and force. This is different from representative democracy or meritocracy. This idea has dreadful consequences when thrust upon us from the extreme right or the extreme left in various historical periods. The fact that it's now being reintroduced today by prominent technologists and futurists, people who in many cases I know and like, doesn't make it any less dangerous. The threat of the mob is balanced against the very real threats of a widening wealth gap, another thing that Lanier talks about, and the concentration of any real financial power into the hands of blocks that can invest massive market-shifting amounts of money in real time based upon recommendations from the algorithms that have been simulated to evolve to program market conditions and basically are prepared for more scenarios than the black book of a football coach who's won a bunch of championship games, you know. So Lanier writes in part, here in the one half of a manifesto, among the many processes that information systems make more efficient is the process of capitalism itself. A nearly friction-free economic environment allows fortunes to be accumulated in a few months instead of a few decades. But the individuals doing the accumulating are still living as long as they used to, longer in fact. So those individuals who are good at getting rich have a chance to get richer before they die, more so than their equally talented forebears. The greater danger is that the gulf between the richest and the rest could become transcendently grave. That is, even if we agree that a rising tide raises all ships, if the rate of the rising of the highest ships is greater than that of the lowest, they will become ever more separated. And indeed, concentrations of wealth and poverty have increased during the internet boom years in America. That's what he said 20 years ago, and it's just been a problem that's intensified, really. If Moore's Law or something like it is running the show, the scale of the separation could become astonishing. This is where my terror resides, in considering the ultimate outcome of the increasing divide between the ultra-rich and the merely better off. With the technologies that exist today, the wealthy and the rest aren't all that different. Both bleed when pricked, for the classic example. But with the technology of the next 20 or 30 years, they might become quite different indeed. Will the ultra-rich and the rest even be recognizable as the same species by the middle of the new century? The possibility that they will become essentially different species are so obvious and so terrifying that there's almost a banality in stating them. Let's explore just one possibility for the sake of argument. One day, the richest among us could turn nearly immortal, becoming virtual gods to the rest of us, in the sense that biotechnology hopes to manage the processes of biology in ever greater detail, leading at some far horizon to perfect control. In other words, bad software will make biological hacks like near immortality expensive instead of cheap in the future. Even if everything else gets cheaper, the information technology side of the effort will get more expensive. Cheap near immortality for everyone is a self-limiting proposition. There isn't enough room to accommodate such an adventure.
I've got the gun in my hand here. I hate to do this to you right now, but you're gone, John. Your history.
Also, roughly speaking, if immortality was to become cheap, so would the horrific biological weapons of Bill's scenario. On the other hand, expensive near immortality is something the world could absorb, at least for a good long while, because there would be fewer people involved. Maybe they could even keep the effort quiet. So here is the irony. The very features of computers which drive us crazy today and keep so many of us gainfully employed are the best insurance our species has for long-term survival as we explore the far reaches of technological possibility. On the other hand, the same annoying qualities are what could make the 21st century into a madhouse, scripted by the fantasies and desperate aspirations of the super rich. And I'm not sure I really agree with the gist of that it would be better if just a few people pursued immortality. To me, I mean, we made a video on this. It's really just the real wealth gap that some people can afford to fix all of their problems and live a very long time, almost forever, while everyone else becomes trash. They can't even afford health care, and the health care they get does not meaningfully address some of the more important problems. He's knocking right on the door of eugenics, and the idea that there could be a secret project for the immortality of an elite, that could be going on and even kept quiet, well, that manifest, that actually came to pass. It brings us back to the larger paradox at hand, the promise of being controlled in order to limit external control by AI cataclysm that we will have created and encouraged in so many ways. And Lanier points out things related to this, the future birth of a more than human species is usually said to be related to computers. It's certainly the picture they're painting. He later writes with some irony that just as a newborn race of super intelligent robots are about to consume all of humanity, our dear old species will likely be saved by a Windows crash.
It's going to say, hey, I see you plugged in a new device, and it's going to load in the appropriate drivers. You'll notice that this scanner built, whoa. Moving right along.
That must be why we're not shipping Windows 98 yet.
Absolutely.
So he's actually arguing that the smaller problems are both a problem and potentially are saviors from the greater AI cataclysm. That maybe this stuff is not actually up to snuff, and the picture of this all-powerful, all-knowing, godlike AI system may just be a myth, a fantasy, There's so much more to the recipe that could see us dwarfed by a pseudo-species capable of dominating everything we do. It's one which could exterminate humanity, it could blur it out of existence, dominate it, or it could render us to be mere pets or matrix batteries, but it will at least manipulate the behavior of humanity as a whole. It's aiming to and functioning as bringing it under technocratic control by means of the very perceived looming threat of AI dominance that is projected, right? The very problem posed by a super intelligent, super powerful AI is the organizing belief that is manipulating humanity to bring itself further under technocratic control. We are feeding into the problem. Do you see that?
Right. The correct answer is that everyone gets smarter because of this technology.
So all you're looking at with these AI programs is what other people have done. It's just us. It's just a new kind of social cooperation. But I know the science fiction idea is so appealing and so strong that people just want to go there because it fulfills their fantasies from when they were kids. And,
well, they're nightmares.
Yeah, well, the funny thing about it, there's a weird two-edged kind of appeal, because you might say, well, if the fantasy when you were a kid that you saw in all of these movies was that the AIs would take over and destroy humanity, why would you want that? But the thing is, being able to relive, even if it seems very negative, entering into the science fiction of your youth has this kind of appeal. Like, you're the one actually doing it, actually having this power. It's very hard to overcome that. I mean, the science fiction of our youth is almost like, I don't want to use the word religion, but it's like this very deep culture in us. And so it becomes our vocabulary, it becomes our way of thinking.
In conclusion, whatever is true about technology, it's absolutely changed and fundamentally altered the society we live in and the times into which we've been born. For good or for ill, as they say, it's been the trend and it's not going anywhere. Back in 2000, Lanier wrote, quoting in part, "There's a real chance that evolutionary psychology, artificial intelligence, Moore's law fetishizing, and the rest of the package will catch on in a big way, as big as Freud or Marx did in their times, or bigger since these ideas might end up essentially built into the software that runs our society and thus our lives. If that happens, the ideology of cybernetic totalist intellectuals will be amplified from novelty into a force that could cause suffering for millions of people."
That a mind plucked from reality through shutting off the senses could be easily softened, remolded, or even shattered.
The psychological aspects of behavior control would include not only conditioning by repetition and training, but such things as hypnosis, deprivation, isolation, manipulation of guilt feelings, subtle or overt threats, social pressure, and
The
so
greatest
on.
crime of Marxism wasn't simply that much of what it claimed was false, but that it claimed to be the sole and utterly complete path to understanding life and reality. Cybernetic eschatology shares with some of history's worst ideologies as a doctrine of historical predestination. There's nothing more gray, stultifying, or dreary than a life lived inside of the confines of a theory. Let us hope that cybernetic totalists learn humility before their day in the sun arrives. End quote.
There's like the artificial intelligence religion makes engineers just loathe giving people control because they want everybody to buy in to this AI religion. They want people to say, yes, the machine is choosing for me. I trust the machine is becoming alive. They want that so much that they'll destroy the world to get that feeling.
I mean, that's a big pill that Jaron is having a swallow here. But he's right. The madness of believing your own bullshit, of modeling it for society and getting us all to feed into our own predestined cataclysm is insane, and yet it's so intoxicating that it's difficult to stop or step out of. And so it's difficult to know for sure how things will turn out and how humanity will be reshaped and remolded. But the early results in this process of change are deeply concerning. Again, a lot of red flags.
This is what I would call almost a stealthy addiction. We'll get them hooked through a scheme of rewards and punishment. And the rewards are when you're retweeted. The punishment is when you're treated badly by others online. And then within that, we'll very gradually start to leverage that to change them. So it's this very kind of stealthy manipulation of the population.
This is difficult to keep in mind in large part because technological advance so often have been presented as a particularly imminent crisis of apocalyptic proportions. Every prescient warning in the form of dystopian books or films, for all their poise as cautionary tales, as much as I personally love them for that, they're also fueling the fears about the future. That scenario of AI becoming sentient and replacing humanity may not be the real threat as much as the fear of that scenario happening. That's what could be fueling a more imminent problem in the form of a societal puppeteer using the idea of a crisis to steer compliance, to urge acceptance, and to ultimately compel participation from the population who are acting out of fear, right?
The problem is that behaviors techniques are often invisible to the person who's being manipulated. And this has a long history. This has been done for a long time. It used to be that the only way to be subjected to continuous observation and modification was to either be in an experiment, or you could join a cult, or you could be in an abusive relationship. I mean, this has been done before. And often the people who are in these situations do not realize it's happening to them. In fact, the whole point is that it's sneaky.
In any case, the potential for short-sightedness and temporary insanity in the crowd beast is enormous and in direct proportion to the intensity of the fear. The most potent fears are rooted in our psychology, the deep wellspring that resides within all of us. As a willing participant in this technological revolution, Jaron Lanier has been significant As an early whiz kid who soon rode the cutting edge of virtual reality, as a chief scientist in the late 90s for the National Tele-Immersion Initiative, as a leading proponent of virtual meeting rooms, etc., and as a lead researcher in Octopus at Microsoft's research division, and on and on. He's got all kinds of credits. As a critic of this technology, his voice is significant, therefore, as it indicates that there is and actually exists any sort of brakes to go along with the endless gas pedal within the Silicon Manhattan Project. For all the secrecy and all the cheerleading that goes on with it, I mean, it's at least nice to know that somebody who is at all within that is critical, is dissenting against what they're saying, and is saying that they do at least have some kind of problem going on here. Stopping at the occasional red light or red flag might be a good idea, and some balance to the technological hyperbole about the very sort of cybernetic totalism that Lanier describes is absolutely essential. We have to get our minds around this problem that's part of the problem. It isn't just the submission to technology itself that is the problem, but the submission to the titans who are ushering in this technology. And when we are wary of such technological cataclysms, we must be equally wary of the direction that the salesmen are pulling us in. What door are they putting us through to garner our participation in something that might prove to be short-sighted? In keeping with the theme of Lanier's one half of a manifesto, we'll leave all the positive benefits of this techno upgrade package to speak for itself. There are positives, but there's a lot of red flags too, because some of the downsides touched upon here in his paper and generally in a lot of the things that we talk about, these things should be cause for serious concern if they're not outright deal breakers. Anyway, there's more to his paper. I didn't even come close to reading it all. You can go read it, other things he's talked about, but these things jumped out at me as something that needed to be talked about. As AI comes to the fore and we begin to see what it can really do, and we worry about it becoming all-powerful, all-pervasive, omnipotent, let's keep in mind the things that it doesn't do well and the problems that it doesn't address, and the problems that arise through the usage of it. That's one of the reasons I think this paper is still very relevant.
But even if the future does belong to the robots, our bodies and our brains still have immense untapped potentialities.
The deepest reason that I think we should reframe the mathematics and the engineering that's normally bundled kind of arbitrarily as being the thing that is AI. The reason I think we should reframe that instead as simply technology that people use instead of a life form is a spiritual reason. I find that each moment is remarkable. I am absolutely astonished that I'm experiencing this. I'm absolutely astonished that I'm not a machine. There's this extra thing where I am alive inside this body. I am perceiving. Can be called consciousness. It can be called experience. It can be called sentience. Whatever you call it, the AI people will say, oh no, that's something we can do with the program. They'll subsume it. So no vocabulary is adequate to describe it, which is maybe appropriate. But this amazing sense that there's something manifestly supernatural in every moment of ordinary life, this thing to me is sacred and absolutely remarkable. It makes me a better scientist. It makes me a better technologist because it reminds me that I don't understand everything. It reminds me that I live only on a little speck of understanding in a sea of mystery. It reminds me of how precious and mysterious other people are, even though I can only go by faith that they are also experiencing. It reminds me of how life is magical, how much gratitude I have to be here. And the loss of that to this AI fantasy of power and greed and ideological empiricism is such a horrible idea. It's such a loss.
Such a brilliant quote by Friedrich Nietzsche. Now to follow it up with a Lovecraft quote about the impact of science on the human psyche, but I'll have to bring that up. Now, oh man, Aaron and Melissa Dykes, you guys have been absolutely fucking amazing. Your work has been transcendently incredible insofar as your ability to take very abstract, recondite, sort of enigmatic topics and bring them to life while still maintaining the complexity, the nuance, the abstractness, if you will, of the topic at hand. Whether you're talking just about the nature of work or AI and Lanier's Half Manifesto, Ted Kaczynski, just the trust game. I mean, but this is just, I mean, again, another just knockout of the park. Fantastic documentary. Really a summation, I think, of the dialogue we've been having here on the show and many alternative podcasts have been having in regards to cybernetics. It's one of the things we sort of forget about. It's the sort of the main paradigm under which all information systems operate. We now call it systems theory. Obviously, we talked about this quite a bit last week and also in the town hall. I have this huge sort of deep dive now prepared because of this, but I need to make sure I don't go too deep into it. One side is heavy on the philosophy, bringing up Marshall McLuhan, even Arnold Toynbee, who's related to the Cecil Block, and also then his uncle, or no, I guess it'd be like his cousin, the other Arnold Toynbee, who's the British historian. But there's connections to the Anglo-American establishment and the formation of obviously eugenics, leading into the sort of technocratic paradigm of Bertrand Russell, Albert North Whitehead, Bateson, McLuhan, and these various cyberneticists, obviously von Neumann and Norbert Wiener, and all these individuals. So one side of it's heavy on theory, philosophy, the abstract sort of ideas behind it. The other side is really on what happened. So I'm going to focus on the what happened. That's more, I think, appropriate for this show. I might mention some of the things I was going to highlight, but we might save that, the more abstract stuff, for the town hall, or people can ask me in the Q&A section of the forum. So if you are interested in interacting with myself or Rich, at least through a digital medium, you can do so by asking us questions. If you become a Grand Theft World member, you can go to grandtheftworld.com. At the top right-hand corner, there's Join Community. Choose your donation tier. Hop into the forum, which is basically it's a very similar to Discord. It's a digital program for communication, and there you can ask us questions, and the questions in questions for Richard and Tony channel. There, I'd be happy to respond with anything that I can't go into great detail now. But they mentioned someone that caught me by surprise, John Brockman. Now, John Brockman has a very interesting history. So I really think it's important to preserve for the time capsule who John Brockman is. Obviously, he's a major figure, exposed or talked about at length. Exposed probably be a more appropriate word. In volume 2 of Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Blackmail. And it's a later chapter. I mean, it's like towards the very end of the book. I think it has to do with the future of blackmail. It might even be that chapter or a few chapters before that, where Whitney Webb goes on to say the future of blackmail are these cybernetic systems. That's what she's alluding to. These technological systems that are being designed to further the emergence of a panopticon-like feedback system. Both with CBDCs, with social credit, so digital passports, all these things we've been warning about now for many weeks, or many years now. Weeks law. So what I want to do is give people just an understanding of who John Brockman is, come back with a little bit more detail with Whitney Webb's work on it, and then we'll sort of then move to finish out the show. And yeah, but John Brockman, people have to, I think it's very important to understand who this individual is and his importance in regards to being almost in a way, the Klaus Schwab of the digital sector, the emerging digital sector, especially in the 90s and 2000s. He created sort of a digital salon, the Edge community, the reality club, then becomes the millionaires dinner, which becomes the billionaires dinner, which is all essentially the Silicon Valley massive corporations from AOL to the Googles and, the emerging tech corporations that were mostly started as DARPA projects, then became, these private recognized consumer brands. So like Facebook, for example, which was once LifeLog. Anyways, not getting into the details of that. We're going to play the first 12 minutes of the net, DOSNet. I understand it can be a little bit dry and it can take but the producer, Lutz Dambeck, obviously he's German, so it is in subtitles. Unfortunately, if you don't have access, if you're listening through MP3 or just as an audio right now, audio only, you'll have to come back and watch the video. But it's very important because he interviews John Brockman as his very first interview for his 2003 documentary. He probably interviewed him in 2001. Right now, let's put this in perspective. What, in 2001, he also, before 9/11, John Brockman has this meeting about essentially, what was it? Let me bring this up here because this sort of says everything. Rebooting civilization. Oh, interesting. With, in fact, one of the victims, David Galertner, who was targeted by Ted Kaczynski tragically, but still. So while they're having that type of conversation, I want to give context to who John Brockman is and the importance, the sort of clout he has within this space and this community. So you can think of him as the Klaus Schwab of the digerati, the early emerging digerati, if you will, of the late 90s and early aughts. So without further ado, let's go ahead to DOSNet. It's in German. You have to read the subtitles. First 12 minutes. It's a very interesting. When you get to the interview, it gets in English. He does speak English, so he obviously to be able to communicate and interview John Brockman. But the rest of it in the beginning is going to be a lot of German. So just pay attention to the subtitles, and just if you don't, again, you're listening by audio, just stick with it. We'll get to the interview pretty quickly. So without further ado, let's head to DOSNet.
Mit diesem Film bin ich in eine seltsame Sache geraten. Einen der spektakulärsten Kriminalfälle der USA. Angefangen hat es harmlos. Mir war aufgefallen, dass es im Umfeld meines neuen Computers von Begriffen wimmelte, die ich schon aus anderen Zusammenhängen kannte. Multimedia, Virtualität, Grenzüberschreitungen und Revolutionen aller Art. Es gehörte auch zum Programm einer in den 60er Jahren revoltierenden Kunstavantgarde, die alle Grenzen zwischen Kunst und Leben auflösen wollte. Change Now. Also ein Cocktail aus Revolte, Rock und Pop. Faszinierend. Die Botschaft war, alles ist möglich. Realität ist beliebig veränderbar. Du bist, was du sein willst. Merkwürdig, wie sich diese beiden Welten berührten. Computer und Kunst. Wieso verwendeten Künstler und Wissenschaftler beim Bau ihrer Maschinen anscheinend ähnliche Muster und Begriffe? Gab es ein geheimes Grundmuster und System? Bei der Recherche stoße ich auf einen Verleger in New York. John Brockman gehört in den 60er Jahren zur New Yorker Multimedia-Szene um John Cage, Jonas Makers und Andy Warhol. Reich und berühmt wird er in den 80er Jahren, als aus Multimedia-Kunst und neuen Technologien ein Geschäftsfeld wird. Brockman wird Agent für die Bücher von Physikern, Genforschern und Computerwissenschaftlern, die er wie Popstars vermarktet. Sein Verlag ist in den 90er Jahren Zentrum eines globalen Netzwerks von Wissenschaftlern, Künstlern und Medienmanagern, die er Digerati nennt. Eine Cyber-Elite, die erfolgreich Multimedia, Computer und Geschäft miteinander verbindet. 1993 wird John Brockmans Netzwerk mit einem Bombenanschlag attackiert. Das Opfer ist der Computerwissenschaftler David Gelernter. Als Täter verhaftet das FBI den ehemaligen Mathematikprofessor und Absolventen der Harvard-Universität Ted Kaczynski. Warum wird ein Mathematiker zum Terroristen? John Brockman ist mein erster Gesprächspartner. 1963 kommt er nach New York und startet eine Karriere als Investmentbanker.
I was walking through Central Park one day, playing my banjo, and along comes Jonas Mekas with his little 8mm camera, and he starts filming me. We started to talk, and within a day, I was the new director of the Filmmaker Cinematheque, and I quit my job. And he said he wanted to put together a festival based on cinema, but incorporating other arts. And that was the mandate, and he made some suggestions. We thought about it, talked about it, and it was up to me to put it together. And so I called it the Expanded Cinema Festival. And I went to Rauschenberg, Oldenburg, Namjoon Paik, the USCO group, Caroline Schneemann, dancers, artists, poets, audiovisual people. And the only requirement was cinema somehow was incorporated into the piece, just a total rearranging the senses. You didn't know what you were looking at. And all these people were experimenting with media. They were dealing with technological stuff. Nobody was talking about cybernetics at the time, but they were all reading McLuhan. Rauschenberg told me about McLuhan, suggested I read it. Then Cage handed me a copy of Cybernetics by Norbert Wiener and said, "This is something for you." Because I was extremely interested in notions of feedback and nonlinearity. I got a call from A.K. Solomon, who was head of biophysics at Harvard, and he had read about the Expanded Cinema Festival. He said, we have all these scientists up here at Harvard and MIT, and a group of us would like to invite a group of artists to spend a couple of days and, in a seminar, to talk about mutual interests. So I was invited to put this together, which I did. And then they took us to see the computer. There was a room, and everybody there was wearing white coats, and they were cold, and we were cold watching the computer and all these cards and file cards, and I just stood there like a kid with my nose against the window, and it was so exciting, and I have no idea why. J.Z. Young, an Oxford biologist in Doubt and Certainty in Science, said we create tools and then we mold ourselves through our use of them. And I read that in 1964, and something went off. And I suddenly realized that reality isn't this thing in front of us on a proscenium stage. It's a movable feast. We are creating technologies, then we are the technologies. It's not your heart is like a pump, your heart is a pump. It's not your brain is like a computer, your brain is a computer until the next thing comes along. Now you're a neural net, or now you're an information system. And, the circles widened. So it was Heinz von Forster, who was the dean of the world cyberneticists. It was Gregory Bateson, Stuart Brand. Almost all these people were authors, as I was. I'd read all their books. And no one in New York had a clue that there was something happening, that there was a consciousness or mindset that had evolved, and you could connect all these people. Like you can connect this and this. There are ways to put it together and to see a cohesive whole, and they were best-selling authors, and they were getting screwed by the publishing industry. So I was dragooned into becoming an agent because I had a business background, and they said, why don't you just go back and look after our interests? Take you an hour a day. And I thought it would be a nice way to pick up some money while I wrote books. And I found out very quickly that I was sitting on an oil well and I couldn't control. And that was 30 years ago.
In 1993, someone attacked your network. We talked about your network, and David Gelernter, one of your fabulous writers, received a letter bomb from the Unabomber.
Right.
Why do you think he was a target?
Well, I know he was a target. This madman, criminal madman, would read the New York Times, and a lot of the people he picked as targets were people that John Markoff had profiled. So Gelernter was the subject of one of the biggest profiles ever in the Times in 1991, and I'm sure that had something to do with it.
But the Unabomber, he studied in Harvard, and he was a mathematician.
Yeah, and he's a sick criminal. I wouldn't have a serious discussion about this guy. He doesn't rise to the level. I think he's a guy that wrote this manifesto that he couldn't possibly get published because it's written so badly and it's so flawed. So in order to get it published, he killed people. End of story. People can have arguments about environment and science, but you don't need to kill people to make your point. And I wouldn't dignify him by discussing him any further. Let's change the subject. So call a car.
You can go ahead and pull it. So that's John Brockman, everyone. You can see how uneasy he felt with the line of questioning that Lutz was following. And I think that's an important sort of it's a good window into sort of the insights of a man that views technology and the human condition as one and the same thing. As we develop a new technology, it's not that it's like it as an analogy. Our heart is like a pump, or our brain is like a computer or processor. These things are now what it is, what reality is to these individuals. So somehow the technology we create and the way in which we use it, or how I identify with it, becomes one and the same thing, which I think that's a confusion. If I remember correctly, it's actually a fallacy associated with confusing analogy with reality, or it's sort of like the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. It's a metaphysical fallacy. So it's an analogical fallacy, we'll call it, where the issue is you're confusing an analogy with observable reality. When something's like something, you're only describing it in a likeness to it. You're not describing what something is fundamentally. So it's a description between comparative objects that show compare and contrast, but it's not that it literally is the exact same thing. So it's a fallacy of sort of analogical confusion, if you will. But without getting into extreme detail on that, I do want to bring up, without getting into the abstract, a little bit more of who Brockman is before we finish out the show. Then I'm going to take this directly from Whitney Webb's work, but I'm going to show this on the screen. Obviously, this is One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2, Whitney Webb. And this is called Epstein's Edge. It begins on page 334. I have the PDF copy as well. So I did order a nice book cam. It is on the way, but I do not have it yet. So for now, I'm just going to have to bear with. I'm going to give you some more general grammar into who John Brockman is and some of his connections to get a sense of why that line of questioning made him so uneasy. Let's get a little bit more context before we wrap up the show here. First of all, again, this is Volume 2. It's on page 334. This is called Epstein's Edge. This is the subtitle of chapter. Let's check it out here. The subtitle of chapter Epstein, Edge, and Big Tech, which I believe is the last chapter in the book, or if not, oh no, it's the second to last chapter in the book. Okay, so let's give some context, a little bit more context who John Brockman is. Now, quoting directly from Whitney Webb in her book, One Nation Under Blackmail, Volume 2, page 334. One of Epstein's main entries into elite circles of scientific academia, and specifically big tech, was through the EDGE Group, an exclusive organization of intellectuals, quote, redefining who and what we are, end quote, that was created by John Brockman. Brockman, a self-described, quote unquote, cultural impresario and noted literary agent, is best known for his deep ties to the art world in the late 1960s, though lesser known are his various, quote unquote, management consulting gigs for the Pentagon and White House during the same period. You telling me that the Pentagon, the White House, the CIA certainly was very interested in what was going on in the 60s with perception and tearing down boundaries and, you know, the instantiation of sort of postmodernism and rules for radical Solowinski and the ideas of revolution and change and technology. I mean, that's all sort of coordinated or has intelligence and government and DARPA and Pentagon all over it. Anyways, I'm just asking for a friend. Going back to now quoting from Whitney, EDGE, which The Guardian once called, quote, the world's smartest website, end quote, is an exclusive online symposium affiliated with what Brockman calls, quote unquote, the third culture. It's as an analogy, it has similarities to the World Economic Forum, what Klaus Schwab set up as sort of this community of major multinational corporations and business people and politicians, heads of state, and talking about this sort of community that he wants to bring together to make sure that they, tackle the most prescient problems in regards to bringing in their version of a global society, which Rich and I have talked about ad nauseum. So we'll forego that now. But as an analogy, it's very similar to what Klaus Schwab has done with his World Economic Forum. But this is earlier. Well, actually, the World Economic Forum existed by now. But the point is, we didn't really know about it, right? This says the people didn't really know that there was essentially an analog group with this, what they literally called and termed themselves the digerati, sort of these digital elite, if you will, this third culture. So let's continue on with what Whitney has to say here. According to Whitney, according to an entry on EDGE's website written by Brockman, quote, the third culture, end quote, consists of scientists and other thinkers who, quote, are taking the place of the traditional intellectual and rendering visible the deeper meaning of our lives, redefining who and what we are, end quote. So you get an idea of what they're attempting supposedly to do. Regarding EDGE's membership, Brockman openly acknowledged to the Guardian the EDGE was, quote unquote, elitist, but added that he meant elitist, quote, in the good sense of an open elite based on meritocracy, end quote. However, the validity of Edge's quote unquote meritocracy is debatable given Epstein's long presence in the Edge community. When asked why Edge's membership was so exclusive and elite, Brockman stated the following: the problem with a discussion that uses the word elites is that the word is automatically perceived as a pejorative, has negative connotations, in other words. But that's not how I feel about it at all. Elites are a problem if they're closed and exclusive. Elites that are open, inclusive, and based on merit can be nurturing. Also, members of elites give one another permission to be great. So he's given justification for elites in society. John Brockman is. Continuing on, Brockman has long hobnobbed with the elite since his early career when he was already, quote, a master of serving up New York bohemia in a palatable way for investors and businessmen, end quote. And this is me saying this. Remember, he was an investment banker. Now, going back to Whitney, his ability to market, quote unquote, cutting edge art to not just the ultra wealthy, but to corporations established him, quote, as a consultant who could sell his services to anyone, end quote. He would float between the corporate and art worlds, as well as to and from Washington, D.C. for consulting jobs with the U.S. military and the White House throughout the 1960s. In 1969, he would also publish the first of his own books by the late John Brockman, which reflected on Brockman's interest in transhumanism and his interest in, quote unquote, cybernetics and the, quote, comparative study of brains and computer systems, end quote. He founded his eponymous literary agency in 1973, which flourished due to his vast array of contacts, knack for securing large advances, and his reputation as a quote-unquote a networker's networker. His style rubbed many in the industry the wrong way, with journalist James Gorman writing in 1997. Editors and other agents who deal with Mr. Brockman or compete with him complain off the record about quickie book proposals, overblown advances, and books that do not come in on time or in good shape, end quote. So he's a little shady. Now let's get into a little bit more here before we finish up. That has to do with the whole Earth's software catalog. This will connect Bill Gates, Epstein, and Brockman together. According to Whitney Webb, at the dawn of the 1980s, Brockman began to merge his business with interests of the nascent software industry. He declared himself the first quote-unquote software agent in anticipation of the quote-unquote future gold rush. Now, this is me saying it, going back to what Lutz, when he was interviewing him, he said he was sitting on a digital gold mine, or he's sitting on a veritable gold mine, rather. And he sort of knew he was, or he thought he might be, but, all of a sudden at the late 80s, 90s, the dot-com boom started to take off. And obviously, we know that bubble popped at the end of the 90s, but he was essentially in prime position to take advantage of it. Let me just put it that way. Now, going back to what Winnie said here, quote unquote, future gold rush, and sold the world processing program as a first client for $1 million. His biggest break in the area came soon when in 1983, he sold the whole Earth software catalog for $1.3 million. Just as in the literary world, he eventually angered major figures like Bill Gates for quote unquote poaching software authors. I think that's funny. Same thing could be accused of Bill Gates, leading Brockman to remark that the Microsoft co-founder, quote, is not a fan of mine, though he added that this was at the beginning of the personal computer revolution. I've been at the center of it ever since, end quote. In this milieu, Brockman began hosting an annual event, originally dubbed, quote unquote, the Millionaire's Dinner in 1985, which matched some of the biggest names in big tech with potential benefactors. So it's like, again, this is very similar to Klaus Schwab and his World Economic Forum, where major multinational, international corporations get together with heads of state and they mingle and they talk policy and they talk investments and all this sort of stuff behind closed doors, while they also then, have seminars on transhumanistic ideals throughout, throughout the main presentations, if you will, like the Davos group in January. According to Brockman, now back to the text, major partnerships and deals in the tech world were being made at the event, stating that, quote, in the beginning, it was very consequential. There was heavy stuff going down, alliances, so forth and so on. Let's continue forward. Now, what I want to, now she gets into the FBI, KGB. There's very interesting connections there. People want to read into that, please do. But I want to just jump down to, because it talks about Brockman's role as possibly being a military asset associated with the CIA and FBI and interactions with KGB agents. So, or a specific one that I can't quite remember right now. But I want to talk about how the Edge, let's do it right here. Well, the Millionaire's Dinner became the Billionaire's Dinner. This sort of sums up. So yeah, he has connections with military, with the Pentagon, even during the 1960s. And then he, of course, becomes an investment banker, and he just happens to be sitting on this veritable gold mine in the early 1980s as tech starts to be, as the sort of burgeoning tech revolution begins to manifest itself. And then obviously takes off in the 90s in ways that was sort of unprecedented that could have been imagined with the internet and the personal computer. let's continue here. This is last two or three paragraphs here to sort of sum up, give a little bit of general grammar on who John Brockman is. Now, continuing from the text, I think this is going to be page 335, 336. It's going to be a little off because I'm reading from a PDF. Anyways, that year, now quoting the text, Brockman also released his treatise on the third culture and founded what was called the Reality Club, soon after with physicist Heinz Pagels. Pagels died a year later in 1996, and the Reality Club then became known as EDGE. 3 years later, in 1999, Brockman's EDGE officially rebranded the Millionaire's Dinner to the Billionaire's Dinner, though it was formerly known as the EDGE Annual Dinner. The EDGE website describes the dinner as offering an opportunity for conversation between the, quote, leading third culture intellectuals of our time, unquote, the majority of whom are often Brockman's clients, as well as, quote, the founders of Amazon, AOL, eBay, Facebook, Google, Microsoft, PayPal, SpaceX, Skype, and Twitter, end quote. EDGE asserts that it is this, quote, remarkable gathering of outstanding minds, end quote, who are, quote, rewriting our global culture, end quote. Now, they're rewriting the global culture. Let's real quickly go over to probably here. Okay. Global culture, global culture. Does this have anything to do with rebooting civilization? I'm asking for a friend. So I'm just wondering. Oh, edge.org. Wow, this is from July 21st, 2002. The metaphors of information processing and computation are at the center of today's intellectual action. A new and unified language of science is beginning to emerge. Seth Lloyd, Paul Steinhardt, Alan Guth, Marvin Minsky, who he mentioned. It was his little 8mm camera, and him playing the banjo, and then Ray Kurzweil. And just to give us idea what this all alludes to, let me just read the first couple paragraphs. What's happening in these new scientific endeavors is truly a work in progress. A year ago, it was the first Rebooting Civilization meeting in July 2001. Physicists Alan Guth and Brian Greene, computer scientist David Gelernter, Jaron Lanier, and Jordan Pollack, a research psychologist, Mark D. Hauser, could not reach a consensus about exactly what computation is, when it is useful, when it is appropriate, and what it reveals. Reporting on the event in the New York Times of Growing Pains for Information Age, August 7, 2001, Dennis Overby wrote on July 21st, EDGE held an event at Eastover Farm, which included the physicist Seth Lloyd, Paul Steinhardt, and Alan Guth, computer scientist Marvin Minsky, and technologist Ray Kurzweil. This year, I noted there are a lot of quote-unquote universes floating around. Seth Lloyd, the computational universe, Paul Steinhardt, the cyclic universe, Alan Guth, the inflationary universe, Marvin Minsky, the emotion universe, Ray Kurzweil, the intelligent universe, Brian Greene as well. Then you have, what was his book? The Elegant Universe or something like that, which is promoting string theory. So that's another thing, is that John Brockman was also a publisher. So in the 90s, and I think in 2000s, he really focused on publishing people like Michio Kaku and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then Murray Gell-Mann, I believe, right? So that's, let me look that up. I'm almost positive as well. So in other words, he was popularizing science for the mass, for essentially mass consumption, and that's where you get these individuals who parade around as though they're scientists, just parroting the fantasies of science, the theories that are basically unprovable, like string theory or like Big Bang cosmology, or quantum, the Copenhagen interpretation, quantum physics, parallel universes, all the sort of nonsense you hear out of modern scientific jargon. He helped to promote those theories and made science into sort of a popular sport, if you will, something that can bridge something like sports or politics and be in the pop culture as like as part of the intellectual milieu, if you will. So he is also important in that. So that gives you some context as to who John Brockman is. Obviously, Whitney goes into much more detail and much more of the shady connections associated with John Brockman. Let's just look this up here. And I wanted to, if we go back, let me see here. Yeah, it was Murray Gell-Mann, but that's not the point. Here's the first one. Event date, September 10th, 2001. What happened the day after that? Again, I'm asking for a friend. Everything is up for grabs. Everything will change. There is a magnificent sweep of intellectual landscape right in front of us. I bet there is. Everything will change indeed. One aspect of our culture that is no longer open to question is that the most significant developments in the sciences today, that is, those that affect the lives of everybody on the planet, are informed by or implemented through advances in software and computation. This edge event presented an opportunity for people in the various fields of computer science, cosmology, cognition, evolutionary biology, etc., to begin talking to each other, to become aware of interesting and important work in other fields. There's John Brockman, David Galernther. There's Lanier, right? So, Jordan Pollock, here we go. Brian Greene. Oh, there he is, Brian Greene. He's the one who wrote, he's the string theory populist, if you will, promoting that sort of wayward cosmological physics argument. Alan Guth as well. So anyways, you get an idea. These people met, their obsession with the almost sort of predestined idea of this emergence of a technological culture, as though it's something that can't be controlled and something that sort of transcends human interaction, human activity, human behavior, and will be molded by the way we interact with it. They were at the forefront of determining how those systems would be designed, utilized, and implemented. Not only that, I mean, that's to Aaron's point, how many people essentially work to already are being conditioned by the systems we interact with to make sure that their credit score is a certain way, to make sure that, when they buy something, they feed back with potentially with the cookies preserved and then sell them back. We know that through consumer, surveillance capitalism. So there's all the typing corrections. In other words, technology is having subtle influences in how we behave. We are amending our behavior to the technology. The algorithms that are essentially created by people that do not have our best interests at heart and are working under ideological frameworks that are inherently closed systems, where you're supposed to get when you have a specific input, you get a specific output. There's no dynamism to that system. It's deterministic. And that flies in the face of what Lanier said. And he said, he had no vocabulary for it. And I reference this all the time in regards to logic. We have conceptual consciousness. We have the ability to understand the universal of that which we experience, that which exists, and communicate that universal, regardless of our varying degrees of perception of it. So man being a rational animal that has the qualities of language, has the qualities of the discernment, this is universal. We have the ability to hone down on that's almost and has been considered both philosophically and theologically a spiritual doctrine, insofar as it's a purely abstract, immaterial thing that human beings do. In a way, it's almost magical. It transcends just pure materiality. Even atheists admit this. You cannot break open the head and find the concept of a banana, yet we are still able to form one. It may rest on electrochemical interactions, but it's something seemingly more than that. And we have to acknowledge that, and those who are honest certainly do. There's something that computers, I struggle to believe, and are never going to be able to accomplish. They're never going to be able to essentially come up with that self-reflective consciousness that makes us fundamentally human. That may be the seat of the soul. They may be the very thing that corresponds with an aspect of something more, but it has yet to be determined because we do not have a working theory of consciousness, and so it's still up to be discovered what that may be. So I appreciate him recognizing that there's gratitude for this incredible aspect of being in the now, an attitude of gratitude for the experience of life, for the experience of himself as a reflexive, conscious, conceptually conscious individual with reflective self-consciousness, with this ability to experience and be in the world, and have all varying degrees of being: happiness, sadness, joy, love, hatred, lust, ambivalence, anything. That's the point of being. And we have the ability to reflect on that and actually change our behavior, to modify our behavior, to become more than just instinctual desires. That's the reason component of us. This is why so many people are associated with a sort of spiritual dimension with it, because it gives us the opportunity for choice. The same choice that John Brockman and others want to take away from us. And let's see, John Brockman. So he had, by the way, an intimate connection with Epstein. You can read about how Epstein helped, I think, in formulation in the 90s and the early aughts with his publishing house, if I remember correctly, or re-emerging publishing house. I think it started in the 70s and it re-emerged in the 90s and early aughts to promote technologists. Now, who was Epstein working or ingratiating? Oftentimes inviting him into through his Alita Express to his island, St. James. Technologists, futurists, the scientists, those with, especially in the merging edges of what could be possible. That's who he's interacting with. So it's no surprise that then he goes to John Brockman and helps to promote his publishing in the 90s and 2000s of these various scientists. So Epstein has an intimate connection with it. The same Epstein that, let's see what we got here. Can I find it? I just had it up. Here's the Reality Club. Nope. Oh, here. The same Epstein that wanted to freeze his brain, freeze his brain and his penis. He wanted to impregnate women to order to spread his DNA. This was using a 7,500-acre New Mexico ranch, affectionately nicknamed Zorro. Epstein hoped to impregnate 20 women at a time with his sperm, according to VR expert and author Jaron Lanier. He believed in what's known as transhumanism, the improvement of the human population through artificial intelligence and genetic engineering. Jaron Lanier probably had direct communication with him. Wouldn't surprise me through his interactions and his connections with John Brockman and various 90s cyberneticians that were just mentioned in physicists. He believed in eugenics too. Critics have said that transhumanism has its roots in eugenics, the belief in improving the human race through controlled reproduction, yada, yada, yada. Epstein himself was born to Jewish parents. Celebrity lawyer Alan Dershowitz said Epstein expressed his support of eugenics to him once that he was appalled. So in other words, Alan Dershowitz said Epstein expressed his support of eugenics to him, supposedly, and that somehow Dershowitz was quote unquote appalled. I'll leave everyone to their own discretion as they want to make that discernment. He wanted to freeze his brain and penis. Epstein also believed in cryogenics and unsupported scientific theory in which people freeze their bodies to be later be brought back to life. It's very poor sentence structure there. He supposedly told a colleague he hoped to freeze his head and his penis for future use in eugenics and transhumanism. A Harvard psychologist thought he was a phony. Steven Pinker told the Times that he felt Epstein was an quote-unquote intellectual imposter. According to Pinker, quote, he would abruptly change the subject, ADD style, dismiss an observation with an adolescent wisecracking, quote. He still managed to surround himself with scientific luminaries. In addition to Pinker, Epstein spent time with theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking, Nobel Prize winner Murray Gell-Mann, paleontologist and evolutionary biologist Stephen Jay Gould, and best-selling author Oliver Sacks and Nobel laureate Frank Wilczek. So gives you some indication of who he is. So I encourage everyone to check out Volume 2, Whitney Webb's book, One Nation Under Blackmail. Especially, it's the second to last chapter that has to do, let me see, is called Epstein, Edge, and Big Tech. And the last chapter is From Promise to Palantir, the future of blackmail, which really ties into cybernetics. What this entire dialogue has been for all of June, since Ted Kaczynski's death was late May, early June, has been the impact of cybernetics. Looking at it historically, looking at some of the forebodings, the ominous sort of forebodings associated with that, and seeing, how much these sort of prophets have been correct and with what they have observed early on, and how much maybe they were incorrect or set up or straw manned or who knows. So Jaron Lanier is actually a perfect and unfortunately unheard. He's somewhat he's someone that is he's in outer space with a microphone. He's in outer space with a microphone, and unfortunately got propped up with someone like Ted Kaczynski, which is very easy to tear down because of his unscrupulous acts, assuming that he was the one who indeed did them. And that's a whole confusing quagmire that we've already gone into. So glad to see that there's other critiques out there, but hey, and that proved Ted's point a little bit that, well, I don't want to go down that road because that's a messy road to go down, but very important to have moral individuals who have a positive voice, who are critical thinkers, and can express themselves well, like Jaron Lanier. And I appreciate his willingness to be able to express himself over many years and warn us both about the potentials and the potential danger and the potential positives that could manifest from technology, and alluding us to the warnings as he sees it, and to a sort of deterministic, almost predeterministic system that's out of control that we can't stop, and his willingness to at least critique that and also get back to the elements of what makes us human in the first place. And obviously being seemingly a moral individual, nonviolent, and just he obviously is a very deep thinker. So I appreciate that perspective. Again, incredible work by Aaron and Melissa Dykes over the past couple, well, all of their documentaries, but especially the past couple ones have just been amazing. And finding that John Brockman rebooting Civilization, that was huge. So I hope with the context of Whitney Webb, DOSNet, Lutz Damback's work, and Aaron and Melissa Dykes' work with True Stream Media, that gives a lot of context as to some of the major considerations that transcend just COVID-19 or the false flags we've experienced, how much technology itself is conditioning all of human behavior. We're not even necessarily aware of that, and how much emerging AI may not ever resemble human consciousness, but can be used to create the sort of closed system deterministic utopias that they want. So anyways, with that, I'm going to go ahead and say it is 3 o'clock, and I want to thank LD. I want to thank Richard for joining as well tonight. I know it was a little messy early on. It was a lot of fun getting to see this behind the scenes, what's going on at PorcFest. Obviously, next week we're going to have a ton of videos, I'm sure. So check out for those. If people are interested, again, if you want to join the community, we have a thriving community. You can hop on the forum, ask questions, interact with other like-minded individuals, doing their own research, asking pertinent questions, trying to discover reality for themselves and understand it, so they can take positive action in their own life. But again, to do that, all you got to do is go to grandtheftworld.com. I don't think there's any www in the front. It's grandtheftworld.com. Top right-hand corner, join community, choose your donation tier, and you can hop in. You'll get access to the Zoom recordings. As we do it live, you can see behind the scenes, both before and after the show. Get access to the town hall and the book club, which obviously we finished, but all of the replays should be up on there somewhere. Obviously, the library, Rich's Library of Freedom, I forget the name of it, Cognitive Freedom, whatever it's called, that's there. It's all his productions, so you get access to all of it. Become a member. It's cheap. We have very fair donation tiers. I think it's worthwhile. And yeah, and you get access obviously to town halls. Real quick update. Yeah, there we go. Join community. Perfect. Yeah, and that's perfect. Become a member. Choose your donation tier. And real quick for a last mention, town hall is going to fall on the 4th because we're off this week. So we'll be postponing the one on the 4th to the following week, which will be the 11th or whatever. So with that, I just want to make mention of that now, and I'll remind everyone next week that because town hall is going to fall on July 4th, we're going to move it, postpone it to July 11th. I'll make a post in the forum so everyone's aware of that, and we'll then move forward from there with the normal bi-weekly schedule. But with that, I want to move to have LD rack it up and give thanks to those that have donated tonight, and move to wrap up the show.
All right. Huge thanks to the Grand Theft World community members. We appreciate your support. And big thanks to tonight's Rockfin tippers. We got Dave and Laura, who I understand we're at PorcFest. $20. They said it was great meeting the team this week at PorcFest. Your burgers are the best. Thank you guys. Sorry I wasn't there. Plan on next year. Wild Weasel Russell tipped $5. Thank you very much. Jim Garrison, $5 for the RFK interview. Thanks again, Jim. Thomas Mitchell tipped $20. DZ Lizzie tipped $5. T-Can, $5, says, thanks, GTW. And B1, $5. GTW fam, thank you for keeping the flame lit. Week 138. The truth never sleeps. Onward and up. Infinite love.
That's
Thank
awesome.
you guys. Much appreciated.
Agreed. Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you guys so much. Keeps us going. We can't appreciate enough how much this support keeps us moving forward and keeps the flame of liberty ignited in this camp, and gives us the energy to persevere, no matter how dark things can become. So with that, I want to move to wrap it up for this evening. I think the best outro video, let's play the What's Her Face from this past week. That'll be a fun outro video. little different from JP Sears. Always does great work, but what's her face? It'll be fun to sort of mix it up with her, and she has always a fun perspective on how to make fun of these crazy cultural scenarios, like the Titan/Titanic situation. So, with that, I move to wrap up the episode. I want to thank LD again, and I want to thank Richard for joining me. And let's go to what's her face to close us out. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, guys.
Just when you thought we couldn't sink any lower, we've hit rock bottom. Literally, we've made it to the bottom of the ocean, folks. This week, we cover the now infamous submarine that went missing and was later found to have imploded on its trek to the Titanic wreckage.
U.S.-based OceanGate Expeditions operated the voyage, which takes tourists to the famous Titanic shipwreck in the North Atlantic Ocean, nearly 2.5 miles underwater. Rescuers say the vessel could be there on the ocean floor or on the surface, but even if it's floating, spotting the Titan won't be easy. OceanGate CEO and founder Stockton Rush is among those on board.
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
What did he just say?
We run the whole thing with this game controller.
Yeah, that's what I thought he said. The entire operation was controlled by this Logitech F710 wireless gamepad that had been modified. Damn, I guess that voids the warranty then. Of course, with the internet being the internet, users have been hilariously trolling Logitech with fake reviews. One review says, "Ruined my business. I used this controller to control my submarine and it ruined my business when we lost an entire crew because the receiver lost connection. I am now being sued by the families and have been financially ruined. I would not suggest anyone buy this item." Another says, "Constantly disconnects when you need it most. Took it on our trip up north to guide our submersible through the cold, murky depths. The thing constantly disconnects, and right now we need it because our air reserves are low. Already issued an exchange/return and intend to mail it back via UPS when I get a chance." And another says, "Up doesn't work. Only goes down. Up doesn't work." State-of-the-art control system wasn't the only safety issue, though. According to court documents, an ex-employee working for OceanGate voiced safety concerns about the vessel and was fired. David Lockridge, the company's former director of marine operations, claimed in a court filing he was wrongfully terminated in 2018 for raising concerns about the safety testing of the Titan. The company terminated his employment and sued Lockridge and his wife in 2018, claiming he shared confidential information, misappropriated trade secrets, and used the company for immigration assistance, then manufactured a reason to be fired. The lawsuit noted Lockridge is not an engineer, calling him a submersible pilot and diver. Another employee who worked briefly for the company during the same period as Lockridge voiced the same concerns to the CEO, who became defensive and outright dismissed them.
Everything else can fail. Your thrusters can go, your lights can go, you're still going to be safe.
He believed the vessel was so safe, in fact, that he fired all those pesky old white guys with safety concerns and dipped in to a few diversity hires. In an interview, he said, quote, "When I started this business, one of the things you'll find, there are other sub-operators out there, but they typically have gentlemen who are ex-military, and you'll see a whole bunch of 50-year-old white guys. I want our team to be younger, to be inspirational, and I'm not going to inspire a 16-year-old to go pursue marine technology, but a 25-year-old, who's a sub-pilot or a platform operator or one of our techs can be inspirational." Well, I can't say he's wrong. Sea vessel that sinks to the bottom of the ocean while on an expedition to sea vessel that sunk to the bottom of the ocean definitely is inspired. It's the kind of stuff that inspires a poorly written Michael Bay movie. It even has the zany aerospace engineer CEO and the token brown guy. Only thing missing is lens flare and dumbass Ben Affleck leading the rescue team. But Michael better get on it, because it looks like James Cameron is already looking to turn the tragedy into a Titanic sequel. Here he is giving his irrelevant opinion on the matter.
OceanGate shouldn't have been doing what it was doing. I think that's pretty clear. This father and son on Father's Day, You know, paid $500,000 to go down in this thing. Holy crap. You know, it's just tragic, and it's horrific, and it's unnecessary. And by the way, it's not lost on me as somebody who's studied the meaning of Titanic. It's greater meaning to us, you know, historically and societally, that it's about warnings that were ignored. That ship's lying at the bottom of the ocean, not because of the nature of its steel or the nature of its compartments, but just because of bad seamanship. The captain was warned, there were icebergs ahead, it was a moonless night, and he plowed ahead for whatever reason.
For whatever reason? Well, it's your lucky day, James, because I can give you one very plausible reason. You see, back in 1912, the year the Titanic sank, the most powerful men in the world were planning to create the most powerful entity in the world. An entity we know as the Federal Reserve. Benjamin Guggenheim, Isidor Straus, and the richest man in the world at the time, John Jacob Astor, were not in favor of a banking cartel, so they were shipped off to their death. The men in favor of the plan, on the other hand, all had tickets for Titanic's maiden voyage, but suspiciously canceled last minute. The Federal Reserve was created the following year in 1913, and the rest is revised history. Alright, I'll admit, this conspiracy does seem far-fetched. It's much more likely that the official story is true. That an experienced sea captain charged full speed ahead into an iceberg despite 7 warnings to reroute for absolutely no reason at all. You never know, maybe White Star Line Diversity hired the dudes down in the engine room. But all of this does leave me wondering if the submersible tragedy was yet another intentional disaster designed to halt any further investigation into the centuries-old shipwreck. There's already talk in the media about halting all future expeditions to the Titanic for safety reasons. Are they trying to hide something? Was one of the passengers on the submarine close to a taboo revelation? I implore you to ponder these questions and do some investigating on your own. And while you're diving into the rabbit hole, I encourage you to look up what other historical figure fought back against the bankers. I'll give you a hint. He's the only person in history to have arrested a Rothschild. It's Hitler. All right, guys, that's
Conspiracy is the story of history. It's the story of plunderers taking care of people who produce. They claim to take care of them through government, which doesn't give you anything, it doesn't take away first. So it's not creating something out of nothing. It's very real what they're doing. They're taking your rights or taking some people's rights and adding more to someone else's rights.
If you haven't heard about our Grand Theft World community membership, here are a few of the things you've been missing. A mobile app where you can access replays of the Grand Theft World podcast and show notes. Access to the Grand Theft World community on Discord, where we crowdsource news and resources, and you can contribute to the show. The opportunity to participate in the Grand Theft World bi-weekly town hall. Exclusive content from Richard Grove, including behind-the-scenes footage and future access to unpublished material. 93 episodes of the Peace Revolution podcast, and the Grand Theft World newsletter delivered straight to your inbox each week. If you want to stay at a great game, visit us at grandtheftworld.com. Click or tap the button in the top right-hand corner and join a vibrant community of researchers blazing a new path to truth. We'll see you there.
So stupid as I unfold the groove, tune in and not drop out, not to cop out the post beers, remove music. This wealthy cat was moving, stack of cash in sports cruiser, major accent deals mover, promoted fast like homeschoolers. Then noticing one day some bills that went unpaid, those crumbs they led one way, discovered some unfun game. Then he was called into a meeting to disrupt and expose, but that was the day that the world froze. So stuck in the traffic and then caught in the panic, he dipped out in a frantic speed to exceed the seed planet. At the the event, and what would soon come, connecting dots to be revealed in Project Constellation. Big props to Maria, broadcasted that's where I'd hear and get hooked on the name of Richard Grove. What he's saying is hypnotic. Synchronicity came out like chronic, all in full stride, compadres around all sides, seeking sources to provide solution. The heavy-handed knowledge is Willie saying the peace revolution, never knowing I was missing a blessing. The heaviest session recorded and revealed the ultimate history lesson in this quest, and I'm a Midwestern who's rocking it dope. Subscribe to media produced by Tragedy and Hope, and if you didn't know the gift, and here's what you've been missing and listening is where conviction is revealed in descriptions in a brain model. Don't come all hollow, but full throttle, and dive in the deep end so history doesn't repeat, and make it complete. Catch Grand Theft World every week with Richard and Tony, chop it up with the homies. And I ain't talking about that public school baloney, and it's like you should know me, quoting Gatto in the flow that I'm growing, and LD's bearded is showing the time capsule stack of stats is open. So spread it around, the show is ready to pounce, audience that abounds, seeking out what's profound. And I know it is challenging fallacies in the balance when a forensic story in it, boring men while exhorting in examination, contemplation, meditation, revelation, celebration, destinations planned, targets arrived. Autonomy crew of souls that survived, broke free from the 9 to 5, and we doing it live. Hey, with hope in our flow, where consciousness grows, as opposed to you don't have to think about it, dude. Cause it's a comedy show that be bombing truth, whoa, trying to make uncommon truths be more commonly known. That it's a Grand Theft World that I'm living in. Ain't no reptilian skin, just some normal humans who love to sin. From their banking powers they aim to win, deceive and betray all man. Make it every slave to them. It's a Grand Theft World that I'm picturing at. The sky pyramid, but those tuning in they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts, yeah, neglected aspect, that's what they lack. Yo, Trivium course, it'll deal with that, be a rebel, bring the logic back, cause it's a Grand Theft World that they rolling out. Got the growth model out, tracing Rockefeller dollars straight to clouds. SEC connections are hard to doubt, but most go the common route, walking with their head in the shroud. Yo, it's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at, disguised like a pyramid, but those tuning in they be feeling that, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts. You should know, it's not a video game.
This isn't Grand Theft Auto, folks. This isn't a video game.
This is Grand Theft World.
All right, LD.
It's a Grand Theft World that I'm peering at in the sky like a pyramid. For those tuning in, they'd be feeling it, revealing that things ain't what they seem, so I'm fighting back and digging jack, obtaining knowledge, wisdom, and artifacts.
If you need a single location to get cutting-edge information and keep up with the rapidly changing world around us, tune into Grand Theft World, where a forensic historian and a logic professor break down the week's news in depth and in context. There's a ton more there, so go check it out. And don't forget to get your Freedom Vault on the homepage.